Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwụrụ ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you go how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Hozu, in our Uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me, Bodia, Nanka, Bunkai, you might have a girl, if you want to come over, you better have you what I know.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Yeah, thank you this morning, and thank you for joining the Friday broadcast, starting from the trade floors of the Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu. We say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. We are tracking a highly defensive trading floor this morning after a massive 2.18 trillion liquidity wipe out the local pulse yesterday, sending the all-share index down by 1.41%. As investors seek cover, capital is rapidly pivoting into risk-free fixed income, where treasury bill yields are holding strong above 19%. Meanwhile, in the currency space, the naira remains sticky at 1,405 against greenback in the parallel market, even as Nigeria's external reserve hit a robust 17-year high of $50.88 billion. internationally, the energy landscape has shifted dramatically, with Brent crude testing a critical floor under $79, following the historic US-Iran interim peace pact. Over the next few minutes, we will break down the data, analyze the sectoral impact on banking and industrials, and deliver the actionable insight you need to navigate markets today. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, which closed in a positive territory yesterday, largely driven by price appreciation, increased buying interest in insurance and oil and gas sectors. Despite the uptick in the index, overall market breadth remains slightly negative, indicating more laggers than advancers. The All-Share Index ASI yesterday closed at 244,852.21 points, indicating a positive plus 0.06%. Yes, the market capitalization stood at 157.04 trillion naira. Investors gained roughly around 99.15 billion naira. The year-to-date return remained at a positive 57.35%, where the volume, yesterday decreased by 3.47% to 1.22 billion units traded. Aggregate value saw a sharper drop of 32.94%, settling at 38.81 billion across 54,001 deals. And then quickly moving to the top 5 gainers, we are looking at the top 5 gainers yesterday. Legend Internet yesterday rose from opening position of 5 naira 25 kobo to close at 5 naira 75 kobo, making a daily positive appreciation of 0.50 kobo, closing bullish as well. The MPF Microfinance Bank yesterday closed at 5 naira 35 kobo, having open trading at 4 naira 90 kobo, making a daily positive change of 0.45 kobo. Had to close bullish as well at 9.18%. Transcorp Nigeria yesterday closed at 44 naira, making a 3 naira gain, having open trading at 41 naira, making a daily bullish adjustment of 7.2%. Yes, Nemet of the Nemet Pharmaceuticals yesterday closed at 9 naira 90 kobo, having open trading at 9 naira 25 kobo, making appreciable 0.65 kobo to close on a bullish run of a 7.03% adjustment. That communication yesterday closed at 1 naira 79 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 5.29%. Yes, indicating an appreciation of a 0.09%, having open trading on 1 naira 70 kobo. And then quickly moving on to the losers chart. Yes, where the top leading company yesterday was Cadbury, closing on a dip, losing 6 naira 90 kobo, having open trading at 69 naira, closed at 62 naira 10 kobo, making a daily dip of a negative 10% adjustment. Africa Prudential yesterday closed at 11 naira 70 kobo, losing 1 naira 30 kobo, having open trading at 13 naira, making a deplorable dip of a negative 10%. Triple G and Co yesterday closed at 3 naira 60 kobo from 4 naira at the opening market to lose a 0.40 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 10%, followed by John Holt. Yes, John Holt yesterday lost 1 naira 35 kobo to close in the bearish rim of a negative 9.93%, having closed at 12 naira 25 kobo from the opening of 13 naira 60 kobo. MC Nichols yesterday was equally bearish as he made a negative adjustment of 9.33%, standing up from the opening section at 7 naira 50 kobo to close at 6 naira 80 kobo, losing a 0.70 kobo in the drive. The Sterling Bank dominated market activity yesterday by speaking to volume drivers by a wide margin with 565.3 million units traded, followed by FCMB, yes, which saw 122.07 million yesterday, and then Access Corporation rose to 49.54 million naira. The trading session yesterday saw a broad pivot across major indices, with the previously resilient banking and industrial sectors facing notable downward pressure. Heavy profit taking and strategic portfolio shifts out of large cap counters drove the retrenchment. The Nigerian banking index declined to 2,272.44 points, tracking backwards as selective sell-offs in hit tier 1 and tier 2 lenders yesterday. And then whereas the Nigerian industrial index lowered to 11,590.56 points, significantly contributing to the aggregate market capitalization haircut yesterday. Part of yesterday's broader market auction comes as the Nigeria Exchange prepares to adjust its pricing methodology, reintroducing a graduated volume-based 3-tier framework. This reform aims to make price discovery more accurate for heavyweight industrial and financial counters, eliminating instances where tiny retail trades could swing multi-billion naira valuation. And quickly moving on to our market projection for today, the Nigeria Exchange is expected to open under severe bearish pressure this morning, following a sharp broad-based sell-off late yesterday that wiped 2.18 trillion naira off the market capitalization, pulling the All-Share Index ASI down by 1.41% to close at 237,404.92 points. Expect institutional investors to remain highly defensive and continue selective profit taking across all 5 major sectors, particularly in heavyweights like Dangote Cement, Dangote Sugar, and Owando. The financial service sector, led by tickers like First Holding Company and Access Corporation, will likely continue to dominate trading volumes, though buyers will lean strictly towards high dividend defensive positioning. Given the market breadth closed heavily negative yesterday at 13 gainers to 14 losers, and macro pressures like widening FS parallel to official spread persist, today we'll likely see a stock selective trading environment as market participants wait out the volatility ahead of the weekend. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the naira experienced a modest depreciation across both the official and parallel market windows yesterday, driven by localized demand pressures despite strong fundamentals. At the official window, weakened by 0.37%, indicating a drop of 5 naira, closing at 1,361 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, compared to Wednesday's close of 1,356 naira 50 kobo against the dollar. At the parallel market or the black market, the local currency lost 10 naira, yes, indicating a 0.71% depreciation, with the dollar selling at 1,405 naira. The buying rate hovered between 1,392 and 1,395 naira against the US dollar. The gap between the official and parallel rates widened slightly to 43 naira 50 kobo, indicating persistent demand pressure in the informal market. Nigeria's external reserves continued their upward march, climbing by 73 million US dollar to hit 50.886 billion US dollars, consolidating a 70-year high buffer level. Now, quickly to our market projection for today. Yes, where the naira is anticipated to trade within its current defensive band of 1,355 naira against the dollar to 1,370 naira against the dollar, the official window today. Strong system liquidity backed by rising external reserves and attractive short-term treasury bills above 19% will prevent any major currency free fall. Informal market demand will likely keep the parallel rate sticky around 1,400 and 1,410 naira against the US dollar, which, as retail end users continue to source alternative liquidity ahead of the weekend. Expect steady interventions and market oversight from the Central Bank of Nigeria, while corporate demand is tickling in ahead of the second half import cycle. The current liquidity buffer is strong enough to maintain relatively near-term exchange rate stability. And quickly turning to the global energy markets, which witnessed a massive structural shift yesterday as a landmark US-Iran interim peace agreement effectively dismantled the intense geopolitical risk premium that has propped up crude prices for months. The Brent stood at $79 79.85 cents a barrel yesterday, rebounding slightly into the close after plunging to an intraday of $76.54, its lowest level since early March. The catalyst here is that the electronic signing and implementation of the U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding. The agreement includes plans for swift reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, where 1/5 of global oil transit flows, the eventual lifting of U.S. sanctions on Iranian crude exports. The market is rapidly adjusting to the sudden return of supply. 3 Saudi-flagged tankers carrying roughly 6 million barrels of previously stranded crude successfully exited the waterways yesterday, and Kuwait Petroleum Corporation has already lifted all force majeure declarations. Brent is down roughly 10% for the week and about 38% from April highs near $120. It is currently testing a critical structural support floor between $76.60 and $78, as at today. The market outlook for today is that Brent crude is expected to trade with a soft, cautious bias today, hovering just under the $79 to $80 per barrel range as it heads towards a steep 9% to 10% loss for the week. And quickly turning to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities market continues to face pressure from structural fuel costs and elevated transport logistics, though headline food inflation slowed slightly to 1.75 month-on-month in the latest National Bureau of Statistics tracking. Prices of major staples reflect a clear geographical premium, heavily driven by proximity to northern agricultural beds versus southern transit logistics. I'm quickly taking a look at the regional staple food prices, where the 50 kg bag of rice in Enugu is sold between 82,000 to 95,000 naira, and in Abuja rather, it went for 75,000 to 85,000 naira, and in Lagos it sold between 88,000 to 98,000 naira. 50 kg bag of gari, whether the white or the yellow, in Enugu went for 35 to 42,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 45 to 55,000 naira, and in Lagos it went for between 38 to 48,000 naira. And the Brambis, the 100 kg bag of it, in Enugu went for 105 naira to 125 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 85,000 to 100,000 naira. In Lagos it went for 110,000 naira to 130,000 naira. The large yam tubers in Enugu sold between 3,500 to 5,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 2,500 naira to 3,800 naira, whereas in Lagos it went for 4,500 to 6,500 naira. Maize 50 kg bag of it sold between 52,000 to 60,000 naira in Enugu, and in Abuja it went for between 39,000 to 45,000 naira, and Lagos paid between 55,000 to 65,000 naira for it. The regional dynamics here, starting from Enugu, is that from Enugu benefits from cheaper root crop pricing like gari, cassava processing hubs, but pay a steep transport premium on northern sourced grains like beans and maize. In Abuja enjoys the lowest baseline prices across the board for grains, cereals, and tubers due to its close economic ties and transport links to major northern farm gates. And whereas Lagos remains the highest priced market for almost all primary staples, absorbing the compound impact of high inner city delivery logistics, heavy commercial demand, and wholesale middlemen markups. Major export grain performance here is that the international cash crop and grain export window is experiencing highly divergent pricing trends, driven by global inventory corrections and localized production challenges. Looking at export grade ginger, it remaining near historic highs following a localized seed bank preservation project to counteract earlier blight outbreaks. Supply remains tightly controlled against aggressive international export demand. Retail bags of fresh ginger command up to 400,000 naira per 50 kg bag, while export grade dry split ginger trades robustly between 13 million to 17 million naira per ton. And then looking at cocoa beans, is experiencing a significant international correction after hitting all-time historic highs in 2024, while the local export unit value hovers around $5, $5.31 per 1 kg, approximately 2,446 naira. Global benchmark have dropped nearly 38% from earlier first quarter peaks, reducing the immediate windfall margins for domestic exporters in southwestern cocoa belts. Sesame seeds and soybeans, starting from sesame seed, which is pricing softened slightly to an average of 1,150 naira per kg, while soybeans emerged as a recent top loser on domestic commodity exchanges, dropping to 41,000 naira per bag in northern hubs like Kaduna due to improved late season storage releases. The key takeaway here is that while the domestic grain market remains heavily dependent on seasonal rain, rain-fed harvest, the high cost of distribution with diesel and petrol holding sticky near 1,400 naira per litre ensures that retail food drops at market square will remain slow even as global commodity values swing down. And quickly moving on to the international market, where global equity markets yesterday experienced sharp divergence, heavily influenced by a relief rally following the historic US-Iran interim peace agreement, which counteracted hawkish interest rate warning from the Federal Reserve. And starting from the Wall Street, yes, the US index rebounded aggressively, clawing back the previous day's rate hike, scared to notch robust weekly gains ahead of today's, jaunty market closure. Nasdaq Composite made a positive 1.9%, surged to 26,517.93 points, powered by an Apple Intel hardware chip rally. S&P 500 equally positive of 1.1%, closed at 7,500.58 points. Dow Jones made a positive 0.1%, is a muted gain, finished at 51,564.70 points due to defensive positioning. And moving to the European market, which, traded with flat to bearish undertone as a plunging Brent crude price pulled down regional oil heavyweights, offsetting gains in semiconductor and industrial tech stocks. Germany DAX yesterday made a positive close of a 0.2%, advanced slightly to lead major European indices on tech sector defense. France CAC 40 was in the negative as he made a negative 0.1%. Yesterday ticked lower amid broad consumer and luxury drags. UK FTSE 100 was equally in the negative of a 0.8%. The clear underreporter here heavily dragged down by massive institutional sell-offs in energy majors like Shell and BP. And quickly moving to the Asian markets, where Asian indices split dramatically based on sector exposure, with tech hubs rocketing while Chinese property and internet giants faced steep capital outflows. Japan Nikkei 225 made a positive 1.6%, closed at a record-breaking 71,053.49 points, riding a 32% year-to-date wave, fueled by global AI chip demand and relief over Strait of Hormuz reopening. Hong Kong Hang Seng, is in the dip as he made a negative 1.6%, slowed to a July 2025 multi-month low, weighed down by an investor rotation out of Chinese internet majors like Tencent and Alibaba. The China Shanghai Composite made a negative 0.4%, closed lower just ahead of the Dragon Boat Festival holidays. And that takes us quickly to our market advice for the Nigerian investors. And we are here urging you to avoid the dip. Do not buy equities early. Wait for the market floor after yesterday's 2.18 trillion drop. And then on fixed income, we are urging you to lock in fixed income. Pivot capital into risk-free treasury bills yielding above 19%. On equities, defensive equities only. Yes, go into defensive equities only. If buying, stick to liquid, dividend-shielded Tier 1 banking counters. For example, Access Corporation and FBN Holdings. And then on Forex, we are urging you to hold Forex assets. Yes, keep USD-dominated assets as a macro hedge while the parallel Naira rate stays sticky above 1,400 Naira. And that's our market advice for today. We are urging you to Continue to stay sharp, continue to stay sharp, manage your entry points. Let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell, and keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụ ka mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị
morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. I am your one and only sports oracle, Good Chukuma, bringing you what's happening in the world of sports, in the world of football, in the world of Formula One and the rest of the sports.
Yeah, good morning, sport lovers. It's another Friday morning, an amazing morning to be here again to give you the details, the analysis of how it went down yesterday and what's coming up. Today is Friday. They say thank God it's Friday. And when we are entering the weekend, we have a lot of sports, a lot of sporting activities for you, to keep you glued to your TV, to keep you glued to your screen. So stay with us as we unfold what has been happening around the world, even in the world of football, in the world of boxing, in the world of tennis, and every other sport that you enjoy. So stay with us as we give you the analysis and what's going on.
Yes, we bring you the analysis.
Yeah.
Let's just take a look at the events that has been taking a turn. The World Cup is already going on.
Of course.
A lot of people are still angry that Nigeria.
I think by now she already be over with the anger.
It's not what you should be over, because you should even be thanking God. Because the
way they are playing.
What if they paired you with France?
The thanking God is that if we had qualified, of course we would have replaced the Democratic Republic of Congo, right? So we will have played Portugal. Portugal will have also been our opening match. And look at Democratic Republic of Congo. They played Portugal to a 1-1 draw. Maybe Nigeria would have gotten a better result. Maybe, possibly. I know we played a friendly match. We lost 2-1, but of course that's a friendly match. So I would not want to use it to judge the momentum. The way you enter the World Cup is not the same way you play the friendly match. So maybe, that's what I'm saying, probably Nigeria will have escaped with a win over Portugal. But nevertheless, we will have still been in a good position, even with a draw. So, but of course, we are over with the trauma of not qualifying for the World Cup. Maybe you had a heartbreak since, let's say, since last 4 months of time. You should have been over with it by now. So, of course, we are not enjoying the World Cup, even if our darling country is not playing the Cup. I'm enjoying the World Cup. I saw South Africa match yesterday, although it was not the result I was expecting, but nevertheless they got a draw. Yesterday I told you, of course, I was not supporting them in any way, but at the end of the day they had to play a 1-1 draw. But I had to take away the expectation of maybe them getting a 2-0 or 3-0 thrashing. But at the end of the day, Czech Republic disappointed me, and it was a 1-1 draw. So I have to live with it, and they have one more match. Now they have to be doing the mathematics that we sometimes used to do. If this other team should get a draw and we get a win, because that's the position they are now. They have 1 point from 2 matches. Of course, Mexico have already qualified. Mexico won South Korea.
1 point. Oh, okay, because
Mexico won South Korea yesterday, yes. And they lost their first match. So this is their second match now. They have 1 point. Meanwhile, Czech Republic also has 1 point, because Czech also equally lost their first match. But in terms of goal difference, Czech are above them. So South Africa is sitting 4th on the table, Czech Republic 3rd, South Korea 2nd. Mexico are the first country to qualify so far. So now they will do the maths. If they get to win Mexico, I don't know how possible that will be, to win Mexico in their final match. If then Czech Republic has to maybe in a way play a draw with South Korea, who is above them. Even though South Korea gets a draw, there will be 4 points, and if South Africa gets a win over Mexico, there will also be 4 points. Then they will now go into the goal difference mathematics, or head-to-head, whichever FIFA is going to use. So now they are in a tight corner. I would say a very tight corner, because they will now have to win Mexico with probably 2 goals difference to qualify.
South Africa.
Yes, South Africa will now have to win Mexico. So the mathematics now is not something that is looking to be in their favor. But at the end of the day, as an African, I don't know. I just wish them luck at this point. Whatever they see, they should
take, because whatever they see,
they should just take, because we have been taking what they have been giving us, over there. So now it's their turn to take whatever they see in the world of football.
And it's very okay. But for me, I would tell you that there could be more to this. Even while FIFA has rolled out that there's no racism or racist comments, they just rolled it out yesterday. You could see it in their game, the game versus Czech Republic, South Africa versus Czech Republic. They rolled out that there's no racism here. In case someone is having that intentions, you could just hide it or don't bring it out. If not, you
of course in football, there is no room for racism.
Yeah, of course in football.
But we right here, it's not racism for us. It's just when you are not, you did not treat our brothers well. You said they should go home, they should leave your country, as if they stole something from you. They were there to develop your country, but you are busy chasing them away that you don't want them. There is no, we are not, in fact, it's not racism for me. Yeah, I don't know, but I just don't like the fact, or there's nobody that likes the fact that you're chasing away your fellow brother. There are South Africans in Nigeria, for God's sake. There are South Africans in other countries. Have you heard that they are being chased away? So why are you the one that is not chasing them away for taking over your businesses? Business that you have not started, that they came to develop. The business is still in your country, still generating revenue in your country. It's being done in your country. Your people are being employed, and you're saying this, it's not something we should go in terms of sport, but that's why I am not supporting. I'm not supporting them.
You a lot.
No, it's not, because I have friends in South Africa. My family members are there. So now you are telling them. So sometimes we get to talk and they tell me the hardship they are facing. So for me, it's not something.
We're going to see what happens, and from where we are kicking off this morning with the information coming to us all the way in the world of boxing and also in the world of wrestling. There's a lot of lists that have been prepared, for the games that are coming up. And as we are here, we would like to give you these updates. In case you are interested to see these matches, you can just go over to your social media, to their social media also. You could check your YouTube. You could also check other platforms where you could watch these games, and Wizzy will bring it to us right away. And this is something, when I'm telling you about seeing the games, seeing this boxing games, and also the WWE, it is very important to note that sports deserves the list of the promotions. Our sports deserve the list and the best of the promotions. It deserves for people to know what is happening. People need to know what is happening in the world of sports, especially in our grassroots sporting festivals and environment. So we have to get this done. We have to put this right, and it is very important that we do that. So, Wizzy, we have the updates.
From the boxing scene, we are going to have a match that is going to take place between Spence Jr. versus Taizu, and this is like their countryside between USA and Australia. We also have Charlo versus Mazodia, and we also have Fulton versus Wilson. All these boxing matches will be taking place July 26th after Pay Arena, Sydney. Then even the women are also fighting. Here we don't leave out the women. We try to be gender equal. Yeah. There's no room for inequality here. So we have a Desley Robinson who is going to fight Tam Tybot, and of course Desley Robinson has a four rounds of knockout. She has gotten 4 KOs, and Tybot has 3 KOs. She has won 4 matches and lost none, while Desley has won 12 matches and lost just 3. This match is taking place at Orlando, Florida, and of course it's on Saturday, August 8th, and it's going to be live on ESPN. Then we also have other matches involving the women, where we have Chenaka Johnson versus Dina Torslund. Chenaka Johnson has 92 wins against 2 losses. She has 8 knockouts, while Dina Torslund has 24 wins and she has not lost any matches. She has 9 KOs. This match is the undisputed world championship, the 118 lightweight. Then we have Desley Robinson, of course, I've said that match, versus Tam Talbot. We also have Shoretta Metcalf, who is fighting against Amanda Gale, and this is for the super flyweight bout. Of course, everything is in the women's category. So Shoretta Metcalf has 15 wins. She has lost just 1. She has 2 knockouts, while Amanda has 12 wins. She has lost just 1. She has just 1 knockout. Tickets are on sales already, starting from today, 11 a.m. And all these matches are taking place at Orlando, Florida. Of course, you can see the various sponsors. They're talking about promotion. We have them. They are up to 4 or 5 for now. We have the event tickets. We have the Carrier Royale Orlando. We have the Fondel, which is all these people are going to be sponsoring this match. And also in the world of Zuffa boxing, we have other matches. This is in the men's category. We have a fight between Edwin De Los Santos versus Jose Venezuela. We also have a fight between Omar Trinidad versus Jerwin Ancajas. And we also have Kane Sandoval versus Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee is from US. These are all US fights, both of them.
It's a US game, yes.
Then we also have the prelims, coming up around 5 p.m. between Flored Diaz, this is US versus Mexico, Flored Diaz versus Andres Terran. Then we also have Tony Herches Jr. versus J. Braid Pebento. Then we also have Damoni Kato Kane versus Venon Brown. Then we also have a match between Brady Ochoa versus Adrian Serrano. Then the last match is between Jagonve Zokirov versus Zakav Spiller. All these matches are coming up on Sunday, June 28th. Of course, our favorite Paramount is part of the sponsors.
It's part of the sponsors.
These Paramount, they have always been in the boxing arena where they get to sponsor. This is just talking about the promotions. We also have Zufa. Of course, it's a Zufa boxing match. That's Zufa 2. It's all sponsoring these fights. Yeah,
that it's coming up on in the lightweight. It's coming up on Sunday, June 28th. That's when the fight is coming up. So at times this June, there's a way the June used to do me. I feel like we are already
yes, so sometimes I feel like this is just probably a week or some days coming. And
I'm like, wow,
it's already close by.
It's really close by you. So in that fight, we have Edwin de Los Santos versus Jose Valenzuela. Yeah, that's the guys who are going to take place in the fight. Then we have Omar Trinidad. Omar Trinidad is going to fight Jerwin Ancajas. Then also you have in the welterweight. You have Kane Sandoval versus Brandon Lee. Now in the prelims, that's the 5 p.m. Eastern time or 2 p.m. In the time zone you have Floyd Diaz is going to fight Andres Terran. Then you have Tony Hitch Jr. is going to fight J. Breed P. Benito. Then you have Diamoni Kato Kane is going to fight Venom Brown. Then we have Brady Ochoa. That's the same fight that we listed. So this fight is going to take place on that Sunday. And from the fights that has happened over the days, seeing that UFC fight, UFC 250 Freedom fight that generated a lot of views. I mean, we could say that's the highest views UFC
so far
has had so far. Citing the participation from boxers or from all walks of life coming there to showcase what they know how to do. That's to hit somebody.
How to throw punches, 150 million views.
150 million views. And it's still generating views, because this one I saw about, it has even got an extra 50 million views.
People are still going to keep watching.
Yeah, people are still going to keep watching. Even yesterday, I had to see one of the games just, in the wrestling. I had to just see that Roman Reigns fight with Jacob Fatu.
Okay, you had to go and take a look.
I had to go and just take a look at it so that I can see how they are.
And why Fatu is still demanding for other. If maybe there was something that we did not see, because now he's still trying to make headlines, so that he will get a second match or a rematch. I don't know why he still wants someone to go and meet this guy Roman Reigns to tell him that I still want a rematch, or they should denounce him, the tribal chief. I think he's just trying to make headlines. I will also try, look at that match again, because you are beaten hands down. You accepted. You made a statement that this guy is who he says he is. Then now you are coming to try to create an arena for you to get a rematch. I don't know what you are looking for again. Whether you want a second beating or you have an agenda, to come up with a win in any sort of way. I don't know, but any day, anytime for me, Roman Reigns versus Jacob Fatu is always going to be Roman Reigns. I don't know what he's still looking for.
Yeah, it's only going to be Roman Reigns, but then I know one of these days Jacob Fatu would still amount to something.
Yeah, of course.
Jacob Fatu is trying to claim the tribal chief.
That's something people are trying to. People over time, not just he's just a newcomer for me. We have the Uso brothers that have been there.
Yes,
we have Seth Rollins that have been there.
Rollins. We have
There's one of that guy that I've forgotten his name. He has been there. In fact, he is the one that, if someone could have taken over, he was the one that was supposed to. He has a well-built body. He's very strong. I'll remember his name over time. He could have taken over. Even The Rock was part of the family then.
But The Rock is not still part. It's not part of the family.
No, he's not like a grandfather to them. You know, he's not more
in fact for me,
wrestling match.
In fact, The Rock now, he has found his role.
No, The Rock is more into movies now.
And that's beautiful.
And so he has left the, you know, that's why I say it's more like a grandfather is watching them from. He will not come to the ring now and tell you he wants to be the tribal chief. He does not have anything to do with the tribal chief anymore.
He doesn't even have the capacity to beat anybody.
No, of course, he's come of age. Wrestling, there's an age you get to that. If The Rock should step into the ring now with someone like Obafemi, you know that match will not take more than 2 minutes and it will be over, because he does not have that agility anymore on his side. So I like the role he has taken. He has gone into the movie industry, you know, trying to exercise his own kind of, when you see him in the movie, acts very, you've forgotten that this guy used to be a wrestler, you know. He does not show that fight. Sometimes it can be very calm. You will see The Rock acting in a very calmly fatherhood figure, and you'll be like, is this not The Rock that used to give people some moves that we used to see those days? But of course, he's no more interested in anything tribal chief or bloodline or this or that. Let Jokofa to go and be doing the bloodline and tribal chief while he's doing his movies and every other thing.
All right, so we still have from that's London Marathon, and in 2027, from the update we're getting, that there will be held over 2 days. That's talking about the London Marathon, with 100,000 runners set to take part in one off event. That's the event will take place on April 24th to 25th, with the elite women racing on one day and the elite men on the other. That's the races will take place just a day after the next race. So it's going to be a time where people are meant to come out. We're going to see what the registration is all about when we start to register, when you start to, you know, put your, you know, register to get ready for the next event. And talking about racing, I mean, we have not even had marathon. We've not even come along this way for a while, because there seems not to be a lot, except just a few days ago, the American guy had to break some records. Now, I mean, this is part of the sports that also has some influence, because it's marathon. And, you know, in Africa, it's only one particular country.
I think that should be Tanzania also.
Kenya,
Tanzania.
Kenyans have the capacity to, you know, stay put throughout the
you see them marathon. Very lean, and you know they will run for almost hours, and you see these guys still going. They have that endurance, you know. When you see them in the track and field category, they start the race and you'll be watching. Sometimes when I watch them doing this marathon, because it's not something you just watch, because it takes quite a number of, let's say, hours before they will even finish the race. So once you are watching, you see them, they will tune into another thing, maybe javelin or any other sport, but they will not keep you glued to go and be watching people just running for hours. So, but sometimes when they want to start the race and I'm opportunity to see it, and I will like, why this guy is so slim? You see them so slim and lanky, but these guys will run up to hours and they will not get so tired. You see them, when they come to the finish line, they will just jog and stay one place. And you always get to see that it's African, to show you that we, the Africans, we have a lot to endure. We endure a lot. So we have that endurance to take up to, do you know what it takes to, be jogging or be running for hours? And, it's always between Kenya, Tanzania, just as we have said. You see the white guys, they will mostly finish when you start counting fifth and below. That's when you now start seeing countries in the European countries or Asia countries. But when you count 1, 2, 3, even 4, you get to see that you either seeing 2 Kenyans or 3 Kenyans, then 1 Tanzania or 1 Namibia. I used to see those names. They are always constant. It's always a constant thing that you have to see someone from African country win this. And sometimes you get to be proud that, okay, yes, at least we are dominant in this category. They know that we are very endurant.
And of course, in Nigeria, we have people who are making history. People who are also doing their best in this in terms of marathon, taking the race, carrying the race on their head. And that brings us to the, Athletics Federation of Nigeria is rolling out all Nigerian national tryouts for Commonwealth Games, Glasgow 2026. They are rolling out that just in a day, and it's all Nigerian national tryouts for Commonwealth Games, Glasgow 2026. It's going to take place from Saturday to Monday, 20th to 22nd of June 2026, and time is 8 a.m. daily, and it's at Yaba Tech Sports Complex, Yaba, Lagos. And it's one of the events that we have been looking up to as a nation. So it's going to take place, and everyone who is interested should go and register and try their athletic powers out. I feel for me it's a sport, it's an event that everyone needs to. If you have a flair for athletics, if you've been recognized in your inter-house sports, if they say you run a lot, you can go and try it.
It's something, it's more of like, for me, I see it like as a form of exercise, because you are getting to run a long distance, and it helps keep the heart, keep the blood flowing, and it's something maybe probably I will like to recommend that you have the strength, you have the why you looking at me like you have the physique, and you look like someone that can endure.
You look like someone that cannot endure problems.
This is I'm like a very good. I'm very good at cheering somebody.
At cheering, yes.
When you are running, I'll be by the side.
I'll give you water.
I'll give you mini skirt. No. I don't need mini skirt. I'm just telling you.
Gloves so that you start cheering.
You have that capacity. You have that capability.
Don't you have the capacity?
I've told you where I'm good at.
You are good at cheering.
If it's to bring you water, room temperature water, after you run.
What are you saying?
But it will be good for you. You should try it.
The thing is that you try it too, but coming down here, you will see that the door is open for everyone. And there's no special registration until you get there. You can now, make some. I like that this. In fact, it came out late.
No, but there's still time.
There's still time. Yeah. It's tomorrow.
You can still go and
register on Monday. You can still go and register on Monday.
So maybe after the show, probably I will look into it, and maybe I'll write your name down for you. I know you'll be very busy.
Well,
I will have time to
apart from what he's saying, I want to tell you guys, if you're out there and you want to, engage in sports, you are very good with your foot, you're very good with your hands, you're very good with your with your brain. You're also very good in your inter-house sports. You're also very good in a lot of places, especially in athletics. Kindly go and register, especially if you're in Lagos. If you're around the southwest, you can just try it out. Who knows where you'll be. And also in this, you could have the long put, the short put, the these games that we watch in the Olympics are going to come up, so you can try it out. Maybe this is that call you needed. This is that call that you have been waiting for. This is that announcement for you to take your career, to take your vocation to the next level. So if you're around, whether you're young, there's no age limit so far until we get there on Saturday. Then it's going to take place Saturday to Monday. So please try and register, try and be part of what is happening, because it's actually a Commonwealth Games in Glasgow 2026 that will be coming up in September, October. So let's just see what our nation. It's a very good opportunity to represent Nigeria, also for you to be part of those who had to represent our nation in sports and competitions. Yes, it is okay that you engage in that.
Yeah, of course.
It's okay you engage in that.
No. Just like you have said, I will definitely do that after the show. Straight away, I will go and register. If I will just tell them also to check, my blood pressure, my heart rate. Just to know that I'm fit enough. Sometimes we don't take these things into consideration. Yeah. Just before I'll be running and just collapse from what I don't know.
Yes.
So I will just have to check if I'm fit enough.
And I could say that reminds me that when you get there, they will do you a test. Yeah. They will check your body, check if you're okay. They will check your heart. They will check your kidney. They will run down a test on your body. When they are done, then you can be able to be part of the event, the competition. You can't just enter.
Before everybody will start running and before who started, you will not meet him at the finish line.
That kind of a thing. So
it will not be a good story.
It will not be a good story, and it will dent the image of the nation. Imagine people are going for the best. You're going for the health. You understand what I mean? So if you eventually doesn't take care of some things, you now fall below the benchmark. And because it's health, nobody will blame you. But you know that the nation has lost something. I mean, the position they should have gotten. So that's very important. So if you can also do yourself a favor by checking your health, your BP.
Even if that's just what you went there to do, and you get to know your health status. It's also something good for you.
Pressure, check your body system. Just check and know if there's something you really need to do. And this is something that we all have to just take a look. And also, I want to also remind you as a Nigerian citizen that you need to exercise a lot. You need to go out there and partake, join a gym, do a gym subscription. You can also start exercising in your
even from
house.
Home,
from home you can start to exercise. Engage in athletics, engage in running a lot, get this this gym equipment that you can use to be exercising in your house. It's very important because no one knows where their problem primarily when it comes to health is tied to. So you have to exercise so that you can keep fit. And on this note, we have to take a short break. We'll be right back with a lot of stories happening around the FIFA World Cup and in the world of football. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back still on this edition of Aneke TV Sports, and I am still your one and only host, Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. Now let's take a look at the results that came through yesterday on Thursday and the games that had to happen in the second play of the World Cup. We are talking about where you have Czech Republic and South Africa, where they had a draw game 1-1, and you are talking about the next game, talking about Switzerland and Bosnia having their game. That's 4-1. Switzerland had to win 4-1. Then you are now seeing the biggest win. We could say this is the biggest win of this tournament so far. Where you are
one of the biggest wins, because Germany also won 7-1.
Germany won 7-1. Yes, I just
still 6 goals difference.
Still 6 goals difference. Where you have Canada winning Qatar. Yes, this is what we are seeing. Then you also have South Korea and Mexico crushing it out, but Mexico had to take the win. And these are the games that has come true to.
Yeah, it was a fantastic yesterday for me. And the first match, of course, we have talked about is South Africa versus Czech Republic. But the second match, which was Switzerland versus Bosnia, was in fact an entertaining match. The first half was quite calm, just everybody exchanged football, trying to exchange pleasantries. They were playing I would call it a friendly match because nobody was really that offensive. They were mostly playing a kind of cautious football. They were both trying to exercise their right because they knew what was online. But at the end of the day, we had to witness a second half that was filled with 5 goals. We had to witness 5 goals in the second half, and this is the second half that's produced almost 5 goals. This is the first time in this World Cup that we have 5 goals in the second half. Most at times it was always 4 goals where we had to play 2-2. Japan and Netherlands had to play 2-2. So this is the first time that a second half in this World Cup FIFA 2026 that is hosting or having 5 goals in a time, and the goal started from the 74th minute. Imagine having to play 45 minutes and the goal started coming in from the 74th minute. That's almost at the tail end of the second half. The goal started coming in, and the opener was Mazambi. Then we also had Vargas, who had to score at the 84th minute. Meanwhile, Bosnia had to go down with a red card. That red card was given to Muharemovic. Then Manzabi also had to score another goal, which was assisted by Vargas. Then Mamic, who came in at the 90+1 minute, he was just subbed in, and he had to recognize himself by giving the crowd a spectacular goal. Got the 4th goal, while Granat Xhaka had to convert from the penalty spot here from Arsenal captain, who is also playing. I think he's in Sunderland right now in the Premier League, and he's a great guy.
I will tell you when I play my game. I can tell you where everybody is right now. So when I play my game, I can tell you. So it's one of the games that happened yesterday. And it was a wonderful, entertaining.
Wonderful. So in fact, one of the most entertaining second half.
Why World Cup is very different from leagues. Yeah. If you notice what's happening in this World Cup, you would see teams are playing counter-attacking football. Yeah. Attacking football. Nobody's doing defensive football.
Apart from the Cape Verde that we saw that played.
Apart from Cape Verde. Cape Verde did not come for World Cup.
No, Cape Verde
goalkeeper that came for World Cup.
The team came. I don't know if they have achieved what they came for. Because that's alone, that 1-1 draw has put Cape Verde. I can tell you the next FIFA World Ranking that will come outside, you will see where Cape Verde will eventually be.
Just because they came for the World Cup.
Yes, that because they came for the World Cup, and they came and played a 0-0 draw against Spain. Imagine a country like Spain, who should be ranked in the position 2. If I'm not mistaken, I know Argentina is position 1, and Spain should be position 2 or 3. Then coming to play a Cape Verde that I'm not sure if they're in the top 100 in the FIFA country ranking. Getting a draw from there, that will boost your ranking. This is one thing that Nigeria has missed out. You see that the next ranking we go probably so down maybe to 40 something. If we are even still lucky to get that 40 something, because it will be so, it has deteriorated. Now that you not participate in the World Cup, how are they supposed to rank you? Every other African countries that participated might get a better ranking than you. Of course, your points that you have accumulated so far will still speak for you, but this will also boost other countries ahead of you. If you come to the African ranking right now, I don't think Nigeria will be in the first 3 anymore. You are probably end up maybe position 5 to 10, but in the first 5, I'm not sure you will see Nigeria. They, of course, with not participate in the World Cup, is also having to push us back. Then moving on, we also have a match between Canada and Qatar.
And Qatar.
That when I hear this Canada most of the time, I used to remember that song where you say Canada from Magneto.
Yes,
I just remember that song.
I used to remember the song, and this game gave me a lot of chills. When I saw the score, I'm like, what?
It was a thriller. It was a thriller, but
at least their first win.
Their first win. The first one they were supposed to win, which was against Switzerland, and they had to play a 1-1 draw. It was painful for them because they were almost out of that match with the win, but of course Switzerland came back to score a heartbreaking goal. According to the Canadian fans, they will say it was heartbreaking for them, but this time around there was no heartbreak for them. It was more of heartbreak for Qatar, who we are having more red cards that they were slotting in the balls into the net. And the match was a bit of rough tackles, because I was opportune to see the match. After they have played it, I went back to watch some of the plays, and it was filled with so much rough tackles here and there. In fact, they are lucky to get away with these 2 red cards, because they had to take one of Canadian players. The tackle was so serious that he had to be stretched off the field, and he could not continue. Even the person that tackled him was like marveled, because the player was, after tackling, he had to now look at the player. He was still there. I think that player had a broken leg or so, so he had to put his hand on his head like, wow, the tackle I made was really too dangerous. And of course he was sent off. The first red card was in the first half of the game. After Canada were already leading 2-0 thanks to Larency and David J. David Jonathan, who saw that they could have, has a Nigerian trait. He could have played for Nigeria and coming to have hat-trick in this match. Then there were a lot of officiating. There was a penalty that was overturned. Canada were initially given a penalty.
That's why it's World Cup.
It was overturned after a VR review.
You see, in this World Cup, I'm seeing much
understanding of what football is. This is the football at the highest peak.
Yeah.
The officiating has to be extremely professional.
Yeah.
Everything has to be on point. The only thing that people still have been criticizing the US about is that, rehydration break.
Of course,
Which we're gonna take a look at that.
When the atmosphere is not conducive, you have to readjust.
Now that's not just in that rehydration break. There's also an advertisement. So teams or talking about teams like Fox One, brand like Fox One, who are the major broadcasters, one of the major broadcasters of this World Cup, could do an ad, and then a lot is happening. So people are criticizing that particular hydration break. So even though it's hot and it's very humid there, however, people are kind of saying that should not happen because it's US. And people are also criticizing the lack of attention, because a lot of people were not given visas. Their visas were not granted to come into the US or Canada. So people are criticizing the immigration.
Of course, they have their own
immigration business. I mean, the immigration policy in the US, and also people are criticizing other things around the immigration, hydration, and the rest of everything that has shown.
And now it's a country, so they have their own policies.
I must tell you that looking at this World Cup, you could not have said that US would not, could not host the World Cup, or would not be a country that can put the capacities together. You know why? 16 games were played in US, Mexico, and Canada. No stadium for 16 games was reused. So it was a new stadium, different stadiums across 15 stadiums, across 15 games. 16 games, sorry. So it tells you that the professionalism is high and wide. That's all. Because now I started with teams not playing, not playing low block. That's most teams are not playing low block except Cape Verde. Now in the teams attacking, if you watch the game, Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay, that's the highest attacking game I've watched. That people we are shooting from the center of the midfield. People can shoot from there. These guys train for shots. Especially Valverde.
When we watch Valverde in Real Madrid, of course he's constant. It's like K. When you say K constant in mathematics, that's Valverde for you. That's his constant kind of play. He does not care. He does not even want to get to the box 18 before he unleashes his shot. He has the ability. He has the technique. So most of the time he takes the shot outside. And US, Mexico, Canada, it's like spanning across 3 countries. So that professionalism should be there, where probably they have not repeated any stadium for the last 16 matches they have played. So it's 3 countries combined. They have a lot of stadium, and they have shown that they have the capacity to host the World Cup. And the immigration, of course, this US, we know this is an advanced country. We don't want to just let everybody just come in and do whatever they like.
Let's take, for instance, the Somalian coach referee that they held back his visa.
I think FIFA should have looked into that very well.
No.
This is somebody that is an official for FIFA. I don't know why you should be holding.
Not as an official for FIFA. He's
the best African referee. So I think that for me, that dents an image on we, the Africans, because this is someone that has been approved by FIFA. So you can't tell me he does not have his papers, or he should not be denied visa. Why are you denying visa? Does US have a problem with Somalia? Is it a country?
Okay, well, yes. Actually, their countries are so grateful and so exciting that their nation was not listed. If you check through the list of countries who has been sidelined or declared terrorist-bound nations, Somalia, from US. I'm talking about from US stats, not from the world stats, because this is particularly for them.
Yeah, that's US, of course.
Okay, we are not just going to talk politics, but it's more of a safety issue that they raised within themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, what countries. You see what happened. The same thing happened to Iran. After Iran played in the US, Iran was not allowed. They were not allowed to sleep in the US.
They had to move immediately.
They had to fly to Mexico. They were not allowed to, the team, they were not allowed to stay back in their hotel. They flew them to Mexico. That was what happened to Iran. So, I mean, it is their policy, their immigration policy, that no matter how good you are in the eyes of the world, when it comes to their own policy, you have to go through that scrutiny. You have to be cleared. Okay, look at a country like Iran. Everybody, even the coach, the coaching crew, the staffs of the Iranian nation, even the players, as they finished the game, everybody, they had to fly everybody. They had to evacuate everybody from US.
No, that's one policy. There's nobody above the law.
Actually, now, everybody talking about that Somalian, do you know there are other? For instance, Thomas Partey was not granted visa into Canada.
Yeah, no, Thomas Partey, even before this World Cup, we already know he had his own issues. Yeah,
at Villarreal.
Yeah,
Villarreal.
Was he even Villarreal? I think before he went to Villarreal,
he started from Arsenal. Yeah, but let's say from Villarreal, he had issues. Yeah. Now the thing is that he was not granted visa. There's another guy from Cote d'Ivoire that was not granted visa into Canada too. Yeah. He plays well, he does, he's a wonderful player, but he was not granted visa. So what's going on? What's happening? Is a policy. Is actually their immigration policy. This is or maybe because, okay, let me not go there. Let's just bring it down to the Premier League. Massengould had an issue. Yeah. And he was taken away from England.
From England entirely.
Entirely. Once there's an issue that has to deal with, sexual offense, a suspect of drug, whatever, you are going to be taken away from the audience and from the scene. That is this. So now, talking about the Somalian coach, he's an amazing coach. In fact, he has been a referee, he has been compensated with, so that he could, officiate the UEFA Super Cup between PSG and Aston Villa. That's the compensation.
FIFA said they are going to pay him his full salary.
No, yes, they don't mind. They're going to pay him his full salary. Yeah. They're going to give him the bonuses, VAT bonuses. They're going to give him the officiating.
I think that's a good.
That's a good thing. But then, that is telling you how serious these issues are. Yeah. Do you get? So when you talk about people, in fact, there's a way you play, there's a way you get a red card, they will send you home.
No, some challenges.
There's a way you get a red card.
No, red card, usually you miss 2 to 3 matches, but there are some challenges that you do that you might not. It's not just about missing 2 or 3 matches. You might have to miss up to 5 matches.
You will go home.
And you'll be fined.
You'll be fined and you'll be fined. The thing is that, looking at what led us to this game, this matter, looking at football, the FIFA World Cup, you will see that teams are really careful. Teams are very careful.
There are a lot of rules this time around.
They are very, very careful, because now, talking about the hydration issue that we were having, many people have, given their comments, said 1 or 2 things against that. There's nobody that has said, okay, this is actually great, because they are using that half time. Just 30 seconds before the kickoff, 30 seconds before, they have an ad that will run. So it's actually a money-making venture.
Yeah, people, you of course, you want to generate.
It's actually
all this.
Yes.
And remember, this hydration break is not the first time.
It happened in
the Club World Cup. They also did hydration break,
because everywhere.
When the weather is too hot, you just have to take hydration break.
Okay. Now look at the argument people are bringing. People are saying that if US and Mexico and Canada are having hydration issue, right? Let's say they're having hydration issue because of the time the World Cup was played. This World Cup would have shifted towards the ending of the year.
No, you can't shift World Cup towards the ending of the
year. No, you don't understand.
Because the Premier League, in fact, other leagues are happening towards that time. This is just the best. This is the best time to play World Cup.
That's actually an argument that you know, the season where they are, it should have been shifted so that there could be much more snow. And there was rain.
The only way what I see is that is either you are saying they should just take it away from those countries, but you can't shift it away from this period.
Okay, wait. Take it away from that.
Then you can say another country should host where you don't have to put into hydration break.
Hosting World Cup, in fact, till 2032.
Yeah.
That it will go back to Saudi Arabia. It go back to the Middle. The World Cup will go back to the Middle East. It has the slot has been taken. The slot has been prepared. The people that are going to host in 3 years' time.
Yeah.
So is already down. Like you can't wake up and say, okay, we are changing it. This World Cup, this particular World Cup, the plan started 10 years ago.
What I'm saying is that you cannot move it towards the end. There's no way you can play World Cup around October, November, December, because the leagues are going on.
Because
it's always between that's actually April to June period.
That's actually what people were saying. Now I want us to, why we are still talking about this World Cup. Teams are gearing up, and then they're talking about the hydration in Qatar. The other time in Qatar 2022 World Cup.
Yeah.
What happened there? US as the world power, claimed world power, which of course they are the world power. Let's not
one of the world
powers, but they are the world power. Now, they in technology I'm talking about, in AI, in digitalization, in everything. Now they have this privilege or the strength to build ACs, air conditions. To even that hydration break is even happening in places, in stadiums that has no
open roof.
Yes, so people are arguing, not me.
Well, for me,
I'm not arguing
to build and put ACs. It's a stadium is quite big, and
I'm not arguing.
Except you are having to have a closed roof.
But in Qatar, in that World Cup, you saw that there was nothing like the hydration break.
That that comes down to the weather, the atmosphere.
It's actually business.
No, you always have hydration.
It's business.
I know they want to advertise, they want to bring in all those other side of the business issue, but when you play, the footballers that are playing, you have to have pity on these people. They are humans. When you play for 15-20 minutes and your body system is already telling you when you need to rehydrate. If it was something that was evitable, of course, the footballers you will see that they will have protested that they don't actually need this hydration break. But you see that once this hydration break comes in, they all rush to get water. So they have to play football.
Why do you think
they have to keep their play?
Why do you think they rush to get water?
The atmosphere is not conducive for them. This is not the weather they are used to.
Okay, those who are playing in Enugu here, all these Enugu boys,
you also
would have packed Enugu boys and gone.
Even sometimes if you watch a US league, sometimes if you watch when Messi is playing, because now that Messi is there, we get to watch it once a time. They used to go for hydration break now because the weather there is not the way it used to be maybe if you say England or Spain, where you don't take anything like hydration break. You play for 45 minutes. So it's peculiar to their weather. So you just have to let them take a hydration break. Then they will do the advert, the business side of it.
This is what I'm saying is the complaints. I could say the complaints
from fans. Because fans they want to enjoy football. They want to have a 45 minutes.
So that's what they are. Not me. I don't have issue.
No, they should calm down.
It's okay because it's actually a way to generate revenue.
Yeah,
and then Fox is really at the helm of affairs of this World Cup. So they are kind of trying to
investors have come in. People have invested a lot in this way. You are saying they should not do the adverts. No, they have to that 30 seconds. They need that 30 seconds to 1 minute to do their advert.
I'm still talking about this World Cup. You still have the GOAT debate still going on, where you have Lionel Messi.
Yesterday we said we should. We don't even have much time.
Yeah, we don't even have much time. But
maybe on Monday we will go into this debate.
But just in a minute, you could say you will see that everyone has started to re-echo that Lionel Messi is the owner of this World Cup, while they have said that after round one, he's the highest goal scorer.
After round one, now you have the VJ who has also scored hat-trick.
So now
let's wait for after round.
It's going to be. We still have the likes of in this list of goal scoring. You have the likes of Lionel Messi, then who has scored 3 after round one. Then following by Logan, then you have Elijah Just. Then you have Yasin Ayari. Then you have Kai Havertz. Then you have Kylian Mbappe, then you have Erling Haaland, and you have Harry Kane. And all of these people, the dangerous strikers, Erling Haaland and Harry Kane
are already and for Mbappe too. So now imagine these three dangerous strikers that we have in the world are already are just number 2. Imagine what this if they play the next game, what is going to be like. So
no, there's still going to be a lot of goals to come in.
Yes, there's still going to be. Do you think Lionel Messi would score more goals and he will be the Golden Boot winner of this?
How about this Golden Boot race? I can't tell you for now that I'm going to just...
I do think Cristiano Ronaldo is out of the Golden Boot.
For me, I never put him in the Golden Boot race.
I would have put him in more of an assist or
yes, you should more because Ronaldo might not be
in the coaching crew.
No, he has not been relegated to the coaching crew yet, but he might not be able to get those goals, to put him in that Golden Boot. See, Haaland is going to score a lot of goals. Mbappe is going to score. Messi now might not even get, let's say he might not even get a goal, or he might get a goal in the, but I'm not even after those guys. Look at Mbappe, Haaland. Those two people are going to, they have the opportunity to score a lot of goals in this season. Olise, of course, is not an outstriker. I would have put Olise in the game, but when you now have Mbappe in the race, Olise, if you have a penalty for France now, it's going to be given to Mbappe. So he might not have the opportunity to get more goals. And of course, so if I'm going to put a name or names out there for Golden Boot, of course, I'm going to put Mbappe, Harry Kane. Yeah. Those two. Of course, Norway as a country might not get that far to me, let's say, to a semi-final in this FIFA World Cup. It might not be possible. Of course, coming to, in terms of ranking and the way other countries play, if you put Norway against France right now, you might not see Norway qualifying. But for me, Mbappe and Haaland are my two top names for the Golden Boot. And of course, our sport lovers, this is all we can take on the show. Of course, it's time to call it a wrap. And stay with us. We will still come your way on Monday, where we'll give you the analysis and everything that played out during this weekend. Just go there, enjoy the FIFA World Cup, enjoy the tennis that are coming up, enjoy the boxing until we come your way again. I remain my humble self worldwide. Have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle. Wonderful. Bye.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Onyechu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Anambra police detain landlord over death of nursing student in Alor. National Economic Council approves 83 billion naira intervention fund to tackle flooding across the country. On the foreign scene, Indonesia suspends free school meals program during holidays as government cuts spending and redirects resources to vulnerable communities. And on the business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria reports 134 billion naira losses to financial fraud over 6 years, unveils stronger cybersecurity measures. Now the news in details. The National Economic Council has approved 83 billion naira for immediate flood prevention measures across the country. The approval was granted at the council's meeting chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. The fund represents 50% of the 166 billion naira requested by the Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning for anticipatory actions against flooding. The intervention is expected to support vulnerable communities ahead of the peak rainy season. Briefing newsmen after the meeting, Governor Bassi Otu of Cross River State said the initiative reflects a proactive approach to disaster management and environmental protection. He explained that the first phase of the program would support flood mitigation projects, including the construction of water retention facilities in flood-prone areas, especially communities affected by runoff and water releases from Cameroon's Lac d'Oc Dam. The federal government has inaugurated a presidential task force on Ebola virus disease preparedness as part of efforts to prevent any possible outbreak in the country. Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Babajibia-Miller, inaugurated the task force in Abuja. He said Nigeria currently has no reported case of Ebola, but stressed the need for earlier preparedness. According to him, the task force will coordinate surveillance, border monitoring, emergency response, and public health communication to strengthen the country's readiness. Director General of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Jide Idris, said health screening and surveillance measures had already been strengthened at major entry points across the country. The federal government has approved the deduction of 500 billion naira from the Federation account to support critical national security operations and related interventions. The deduction was made from revenues shared through the Federation Account Allocation Committee for May 2026 before distribution to the three tiers of government. Officials said the funds would be used to strengthen security operations and support strategic projects aimed at addressing emergency security challenges across the country. Meanwhile, the Department of State Services has backed a bill seeking the establishment of a dedicated trust fund for the agency, but advised against provisions permitting foreign donations, citing national security concerns. The federal government has intensified efforts to curb the proliferation of illegal firearms and light weapons, particularly in the Northeast region. The National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons said it is working closely with security agencies to recover illicit weapons and dismantle trafficking networks. During a strategic visit to Maiduguri, Borno State, officials of the center held consultations with security commanders, government officials, and civil society groups on strengthening collaboration. The agency, operating under the Office of the National Security Advisor, said the recent legislation has strengthened its mandate to investigate and prosecute offenses relating to illegal arms possession and trafficking. The federal government says arrangements are ongoing to evacuate Nigerians affected by recent incidents targeting foreign nationals in parts of South Africa. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, said more than 1,000 Nigerians had registered for evacuation, while the first batch of returnees had already arrived in Lagos. She said the government remains engaged with South African authorities through diplomatic channels to ensure the safety and protection of Nigerian citizens. The minister reaffirmed Nigerians' commitment to peaceful dialogue and the protection of its nationals abroad while monitoring development closely. The Anambra State Police Command has detained a landlord in connection with the death of a 23-year-old nursing student in Alo, Idemili South local government area. The deceased, Miss Chiamaka Chilaka, was a student of the College of Nursing Sciences, Alo. Her body was discovered in her residence on Sunday. Police spokesperson Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga said preliminary investigations revealed visible injuries on the victim's body, prompting a full-scale investigation. Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ikyoyu Orutugu, has directed the State Criminal Investigation Department in Oka to take over the case while the body has been deposited in a mortuary for autopsy. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has commenced the distribution of sensitive election materials ahead of Saturday's legislative by-elections and the Ekiti State governorship election. The elections will be conducted in several states, including Enugu, Rivers, Nasarawa, Ondo, Kebbi, and Kano, to fill vacant legislative positions. In Rivers State, election materials for the Rivers South-East Senatorial Districts were inspected by political party representatives at the Central Bank of Nigeria facility in Port Harcourt. Meanwhile, security agencies have announced measures to ensure peaceful polls, including movement restrictions in some affected areas and the deployment of additional personnel. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, says sanctions imposed on broadcast stations are guided by established regulations and due process. Southeast Zonal Director of the Commission, Mrs. Ijoma Tio Obodo, stated this during a media engagement program in Abia State. She said stations are usually issued warnings and given opportunities to correct violations before any regulatory action is taken. The Commission reiterated its commitment to promoting responsible broadcasting and combating misinformation, while encouraging broadcasters to embrace ethical standards and emerging technologies responsibly. The Benue State government has defended the use of the title Her Excellency for Mrs. Scholastica Tenugu Bensor, Special Advisor to the Governor and Coordinator of the Office of the First Lady. Chief Press Secretary to Governor Hyacinth Alia, Mr. Teso Kula, said the designation was consistent with the responsibilities attached to the office and similar practices in some states. He explained that the Office of the First Lady operates as a platform for social intervention programs and may adopt administrative structures considered necessary for its functions. The government urged the public to focus on the impact of its programs and initiatives rather than debates over official titles. And you are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Anambra Police launch homicide investigation after nursing student is found dead in Alor. National Economic Council approves 83 billion naira for flood prevention and disaster preparedness nationwide. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Indonesia suspends free school meals program during school holidays as authorities review funding priorities. And on the business news, Central Bank of Nigeria reports 134 billion naira losses to fraud and strengthens measures against cybercrimes in the financial sector. We'll be back shortly.
7 days. Countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Indonesian government has announced a temporary suspension of its nationwide free school meals program during the forthcoming school holidays as part of measures to reduce public spending. Officials of the National Nutrition Agency said the program will be paused between June 20. The agency explained that the decision followed budget adjustments aimed at ensuring the long-term sustainability of the initiative. Authorities said funding for the program has been reduced from 335 trillion rupiah to 268 trillion rupiah. Resources previously allocated to schools in relatively stable communities will now be redirected to students in remote and vulnerable areas. The agency also announced stricter oversight measures following recent governance concerns. Additional cost-saving steps include suspending support for inactive program centers and improving monitoring to ensure compliance with nutritional standards. A legislative investigation into a deadly flash flood at Camp Mystic in Texas has found shortcomings in emergency preparedness and evacuation planning before the disaster that claimed 28 lives in July 2025. According to the report, the camp lacked a written evacuation plan and failed to implement some emergency procedures, despite severe weather warnings issued before the flooding. Investigators said communication challenges and delays in emergency response contributed to difficulties experienced during the incident. The report noted that weather alerts were issued hours before floodwaters overwhelmed parts of the camp. Findings have promoted and prompted renewed calls for stricter safety standards at children's camp and recreational facilities across the United States. Camp Mystic remains closed pending further regulatory review. The United States has welcomed renewed political engagement between Venezuela's government and opposition leaders following a high-level meeting in Caracas. The talks brought together President of Venezuela's National Assembly, Judge Rodriguez, and opposition figure Dinora Figueroa, who recently returned to the country after several years abroad. Officials described the meeting as a positive step towards dialogue and national reconciliation. The discussions reportedly focused on political stability and the future of the democratic institutions in the country. The U.S. State Department expressed support for efforts aimed at strengthening democratic processes, political participation, and electoral reforms in Venezuela. Cuba's government has represented a proposal that could introduce significant changes to the country's economic structure, including a greater role for private enterprise. The reform package was presented to lawmakers by Prime Minister Manuel Marrero and is aimed at addressing economic challenges facing the island nation. Among the proposals are measures to expand private sector participation in housing, banking, and business operations, areas traditionally dominated by the state. The proposals are currently before Cuba's National Assembly for consideration and could mark one of the country's most significant economic policy shifts in recent decades. The Nigeria Customs Service and British American Tobacco Nigeria have signed a memorandum of understanding to strengthen efforts against illicit trade and smuggling activities. The agreement was signed at the customs headquarters in Abuja and is expected to enhance cooperation in intelligence sharing, capacity development, and enforcement operations. Controller General of Customs, Mr. Adewale Adeniyi, said the partnership would help protect government revenue and support legitimate businesses operating within the law. Both parties expressed commitment to promoting lawful trade practices and in providing border security through closer collaboration and information exchange. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says financial fraud involving banks and their customers resulted in losses of about 134 billion naira over a 6-year period. The figures are contained in the Apex Bank's Payment System Vision 2028 document, which highlights trends in electronic payment fraud and cybersecurity threat within the financial sector. According to the reports, fraud attempts targeted digital payment channels, including mobile banking, automated teller machines, point-of-sale terminals, and online transactions. CBN Governor Mr. Oleyemi Cardoso said stronger regulatory measures and industry collaboration contributed to a reduction in electronic payment fraud in 2025. He added that the bank is implementing additional cybersecurity measures to protect financial transactions. Captain of South Africa's national football team, Rowan Williams, has dismissed reports suggesting he criticized other African countries for failing to support his team at the FIFA World Cup. Williams clarified the issue while speaking to journalists in Atlanta, United States, ahead of South Africa's next fixture in the tournament. He said his comments had been mispresented and reaffirmed his belief in African unity and solidarity in international football competitions. The goalkeeper urged supporters to focus on the sporting aspect of the tournament and avoid allowing political or social issues to overshadow the game. And on the entertainment news, Miss Nana Otedola, wife of businessman Femi Otedola, has clarified that she is Nigerian and not Ghanaian, as widely believed in some public cycles. Speaking in a video shared online, Mrs. Otedola said she hails from Abeokuta in Ogun State and belongs to the Egba ethnic group. She explained that growing up in different parts of Nigeria, including Kaduna State, may have contributed to misconceptions about her background. Mrs. Otedola reaffirmed her Nigerian identity and shared details about her family history, while encouraging appreciation for Nigeria's diverse cultural heritage. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Anambra State Police Command has commenced a full-scale investigation into the death of a 23-year-old nursing student, Chiamaka Chilaka, whose body was discovered in her apartment in Alo, Idemili South local government area. Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ikoyi Orutugu, has directed the State Criminal Investigation Department in Awka to take over the case, while a landlord linked to the incident remains in police custody as investigations continue. The National Economic Council, chaired by Vice President Kashim Shettima, has approved a 83 billion naira for flood prevention and disaster preparedness across the country. The intervention is expected to support immediate mitigation measures in vulnerable communities ahead of the peak rainy season and strengthen Nigeria's response to recurrent flooding. On the foreign scene, Indonesia's National Nutrition Agency has announced the suspension of its free school meals program during school holidays as part of broader spending adjustment. The government says resources will be redirected towards students in underserved and vulnerable communities, while oversight of the program is strengthened. And on the business scene, the Central Bank of Nigeria says financial fraud resulted in losses of about 134 billion naira to banks and customers over a 6-year period. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Oleyemi Cardoso, says the Apex Bank is implementing stronger cybersecurity and regulatory measures to safeguard electronic payment systems and protect consumers. That concludes the news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Onyinyechi. Good morning.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment, a nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent heather-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing access by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. by creating structured channels for communication between communities. Security. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance houses, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Enugu. Good morning, Southeast, and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a beautiful Friday morning, and yes, another week in July is gone. We are rounding off into the end of July and into the second quarter of the year. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning, and good morning to you also, our global audience, wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Right, we are here to refresh, inform, and motivate. Speaking of motivation, I don't know how the week has, or the month has been for some people. And by my calculation, we are about to enter into the final week of the month. Mr. Uche, how was the month of June for you?
I'm here to come to terms that we're entering the final week of the month. For me, I'm still in the first week of this month. Yes, this month being my birthday, my birth month, and then celebrating my birthday earlier in the month. So I'm still at that beginning of the month, and coming to terms that June is almost gone.
Yes.
I don't know how it happened. As if I went to bed and then I'm getting up and someone is telling me that June is over with. I don't understand how everything is flying.
And it's been a roller coaster of a month on the political scene, on the foreign scene, Nigeria stories.
A lot has happened, but most significantly of all the things that happened is the peace agreement between US
and Iran. Yes,
so we're going to have some form of peace in the energy sector as well. And then we'll see how this will begin to trickle down to the Nigerian citizens who've been paying out of pocket for petroleum products, transportation, higher food staple prices and all that. So for me, it's the height of the celebrations for the month of June.
Truly. All right, moving on to our quote for the morning. This is from Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill says, "The price of greatness is responsibility." The very price of greatness is responsibility. The greatest thing you can pay to greatness, the greatest amount you can deliver when you desire to be great, is your ability to be responsible, to be held responsible by your actions, to be held responsible by what you say, to be held responsible, most importantly, by your inactions. So he's telling us this morning the price of greatness for anybody across all levels, both for young, mid, and older. The price for greatness is responsibility.
Very apt, very well said. It can only be said by a great statesman like Winston Churchill. The price of greatness is responsibility. What is his, driving out here? He's rightly speaking to all of us, especially those of us at the helm of affairs in this nation. In fact, this quote is quite apt for Nigerian leaders. And what's the height of responsibility? Is keeping to your words. That's the least of it. Being a gentleman with your words. During campaigns, and soon we're getting into that season again, where a lot of persons came out to say that they will water us, they will fire us. And if you've promised to water us, then keep to your word. If you said you will fire us, keep to your word. You understand? So what you've agreed to do, and you step into office, you start doing that. That's the social contract that you have with the people that elected you into office. There's no better way to show greatness rather than being responsible with the words you utter. And you've gone into that social contract, So it's high time you deliver. It's a debt that you have to pay. And it's not the character of, it's not the character of great men not to owe debt. They pay what they owe. And in this instance, Nigerian leaders owe. They had to show that mark of greatness by paying the debt they owe. And I don't know where you're watching from. Be it from the state houses at the subnational levels, be it at the federal house in Abuja, we are telling you, in the words of Winston Churchill, that the price of greatness is responsibility. And owing and anchoring on that, we are telling you that you have to pay the debt you owe the citizens of this nation, because you made promises. If you've not delivered on those promises, it's time to pay your debt. Yes, we'll see you less as a great man.
A man is as good as his word. A man is as good as his vows. And what becomes of a man or anyone at all, if you've made promises and you cannot be held accountable by those things that you've said? So this morning we are reminded, not just for political leaders, like I said earlier, it's across everything, both in schools, in administrations, in churches. Once you are at the helm of affairs of any organization, of any parastatal, your greatest price for greatness is responsibility. And that's our quote this morning from Winston Churchill. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be reading out our weather report for this morning. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
All right, the city of Oka, Anambra State, the morning temperatures will begin between 25 and 27 degrees Celsius, climbing steadily to 34 to 35 by afternoon. We are to expect a warm morning that quickly turns into a hot and humid afternoon, especially around Oka, Onisha, and Nnewi. The heat will be intense, with little relief until late afternoon when thick clouds begin to form. Thunderstorms and heavy rainfall are expected later in the day.
Good morning, Diko City, and welcome to Enugu. The morning wakes up to temperatures ranging between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius, rising to 30 to 31 during the afternoon. And by evening, showers and occasional thunderstorms are likely welcome to end the day.
All right, Ebonyi State this morning starts around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, the temperature, and will surge to 34 to 35 degrees
around Owerri and neighboring communities.
All right, the state, Abia State, begins this morning temperature between 24 and 25 degrees Celsius, before rising to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Expect a warm start to the day, followed by humid afternoon conditions across Umuahia, Aba, and surrounding areas. Cloud buildup later in the afternoon will trigger thunderstorms and rainfall during the evening hours.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, keep an umbrella handy. Then remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll go to a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, every day on June 19th, the world marks World Sickle Cell Day, a day set aside to raise awareness about sickle cell disorder, celebrate the resilience of those living with the condition, and encourage greater support for affected individuals and families. Sickle cell disorder is one of the most common inherited blood conditions in the world. It affects millions of people, particularly in Africa, where the burden remains highest. In Nigeria, thousands of children are born with the condition each year, making awareness, early diagnosis, and proper care more important than ever. Living with sickle cell disorder comes with many challenges, from painful crises and frequent hospital visits to the emotional and financial strain on families. The condition can significantly impact daily life. Yet, despite these difficulties, many people living with sickle cell continue to excel in education, careers, business, sports, and other areas of life. Their stories are stories of courage, determination, and hope. They remind us that sickle cell disorder does not define a person's potential or limit their dreams. As we commemorate World Sickle Cell Day with the theme, Closing the Survival Gap, Equity in Sickle Cell Disease, we are reminded of the importance of knowing our genotype, supporting ongoing awareness campaigns, fighting stigma, and advocating for improved healthcare services for those living with the condition. Today, we honor the strength of every individual living with sickle cell disorder, the families who stand by them, and the healthcare professionals dedicated to their care. Together, through awareness, education, and collective action, we can create a future where people living with sickle cell disorder receive the support, understanding, and opportunities they deserve. Happy World Sickle Cell Day. Know your genotype, spread awareness, save lives. All right, it's World Sickle Cell Day. I wish all the sickle cell warriors a happy day and hope that even as they go through life, they are strengthened and they know that they are loved and they are cherished. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be delving into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the day. Do stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. move with the world.
Thanks for staying with us. This is still Sunrise. Now, on the paper we shall be reviewing this morning are the stories from The Nation, The Guardian, Frontline Africa, and, Punch and the Vanguard newspaper.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Aro. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you, so Res.
Thank you, Mr. Uche, for having me this morning.
Yeah, like Ochama did ask me earlier on, the month of June is winding down. What's your analysis of the month so far?
Well, the year has been running since it started in January, and I'm surprised we are already in June, and of course, going to the third week of June, which will make June to last the next week after that. So we'll be expecting, and our election is fast approaching. So Nigerians will be getting ready to choose the perfect leader they need. And that is true, actually ensuring that they dust their PVCs, and those who do not have should be able to get their own PVCs and get ready to participate and make their votes count.
Make their votes count. That's a very key word there, and it's a season where perhaps we'll see one of you to analyze these political trends and trajectory and the promises that will come forth with it.
We'll be there.
Above all, it's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you.
Okay, starting off from The Nation newspaper this morning, the headline says, DSS rejects foreign funding for security intelligence gathering. DSS rejects funding for security intelligence gathering. The Department of State Services has rejected the idea of relying on foreign funding for security operations and intelligence gathering, stressing the importance of maintaining national sovereignty and operational independence. The agency emphasized that domestic resources and local capacity building remain critical to safeguarding Nigerian security interests and protecting sensitive intelligence activities across Nigeria. This is on the bill that was passed in the House of Representative for the state policing and other bills around security and funding and the architecture to set up. They're saying whatever bill that has to be passed, as long as fundings for these agencies are not being gotten from foreign institutions and foreign nations, that they're fine with it.
Yeah, this is about the interface between the National Assembly and stakeholders, especially when it has to do with security. A public hearing where stakeholders make inputs into what they are going to pass. It has not been passed. The bill has not been passed. The bill will be passed after the public hearing, and of course after all the scrutiny on the bill, then you talk about passing. So in that circumstance, the DSS actually opposed getting funding from the international community because, of course, as the news, the paper said that it is counterproductive and does not guarantee sovereignty. And when you talk about sovereignty and security gathering, you're not supposed to expose your strategies and what you intend to do. When you get this fund from overseas, the partners, the funding partners might want to know exactly what you do and how you are doing it. You have to actually, make open or transparent the way you're using the fund, what they intend to plunge the fund into. And in the present circumstance, they do not want somebody from the international community to begin to know their, strategies for intels, strategies for the use of these funds that will expose exactly the game plan, because it will not be well for a country to expose its security system to the international community, except and only except where otherwise it is absolutely necessary. When I say absolutely necessary, there must have been a security pact, a security agreement, you have to arrange a security debt with the nation, a diplomatic debt with the nation. That is solely where the security situation in your country, the secrets about your security system, intel and all that should be exposed to that same nation. Then it means you have a very serious understanding. So the DSS would not want situations like that. It wants the funding to come from Nigeria. So it will be so Nigerian, so that whatever they are doing, they'll be so sure that if the cat is let out of the box, then they'll begin to find it right from their own domain, not from the international community. Because when you do that and something happens, then you begin to, you begin to think that your partners have sold off. That is exactly the implication. And when there's a strained relationship between you and the country, the partnership country, there are chances that it may not go well for you because you'll be sold out eventually because they know everything about you. It's just like where the Israel, even without security collaboration, goes to dig deep into the security system of other nations. And they'll come back to tell you exactly what it is because they have very highly made security system to unravel the security network and architecture of other nations. That is exactly why they are ahead of Iran with all the things they have. Iran is quite a very strong nation militarily, but the Israelis, 10 million in population, as against 80 million of Iran, they still have been able to suppress them, and all that. So it's always good for the security architecture of a country to be out in the international community.
You summed it quite well. Looking at this report, on one end, one will want to celebrate the intent, but it goes deeper to expose a greater malady that even at the highest echelon of our lawmaking, they do not understand the very principles that surround security, especially when it has to do with your secret police and intelligence. And for the position the DSS has taken in this very issue, I celebrate them. I'm quite excited. In fact, for the first time, I'm beginning to be, happy with the leadership of our secret police, for them to boldly take this stand and then educate our supposed representatives that you dare not allow in your, framework for financial provision for your security architecture, you allow foreign donation into it of international endowments. And you rightly outlined it. It said that he who pays the piper will always dictate the tune. And when you begin to allow foreign donations, endowments, and all that from organization, you end up being funded by the very terror networks that you want to fight. And mind you, when we talk about, secret policing and intelligence gathering and all that, these are mostly covert operations where you don't even need to be made aware of their operations. And in this instance, you begin to see that when you allow such donations to come in, you may compromise your officials, your security agents in this very regard. Because those organizations that they would want to get accounts on how these funds are disbursed. Even as sensitive as it is, there are many fundings of such intelligence network that are only on need-to-know basis and are channeled directly through the office of the president. So in this regard, I quite commend them for coming up publicly to, reject outrightly such, provision in our legal framework on funding of the state police, you put it quite well, because it will compromise confidentiality. It will begin to expose a lot of intelligence operations. And then when you talk about collaboration, yes, there are moments where we can go into collaboration with other nations, not agencies, nations, where we will collaborate on intelligence gathering or joint operations. Those are cases, special cases. So, for this to make a headline in our national daily, exposes a lot. And more often, I keep speaking to these issues about policy formulations. It begins to tell you that even as it stands now, we do not have a pathway on intelligence policy formulation. What is the outlook? When it comes to agencies like this, there are fundings that are not exposed, because some of such fundings are assessed based on operational needs. So in this instance, coming to lay this bed tells the world that we are not prepared. And this may be the reason why, you see, we'll have a lot of loopholes in our onslaught against these insurgents that are ravishing our nation. And a number of times, when I say what sort of intelligence network do we operate, this exposes it, because you do not have clear pathway to funding. You don't even, remember in the past when they say they uncovered some millions of dollars in a high-rise building in Lagos, and they were digging to know, and the moment I heard a certain secret agency coming to lay claim to such funds, I knew that we are really, really getting it wrong, because there are agencies that they have to be ghosts. Nobody wears a badge indicating such agencies. They don't exist. Their funding is covert. There are some operations that even the president may not know. And when you talk about funding is the life wire of every secret police in the world. Look at you mentioned the Israelis. Look at the exploits of the Mossads. Do you tell me that they come publicly and then frame their national funding framework, hint on international donations? Tomorrow you tell me that they, maybe, covertly, you will see Al-Qaeda funding your security agencies in Nigeria. And what would that be? Such that the agents in those organizations then will be called to maybe somewhere to come and give account to the terrorist network on how they are spending the funding. Or tomorrow, when there is a covert operation that leads directly to such funders and endowment donors, how are you going to handle such operation? It compromises everything about the nation. And I speak directly to those at the helm of affairs, and especially our people in the intelligence network. They need to, educate, sorry to use the word, civilians. They need education. You need to educate them on the do's and don'ts near the security apparatus. That's a reason why you see when it comes to security, it's as if a lot is shrouded in secrecy. You do not play high balls with these sort of things. There are things left for professionals. And which is why when you talk about the economy that is consolidating and the masses are crying, there are other issues to it. Because when there are no adequate funding, even your security network won't be able to, protect the nation. Which is why, over time, I keep saying, why do we have this nonchalant approach to the bombardment of the insurgents? It tells you that there may not be adequate funding. So, in as much as I celebrate the head of the DSS for coming out publicly to reject outrightly this suggestion, I need to warn our leaders. We need to be very, very cautious. Yes.
Let me add, during that public hearing, they're asking there are two bills for the DSS in Nigeria. There are two bills they're trying to actually make. And one, most importantly, is about emergency operations. It's like there should be amendments in some of their bills, some of the already existing acts. And then this emergency operation, they are seeking the secret police are seeking that they make provisions for emergency operations so that it will be handy, it will be ready at all times so that they can be very proactive. Because without such emergency operational funds available for them, then you see when you hear that so and so things are happening and there's no proactiveness on the part of the security agencies, then know that the fund has not been there. And of course, that may have been the problem with the present situation in Nigeria in terms of insecurity.
You just hit the nail on the head. You know, what is our ONSA doing? What is the defense ministry doing? There are issues of this nature that can't come to limelight. I am surprised. The ONSA is supposed to have someone who sits with the National Assembly always. Not just on intelligence gathering, but being aware of every move, and such that issues of this nature should not come to public. It shouldn't. Like you rightly pointed out, most of the operation of the secret police should be covert. You see, when we talk about the DSS publicly, it begins to tell you that the DSS in itself is beginning to lose its powers, its potency, the element of surprise that it should have. Though I know that, yeah, anyway, there are things we can't talk about on air, but when it comes to funding, the DSS as a secret police needs to dip their hand and have the money available without even wasting time. Because most operations have to be covered. It tells you that the office of the ONSA, our defense ministry, that a lot is left to be desired. In fact, Mr. Reyes, you capped it so well for me because, yes, I keep celebrating this man, but somewhere a part of me is bleeding, telling you why we have the mess we have in security. You know, I keep saying, how can a nation like Nigeria, with such a potent agency like the DSS and other agencies that we cannot mention about, not be aware that a ragtag insurgents, irrespective of wherever they were trained for how many months, are able to come into a state like Oyo State, move away children. It happened in Chibok. Then there should have been countermeasures. 10 officials, so it can't happen again. Let me tell you, there are a lot of things we take for granted in this nation. Sitting in this studio or go back to your village and make a post insulting the president of this nation and allude to certain things. Before 24 hours, this nation will dig you out and pick you from wherever you are. And then in such a nation, with a potent agency like this, trained with the best, I know what the coalitions and the affiliations in trainings are. And things like this happen. No. And I make bold to say them. One day, we'll remove the blindfold and speak because we've chosen certain pathways. But truth has to be said. Truth has to be told that we're not being serious on how we are handling our securities in this nation. A lot of the known faces you see and agencies are not the shakers and movers of such agencies. A lot of men are behind enemy lines operating, and you're talking about funding from which international donors. When you are in a sorry situation that at this moment, this nation has not been able to tell us the fundings of the insurgents, and then you want to allow foreign donations.
We should be able
they
to
sponsor minings and other activities in Nigeria, cater them away, then use it to form the very agencies that should be after them. Then, when they have paucity of funds, those who have sacrificed their lives on the enemy line, behind the enemy lines, what will happen to them? They will be sacrificed to nothing. They become collateral damages. No. In fact, if I have my way, and I should propose, before we let anybody into National Assembly, they should be well vetted and tutored.
I mean, I don't think they are not vetted. Like I always ask, I asked this in one time, what are the criteria for selection? What are the criteria for screening? Because we sit here and we say, because I'm sure that there is a process to these things.
The Constitution has the basic criteria, the Electoral Act has the basic criteria that qualifies one to be elected in Nigeria. It is as simple as that. If we need to actually review what we have. That should come still through the National Assembly.
If the Constitution is a binding
issues
law,
that shouldn't come to limelight. And yes, the Constitution has given a provision on how they should be elected. Then there has to be retreats. And which is why I do not lay the blame on the doorsteps of the representatives. I blame the office of the ONSA, National Security Advisor. I blame the Defense Ministry. And for me, if I were Mr. President, all of them should be home by now. Because it is not much to be desired. Where are we security-wise?
Very far. All right, moving on to the next. This is from The Guardian. It says, International Day of Sickle Cell. 40% of inaccurate false lab results worsen sickle cell epidemic. Pains Nigeria. Oh God, I'll take that again. 40% inaccurate false lab results for worsen sickle cell epidemic and pains. Nigeria ranks top on the global burden of sickle cell disease. All right, it says Nigeria ranks top on the global burden of sickle cell disease. Over 150,000 babies are born with sickle cell yearly. 40 million Nigerians have sickle cell traits. Experts advocate mandatory newborn screening, standardized testing procedures. And as the world marks international awareness on sickle cell, experts have raised concerns that inaccurate and false laboratory results are worsening the crisis in Nigeria. Reports suggest that errors in genotype testing and diagnosis contribute to poor health outcomes, while Nigeria continues to bear the highest burden of sickle cell disease nationwide.
Well, it is unfortunate that we are the highest in terms of the burden world over. But this is as a result of lack of awareness. Lack of awareness from our health institutions, from the orientation agencies, and of course, even from the media. The media have not been able to give the awareness in such a way that Nigerians will know. Yes, of course, the experts have said the test, the false result of tests are contributory to it. Yes, because when people go for genotype, when they go for genotype tests, sometimes they come out saying they do not have either AS or SS, when ordinarily they do. And when they get married to another person with SS, like AS and SS gets married, and of course the chances of 1 out of 4 bets, 1 out of 4 bets or 3 bets, we give you SS genotype for the baby. And of course, people have not, medically people don't even go for the test. The testing in Nigeria, they believe that the chances will not come because they believe that their faith will resolve such issue. So it is about time we begin to actually tell people to not just bank on their faith or bank on whatever miracles they intend to have, and eschew themselves from believing that miracle will always happen in situations like that, so that we'll begin to have babies born without such a gene. You see, that gene has been, in fact, if you see the persons that are infected, that are genotype, SS genotype, it's always a problem to the family. Crisis, over crisis, and over crisis, and over crisis. And of course, the orthodox medicine has no antidote. The orthodox medicine has no cure. All you need to do is just to manage the crisis for as long as the person will live. And for even the homeopathic medicine, that is alternative medicine, of most often mere claims that cannot be proved by any means. So people still bank on that to treat the genotype, sickle cell problem. And when he gets anemic, that is where the person comes with crisis most often. And then for a situation like Nigeria where the economy is very hard and families that have sickle cell victims or sickle cell patients in their houses, how do they cope? That is why sometimes they say that the sickle cell patients do not live longer than necessary because they are bound to die. And why do they die? Because there's never a time a family with such situation, except even when highly blessed, when you have the whole worth of wealth, sometimes they are unable to maintain that health condition to such extent that the patients will still leave the planet Earth. So it is not easy. So our people should be educated more. The health institutions should be able to help and ensuring that anybody who enters, in fact, it should be legislated upon. If you don't get anything from government, you don't gain admissions, you don't until you have all your family tested, so that when people who are growing, they will all be tested. And when you are tested, then you know your serostatus, you know your genotype, you know everything, so that you won't fall a prey to producing more children that will be sickle cell, that will have sickle cell in them, and when it gets anemic, it becomes more difficult than anything else. In fact, it's not as if they're going to die now, but sometimes they do. It is there, come easy, go easy, baskets of catalogs.
One mistake most people have made, or one mistake that we make as Nigerians, is not getting tested. There is this, would I call it belief, that almost everybody has the AA genotype. And we go about, maybe when you're much younger, I know of a friend who earlier in her life, she thought she was AA. And then after some time, she went back just for, curiosity. And she realized that she was AS. And these are some of the things. For her, it was AS. For some other person, it is SC. And then you go and run this test. You go to a supposed prestigious laboratory, and then you run the first test, you're getting AA. And for most part of your life, you're running with AA. You get married, and then you realize that your child is constantly falling ill. And then the doctor tells you, what is your genotype? And then you are like, oh, I've tested it, I'm A. And the doctor asks you, when was the last time? When did you check? And not because the first time you checked, it was wrong. It could be, series of indicators that were not noted, and then they found out that you are probably AA, or maybe a miscalculation of the blood test, and then you come out as SC. And SC is the sickle cell and the what they call the hemoglobin C. And then these are worst cases. And like Mr. Rex has said, where people believe, oh, because I'm AS, I can marry AS, that there's a chance that my child might not be SS. The fact that you are an SS makes you danger. The fact that you are AS, it just keeps a consciousness. I don't think anybody who is AS should want to be with someone who is AS as well. Because
between 4 bets,
I'm telling you, you would have one. Yes. And if you're lucky, there is that thin lock between not having an SS child and having a completely healthy child. And you that you are an AS, you are not safe, because you are a carrier, as it is. Your carriage might be dormant, but science says you are a carrier, and it's risky for anyone that you want to meet. I've known persons who are living with this disability, and one of the first things they ask you is, are you a sickle cell? They call them carrier. They call them sickle cell warriors. They don't like to be addressed as carriers. They are called sickle cell warriors, and this thing has hindered a whole lot in their life. It has affected their education. You see them one day are in school, 2 weeks they are out, and when you see them, you think they are okay. By the next minute or by the next second, they are gone. And it's just a painful a painful cycle. And when I see these children, I really do not blame them because it's no fault of theirs. The people I blame are their parents. And when I say their parents, some persons, like you said, are educated enough to know these things. Yes, we believe in miracle, we believe in the power of God, but there are things that you yourself as a human being have control over. There are things you can avoid, whether or not you believe in the highest power of prayers. There are things you can avoid, and such things is being with someone you know clearly has potentials of giving you a sickle cell child completely. And the idea of overgrowing is not really feasible. Nobody really outgrows it. They get to, if you have money, you can do the transplant, you can do the implant planting. There are so many things, and it is money. So to avoid, your capacity and you know where life is leading you, there is no point putting yourself in that fix that keeps you at a spot than that. And some of them have it in their hips. Some of them have even gone to have hip implants just so they can avoid this pain, but somehow it still continues. It's not, trust me, it is not a good place to be. And this morning the papers are telling us that 40% of this pandemic is caused by the medical institutions, the laboratories, the hospitals, who have failed to educate, beyond the easy convictions of don't marry, because some persons will say, oh, you people don't want us to procreate, you don't want us to fall in love. These things need to be inculcated in the lamest way possible so they can understand that it is the highest form of risk to be with someone who has the tendencies of the sickle cell anemia disease.
All right, very well said. I think you've all highlighted the issue here, and here you speak about it so passionately and animatedly, is the way to go. However, I want to look at it from two distinct angles. And when you said, is the no sin of theirs, speaking about the sickle cell warriors,
yes,
they didn't choose to come that way. Somebody made the fatal error, which is where awareness, education, like Mr. Reyes and you pointed out, a lot hinges on awareness. And that is why I want to take a detour to the kind of education that we have in Nigeria. It is an education that needs real direction. And in a number of ways, Mr. Reyes, the other day we were talking about policy direction and formulation, where you have every minister, every Tom, Dick, or Harry that is appointed into office want to have his personal imprimatur on the academic curriculum in Nigeria. Over time now, in the last decade, we've had alterations, changes in our curriculum, such that even in educational system, there are people that don't even understand what educational system that is currently in use in Nigeria. You don't know if it is 6334 or 69 or 9C93, whatever. We keep readapting and changing. Education is meant to get the individual well informed, liberate the individual from the shackles of ignorance. What is education if it is not meant to inform, equip people with the barest awareness of issues? Go to our curriculum. At what point in our educational system do you see emphasis laid on these issues, speaking to awareness? That is where it starts. Go through, let me even jump the primary education and go to the tertiary or the secondary. Starting from the tertiary education, that's the place where you may see in maybe year one for some institutions like the Great University of Nigeria, Soka, where during orientation, they make it a point to educate the jambites or the new interns on issues around sickle cell, so that when they fall in love, young jambites, they have the habit of falling in love,
Or what they think it's in love.
They usually, you see them, doving like the birds and all that. So the university makes a point of duty to educate them. So that when they fall in love in that manner, school lovers, so that they'll be aware of consequences that may come from, the cross-fertilization of these sickle cell genes, what you call the SA, right? The AS gene, and the SS. You understand? So that they are aware. Because I challenge you, if we go out now, a lot of individuals in our society are not aware of what would cause sickle cell. A lot of people still marry the old-fashioned way, and then they want to leave everything to God. And then some of these merchants, good news merchants, will sell olive oil and then hope to them while they keep, betting children that will come and go. And this issue has caused a lot of havoc in African society, such that every African government, especially Nigeria, should pay attention to it. That's my emphasis on the educational system. The secondary level, this is where you may begin to train children so that they understand these things. Because it is human nature to fall in love, and you may not wish against who one falls in love. True. However, having said that, what is our own innovation to tackle this issue? I've had, to investigate around sickle cell and areas about gene selection, because I've had someone so up close nearly fall into that trap. And they were talking about gene selection. Are there such options where one has to go into gene selection before having to make babies and all that? These are the information that needs to be available. Then beyond that, you talked about testing. Do we even test the children at the hospital when they give birth to them in Nigeria? Travel other nations. Once you give birth to a child, every health details of that child is recorded. You know instantly if the child, the accurate genotype of that child. These are basic information that every human being should be equipped with. What do we do? Do we do that? This is the basic point. So when we want to share the blame, a number of times, yes, we look at the government, but they share the bulk of the blame because the right things are not done. And then speaking to, test failures in our hospitals, today we're highlighting sickle cell. And I challenge any medical practitioner, the professors of medicine, lab technicians. In Nigeria, most of the results we'll get when we do the wider test. If you have the opportunity to have been in a classroom with them, you can count the number of days they were in school against the days they were absent, the pains associated with it. A number of times they live on pentazocine to deal with the pain that goes with it. So it's not a situation where anybody would willfully want to bring another child into on earth. And the only way, there's only one way for us to have a handle on this issue. Despite scientific innovation and researches, the greater way we can have a handle on this issue is the media awareness from bottom up, from the primary to secondary to through tertiary education, and then the media, who can even do that pro bono, so that people are well informed, so that the situation should be curtailed. And it surprises me that even in this time, we still, have carriers get married to one another, and you still keep on betting children with these sickle cell threats. It's quite unfortunate. However, as we continue to make awareness and celebrate the survivors or the warriors, we ask the necessary agencies of government saddled with the responsibility of overseeing our health sector to please do the needful. Why we ask them to look for ways to help ameliorate the pains of these sickle cell warriors. Let us create more awareness so that we do not, increase the number of sickle cell carriers in our nation. Africa and the Caribbean are reputed to have the largest number of carriers on earth today.
It's not a good report, honestly. Not a good report. All right, we will take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be moving right into other newspaper headlines that we have for the morning. Don't go anywhere.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
All right, welcome back. Now moving straight into our next paper, we'll be looking at the Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. And on this headline says, Enugu government alerts public on circulation of counterfeit augmentin tablets 265 milligram. 625 milligram. Enugu government alerts public on the circulation of counterfeit augmentin tablets 625 milligram. The Enugu state government has warned residents about the circulation of counterfeit augmentin 625 milligram tablets in the market. Health authorities urge the public to exercise caution when purchasing medications, to verify drug sources and report suspicious products, stressing that counterfeit medicines pose serious health risks and could endanger lives if consumed. Now, this report was made by the federal government, the state government of Enugu, saying that this particular medication, augmentin 625 milligram, has the same badge number AC3N, as the genuine product from the GlaxoSmithKline company. If you know the GlaxoSmithKline company, they're a foreign company, and they have both the same expiry dates, the same manufacturing and expiring date, 2025 September to expire 2026 September. So they're urging, if you go to buy these medications, check for these things and be sure that you are not getting the fake product.
Okay, you see, it is disheartening that the state government will be the personality that will tell the world that there is a fake augmentin. We have regulatory agencies for drugs, pharmaceuticals, and food in Nigeria. The NAFDAC is there. And then we have a multi-billion naira laboratories set up by NAFDAC. And in those laboratories, they are supposed to be checking the pharmaceutical, nutritional things and food in those laboratories to determine whether they are fake, or they are good, they are efficacious, or they are poisonous. These are the determinations. Well, I still think that the state government has done well, but I still do not know how they got that, they are sure that it is fake if they have no laboratory test on it, unless they have. Probably they did not tell us, but they told us to watch out for the texture. That is primarily, they have every other thing in common with the original one, except for the texture that is not as good as the original one. So, whichever way it is, at least this is a prelude to make the agency that is in charge of ensuring that we do not have fake drugs in our society. Nigeria is so corrupt that the pharmaceutical agencies and pharmaceutical dealers have become so wicked-minded, very callous, to bring in fake drugs into Nigeria. Apart from fake drugs, fake food, beverages, and all that into this country. I remember Dora Akuili, may her soul rest in peace, she said that she had had this passion about fighting fake drugs. And before she could know what was happening, she was made to become the Director General of NAFDAC. And then from there, she took it up. She fought, her life was on the line. They tried as much as possible to get her killed, but it didn't work until such a time. But she said, and I remember that story, that her own sister died. She was being treated of an ailment. But in the course of that treatment, they didn't know that the drug that ordinarily should have taken care of her situation was fake. So she's been taking this drug, and then the ailment continues to, be there, and nothing has happened. So they were wondering, by the time, before they could know that it was fake, she has started having very complex situations that, of course, made her to leave the planet Earth. So, since then, she has that knack to see that these fake drug people do not survive. In fact, earlier, there had been this idea about a sentence, a court sentence of capital punishment for those who manufacture, import, distribute, and sell fake drugs and beverages and food in Nigeria. But it was stopped because a whole lot of people will go in for it. And you can see many times on the pages of this, you see people trying to make some beverages, soft drinks, at their backyards. And you see very dirty environment. In fact, there could be viruses. You could take them and you begin to develop some very strange ailments. And every other day, people are caught doing that. Those who even package drugs, they are caught doing that in Nigeria. And the government has not been very serious about it, because I'm wondering, where is those laboratories set up by government? Are they working? If those laboratories are working, there's one in Anambra State. We're not hearing anything about them. We don't hear about even NAFDAC, the drive they used to do. We don't see them again. They go from place to place, going to drug shops, pharmaceutical organizations, and picking randomly drugs that are in sale and going to the lab to come out to see whether it is real or fake and all that. These things are supposed to be routine things we do, so that we ensure that we read our space of free, read our space of fake drugs, food, and beverages. We read them of fake things that could cause harm to the people. Where you have problem of a very, bad economy, then you still have problem of people getting sick, going to hospital to buy drugs, and the drugs are nowhere. They spend still the hard-earned money not seen, money even borrowed. Some people sell their belongings to see to the health of their own in hospitals and other places where treatments are assessed. So, and at the end of the day, these people do not even survive after all. After selling, after spending money, after doing all things, because the drugs are fake. Because these ailments are not actually being attacked by the right drugs, orthodox medicine or otherwise, that could take care of them. So it's a difficult situation. I think the Nigerian government, the health ministry, and of course the regulatory agency, I call on NAFDAC, to particularly live up to their billing. Because since after Dora Akuili died, NAFDAC have actually not performed as it were before her death.
I think one of the issues, or one of the rising cases of trying to create a more preferred option, for Nigerians. This is one of the things that has, affected our democracy, cutting across all levels. And when it comes down to this medication, I want to ask, wasn't there a time, or isn't there a way, like Mr. Reyes rightly asked, to ascertain these products? I remember there was a time where if you buy medication from a pharmacy, there's this scratch off label that used to be on it, such that when you scratch it off and scan the code or you dial the number, the service replies you with whether it's authentic or it's fake. But nowadays, I'm asking the question, I'm also answering it, because it's now hard to tell, because it's the same pharmacy or the same pharmaceutical company that will make this product are still the same people to put this seal on it, such that when you still scan it, they will tell you that it's still authentic. But my question boils down...
They circumvent it down.
Okay.
They still come out with those fake, even when you scan it.
Scan it, that's what I'm saying. It's still there. So my problem now is with the pharmacists themselves, such that you've gone to school and one of the issues that has led to the rising proliferation of this fake drug is also the proliferation of chemists and drugstores. And the government has said, get your medications from licensed pharmacies and hospitals, such that if you find out, or whatever you get from there, you should be able to be convinced that these medications are authentic and original. But there's a whole, like Mr. Uche will say, there's a whole lot left to be desired. How do you now know? We are the pharmacists, and the supposed pharmacists should be some sort of authority over medications and understanding the components each particular capsule carries, are not observing the due diligence to understand. And then the people that are buying they're not sure what the drugs look like. That's on one hand. Secondly, we should understand that there are some medications that, as a country, we are not there yet to produce. There are some illnesses that we cannot produce. So if like I said earlier, we like to provide a lesser alternative, a less expensive alternative, and not knowing that this in turn is harming our people, in a bid to provide something that is probably cheaper or something that is Nigeria made, we lose the efficacy of this product, cutting across all things. You can find them in body creams, you can find them in bathing soaps, you can find them in food, like you said. We want to provide something that is homemade, and we are not adding that very component that makes it efficient.
Yes. If you do fake drugs and sell in India, you either go for a life sentence or death. But in Nigeria here, we talk about legislation. We talk about pharmaceutical companies. If you go to a pharmacy, for instance, to buy a drug, and it's eventually found that that drug is fake, it is actionable. Of course, there are claims to it and a lot of thought. But is this law enforceable in Nigeria? Are we enforcing such law? There's a provision of the law that whatever I buy from you, of course, there are regulatory bodies. If I buy a bottle of soft drink from a shop, even a shop, the protection agency, and then I have something inside it, not open, I bring it forth to protection agency, and of course take an action on that. It is actionable, and of course the company will be reprimanded in any way that is possible to ensure that they take care of whatever they are putting out for the consumption of the public.
All right. I'm laughing, but before I say anything, I need to commend the government of Enugu State for having come up publicly to create the awareness and alert its citizens of this danger that is there. lurking in the corner of every street. And why I laugh, I don't know if you've heard about what is called no kill, no kill.
No.
No kill, no kill. Anyway, let's talk about 625 augmenting. And that's why I'm celebrating the courage of Enugu state government to come out publicly and alert people and for people to be aware. It is not new. In fact, let me start with the 128 milligram, the children's own. I am aware and I stand to be corrected. And I challenge everyone. Most augmenting syrup that will give a pharmaceutical companies. The point remains that this sorry situation, is not good. But every facet of Nigerian society is involved. Both the government, the individuals that import it, and then those that sell it. More often I was listening to you talk about prosecuting the pharmaceutical shops that sell it. And in most cases, even the pharmaceutical shops can't differentiate between the fake and the original. And I listen to you talk about scratch card. You go to Aneke, you buy the scratch card, and it will go. Scratch it, send it, it will confirm it. They sell scratch cards attached to the packets of it. So it's a thriving business in Nigeria. Counterfeit business. It's been a thriving business. And linking it to 625, it's been there. Just that the Nigerians and their faith, a number of times when you don't know, like you cited the sister to Dora Akunyele, when you're taking these things in faith and you don't know that you're taking the fake distance of it, you hope that when your situation changes, you hope that the drug is working. But this particular product, instead of taking augmentin branded 625 in Nigeria, I've always advised people, look for an unbranded one from a reputable company, preferably the ones produced in Nigeria. GSK, that is in question, do they produce this brand of augmentin in Nigeria? That's the question. If they have been producing it in Nigeria, it would have been easier for them to change the packaging such that it will render most of the imported products from China useless. But they do not produce here, I suppose. They import too. So and GSK is not a Nigerian-owned enterprise entirely. So they had to pander to the main agency. Taking it to another dimension, that this situation is part of what is wrong with Nigeria. I always lay the bulk of the blame on the government. You do not have a working economy. Where people are hungry, they don't see where their next meal will come from. They will do anything to survive. And that's why you have this as a thriving industry, people who would import fake products because they want to survive. Nigeria mantra is that of survivalist agenda. So people do a lot of things. That's why you see children, the Gen Zs and the people who are into Yahoo. When it seems Yahoo is not working, they extended to the one called Yahoo Plus. And I know that I heard now it's no longer Plus. It's now Plus, right? It's now Yahoo Plus. So people do anything to survive in Nigeria. Talking about the importation, how does this thing come into the country? Are the customs no longer at the ports where they bring them in from? So there's a whole lot of collaborative network. While I may not blame NAFDAC entirely, because I know what NAFDAC is doing, yet there's still more to be done in these regards. But look at from the point of entry, NAFDAC should have an office there, that every product coming in should be tested. Now this is coming.
NAFDAC is there.
This is coming. As we speak, they are still coming in. So, yes, so there's a whole lot of it trickles down, both from our government that should stabilize an economy that will work for everybody, for the pharmaceutical industries in Nigeria. What is their condition? A lot of them need grants to operate in Nigeria. Do they get access to those grants? At what digits do they pay back the loans they borrow to operate? In a nation you do not have stable power supply, how are you going to operate and then meet your deadlines, make profits, pay salaries, and then pay back the loans? Then talk about importing the required chemicals you need to produce. And now some Nigerian-owned pharmaceutical companies that can produce 625 in Nigeria. But when they go into that production, market against the imported products, you see that theirs becomes at a higher price. So that's why I tell you that there is a whole lot of blame to share going around everyone. I am not supporting or saying because of that people should continue thriving in doing the wrong things and importing fake products. But I'm telling you, that's why I congratulate the government of Enugu State for bringing this out. But there are a whole lot of products you consume in Nigeria that are fake. From paracetamol to the 625 that were in question, a whole lot of them. And I encourage anybody who is listening to me, be very cautious, especially for the children. Even the augmentin syrup that you give your children, that's 128. Be very cautious of it because the fake product of it is in circulation as well. I have seen it, I have touched it, I have felt it, and you need to tell people who are in this industry for you to be able to design. Go for unbranded products of reputable Nigerian companies. They will serve you better. So until we are ready to confront this situation, in fact, there are a whole lot of things to clean up about Nigeria. And when we are ready, you will see the cleanup. Unfortunately, we had to lose Dora Akunyili, who tried her bit. And I hope that in future we may get such another Dora Akunyili that would come and then try to cleanse the system. But there's a lot much work to be done.
Okay, because of our time, we'll just quickly run through this before we wrap up this morning. This is from the Guardian newspaper. On 2027 elections, NDC exempts Obi Kwankwaso from anti-defection oath. NDC exempts Obi Kwankwaso from anti-defection oath. Nigerian Democratic Congress has exempted its presidential candidate from the 2027 elections, Peterobi, and his running mate Rabiu Kwankwaso from the party's anti-defection oath. Remember, I think 2 days ago, the party released an affidavit to be sworn, to be signed by all its candidates in the coming elections, such that they cannot defect. However, the leader or the chairman, trying to get his name correct, the National Secretary of NDC, Inec, has said that the anti-defection affidavit applies only to the party's candidates for the National Assembly and Houses of Assembly positions.
Well, we will always refer this to the Supreme Court ruling on parties. Parties determine their internal arrangements and agreements and whatever they want to do with themselves. Sometimes it is not something, you may not like it. It is an internal arrangement of the party. That they were exempted, the party know reasons from where they ended up saying these two persons are exempted from that position. So that is the way it is done. So we believe in the entire arrangement of the party, whether they want to do something this way or that way. It is their own arrangement. Somehow, it might be subject to public criticism, whether it is done this way or done that way. But it is the entire arrangement, and that's how they, provided what they have done has not gone anywhere against the law of the land.
But Mr. Reyes, why didn't they state this special clause on the day that they announced it, where they said everybody? How come he is now saying 2 days later, oh, it's just for the House of Assembly and National Assembly
Of course, they did it for those ones that if they had done for everybody, then Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, his running mate, would have signed theirs. So they were exempted. And of course, in most rules, there are exceptions. You see, in criminal charges in Nigeria, you cannot take the governors or the president or the vice president or the deputy governors to court on crime, on issues of crime. That's an exception. But of course, the Constitution says when you involve in crime, you should be arraigned. But you cannot arraign. The exception here is Mr. President, Mr. Governor, the deputies, or the vice president. You see, they are all exempted. So there's always an exemption in some cases in some of the things we do.
All right. Mr. Reyes, speaking to public criticism, it is our responsibility to scrutinize some of these issues, and we will continue to do our bit. I bet the fact that we understand that the parties have to make their rules. They determine the internal affairs of their party as enshrined in the Supreme Court rulings. But before I begin to look at this issue, Ochoma, I align perfectly with Mr. Reyes that parties can determine, their internal rules. Parties can substitute any candidate. So it's still within their preview. Either if you want to, you sign. If you don't want to, you go home. They can't substitute you, despite the fact that you've gotten the nomination. Having said that, let me sit as a judge on this issue, Mr. Reyes, and you won't like that position. And that's my ruling. Here's my ruling on this very issue. You see, we heard Moses Cleopas and Sarah Kedison for coming out with this innovative thinking that we were thinking would somehow stem the tide of defections across our party lines. Because one thing we'll cry out is that political parties in Nigeria are bereft of ideologies, which is why they crisscross here and there. Today, Mr. Reyes, if he's a politician, you see him in the PDP. Before you wake up in the morning, he's already wearing and carrying the broom, migrating from the umbrella, holding a broom. And then next day, you may not see, whether he's now holding the cutlass or the hoe as a Labour member. It leaves a lot to be desired in this nation. Having held Moses Cleopas and Sarah Kedison for this wonderful innovation, we were thinking that they will have the boldness to set the standard across board. Now they are making concession and letting us know that there's possibly sacred cows in this very new innovation. They should have allowed it to become, the yardstick from which to measure every other political party in Nigeria. Yes, we may not know what informed their decision, but on the surface, the optics too matter. That they should have allowed even peterobi and Kwankwaso sign to the same affidavit to remain in the party after they've won on the platform of their party. It was a way to go. So beginning to water this down doesn't sit well with a lot of individuals. And I, in particular, I would argue to high heaven till tomorrow that the NDC that has given an exemption to peterobi and Kwankwaso then should forget about the affidavit for everybody. What is good for the goose is good for the gander.
I am happy you said you may not know what informed their decision. And because you don't know, they say there's an Igbo adage that said, and I'll still translate it. Onya amaghị ebe a nọ wee nie ozu, oje wee bụ ya, osi n'ọba. Which means if you do not know, you were not there when somebody was buried, and you want to exhume that corpse, you may start from the bottom, the leg part of it, instead of from the head. So because you do not know what informed their decision for taking that position, then that is why you are, of course, constitutionally right to criticize. And I said it earlier. It is your right to, but you see, they have not erred, they have not sinned, they have not, committed any infraction on the law. It is their constitutional right to take such position. That's exactly. They took a position. It's a constitutional right. So it is open to criticism. You can criticize them. I of course stand with you that you have the right to criticize to high heavens. So the likes of you will continue to criticize while the party will continue to run their party.
All right, here is my judgment, Mr. Reyes. Be as it may, what we are saying here, like you said, the same Igbo people that gave that adage equally said, and in that regard, the NDC as a political party should have allowed this new innovation to stand. And having given exemptions, they should start making exemptions for everyone. At the end of the day, yes, it is the purview of political parties to make decisions as to how they want to run the organization. But in this instance, what we are preaching and the things that we hope they were coming to change in this nation is the obvious fact that there won't be a sacred cow in Nigeria. And they should have started from day one, telling us that they meant business. In this regard, as the NDC scared that peterobi and Kwankwaso may walk away from the fold, why give exemption? In this very regard, we're out of time, Mr. Reyes, but there are a whole lot of things. My position on this still remains that the party should have stood firm its ground and allowed every member of the party who is running under the umbrella of the ADC sign the affidavit to remain in the party and not use it as a vehicle, to get to whichever position and then they camp like every other politician in Nigeria.
All right, truly that's it, and that's a wrap on the Sunrise Show this morning, and of course for the week. Till we come your way again next week. Before I go, I leave you with this quote by Winston Churchill: "The price of greatness is responsibility." And Princess Ken Ochoma, see you next week.
And Mr. Resaro, thank you for those in-depth, incisive, informative essay on these news issues. It's always a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me today. And of course, you are continue to be there for us on Aneke TV. We will continue to give you the best. And that is exactly what we are trained for. Thank you and God bless you.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. However, before we start, we apologize for coming on late on this program. However, you know that The Insight is that program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll look at a nation on the crossroad. Yes, a nation at the crossroad, the church to the rescue. And on this day, joining us is a special guest. I won't reveal the name now. However, you know, there comes a time in the history of a people when euphemism lose their utility, when polite vocabulary can no longer mask the raw, bleeding edge of a systemic crisis. Today, we stand at the precise point. We are a nation at a crossroads, not a metaphorical one, but a harsh reality defined by the relentless squeeze of inflation, a widening gap of institutional trust, and a public fatigue that is rapidly hardening into disillusionment. When the state's mechanics falter, and when economic policies leave the common man stranded, the gaze of the populace naturally shifts. It shifts towards the single most influential, ubiquitous fabric holding society together, the church. But today, we must ask the uncomfortable questions. Is the church built to be a permanent socio-economic safety net? Or is it merely managing the symptoms of bad governance? When does the message of patience from the pulpit cross the line from spiritual solace into the appeasement of structural failure? Can an institution truly rescue a nation if it refuses to disrupt the very status quo causing the pain? Today on The Insight, we are joined by a leader who sits at the intersection of spiritual authority and governance, Reverend Dr. Chimobi Aniwene, the president and founder of the Redemption Church Worldwide, joins us on The Insight. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much, and God bless our viewers.
Yes, we've looked forward to this day, and finally, the day is upon us. And today we are looking at a nation at the crossroad, the church to the rescue. However, let me first of all ask, before we get into the details of this issue, do you really believe that the church can rescue this nation?
Well, of course, yes, because in actual sense, the church, as it stands now, is the last hope of the nation.
The last hope?
The last hope of the nation.
All right. When you say the church is the last hope of the nation, yes, we agree on one thing. The Nigerian state is at a crossroad. We have a democracy struggling to deliver an economic dividend. An economy that is, crushing ordinary people. Insecurity that keeps parents awake at night. And you're talking about the ordinary people who can no longer, majority of them cannot talk about where their meals come from. And we're asking, we have churches are full, pastors are busy, reverends all over the nations are busy, but yet the nation is bleeding. So I ask directly, what is the church actually doing to rescue Nigeria?
Well, in the actual sense, number one, I want you to have this understanding that, one, the church is not actually the problem of this nation. The major issue is that the leaders are not listening to the churches. Rather, they are selective. They listen to those who massage their ego, those who, dance their music and applaud them and tell them what they want to hear. There was this prophet in the Bible called Micaiah. At a point, the king wanted to embark on a battle and then invited about 400 and something prophets who prophesied in the favor of the king. Left one called Micaiah. And Jehoshaphat said to the king, no, there is no way we can embark on this, and we have to get the opinion of all the prophets. He said, we have just one left. He's very arrogant and very stubborn and all those things. And then the king said, no, we have to invite him. And when the man came on his way to see the leader, the security personnel of the king then said to him, see what everybody have said. You better join the line. We know you. You don't say what everybody say. You would like to say your own. But the man was so blunt. When he arrived, told the king the actual truth. The king ignored it like the leaders of today. they don't want to have anything to do with the leaders, with the church leaders that will share the truth to them. Number one. Number two, it seems as if to say that the church have been aged out. They operate behind. Take for instance, if you attend some government functions and all those things, you will see that the church will hardly be recognized. They treat them like one, what do I call it, second-class citizens. It was not so in the olden days. So I think, one, there are churches that is, speaking through to power. When we look at the center message of the church, salvation. As salvation get across every human activities. If the people listening to the church leaders, those who are kidnapping will not be kidnapping. Those who are leading will not be looting the public funds. Those who are representing us, even in what do you call it? Parastatals, all this House of Representative and Senate. They will be making laws that have the interest of the masses instead of their selfish interest. So I think the church is still doing a lot. Crusades here and there, programs here and there. Some church leaders are moving to the thick north, going to Benue and all those things. The other time there was killing in Benue, you saw how the president just arrived at the airport. Doesn't have the courage to go to the scene. But there are ministers of God, there are pastors that went direct to interface with individuals. And all those. I believe the church is actually doing a lot, though not enough.
All right. The church is doing
a lot.
Not a lot, though not enough.
Not enough.
Overwhelmed that we still have men of the clothes like you who can actually speak truth to power. However, while we agree that there is selective listening by the leaders, there seems to be an issue here. Okay. One that speaks of trust. If the leaders are not listening to the church, then it takes that something is actually wrong.
But of course, that's true. And it can be vice versa. It can be from the two ends. It could be, number one, they have met wrong pastors. Not everybody wearing cassock is a man of God. There are so many criminals that are hiding inside cassock.
So many
criminals. And unfortunately, these criminals are those that those in power want to hear. Because they will tell you they will do magic and then they go. So there is no doubt that some of them might have met the evil pastors. But also, there are leaders who are evil and they don't want to interface with light. One of the greatest tragedy of darkness is light. And so when they will come up to, one day I was listening to a TV program, a burial. I think one clerk, this old man from Niger Delta that died, and then the Anglican bishop was preaching. The message was raw. It was hitting the leaders, the political leaders. All of them assembled in that environment, and they were listening. And I'm sure that none of them will want to have any close relationship with that clergyman because he said the truth. So the problem is not actually trust from the end of the pastors alone. Some of them are evil. They cannot come to interface with light.
Okay. They cannot come to interface with the light. Now, Doctor, let's deal with issue of trust here. Okay. If we have a church leadership that has lost the moral authority here, because I interact with a lot of Nigerians, and most of them no longer trust the leadership of the church. And I'm speaking about the clergy in this instance, to be able to tell power to the truth, to tell power the truth. Because a number of times, the feedback I get is that they see most of this clergy, at government functions. They see them interacting and interfacing with these so-called leaders that do not listen. And here, the people are in question that the church is losing the moral authority over the citizens and the leadership.
Well, I will approach this question from a different angle. Let me start by saying I pity the masses as well. You know why? Most of the times, when the man of God stands to say the truth, they are the people that will come after the man of God.
They are the people that will come after the man of
They will come after you, they will brutalize you, they will criticize you, they will castigate you. Well, any man of God that have the understanding of his calling must not be intimidated by the voice of the masses once you are on the path of truth and righteousness. Of a truth, there is that decline in the area of trust among the ministers of God. There are some that have, eaten the porridge, they have been bribed, they have done this, received gift. One of the things that blinds is gift. And these government people seems to have what they need to bribe the church, but not every man of God is bribable.
Not every man
of God is bribable. That some men of God come in contact with politicians and then you see them in the big pictures and all those things. That doesn't mean that they are in support of the evil they are doing. You don't know the discussion some of them are doing behind. Even though we know there are some actually who find that circle and hid themselves and they continue with their evil. But the fact remains, no government would want to have deep relationship with a fearless preacher who speaks his mind. And I must tell you, my brother, there are fearless preachers in this nation that is still shaking the government. And they are still saying the truth. So, if the masses are losing their trust, what about their own trust? Because it is not the preacher alone, it is the preacher and the people, the pastor and the people. There are members also who have sold their conscience. Most of these leaders you are seeing in government positions, and all, most of them are church members. Most of them are our sheep. But unfortunately, there are, like I said at the beginning, there are imposters. And you cannot just, someone cannot just come up and act to be like the governor of the state, and it's not the governor. So when arrested, you still address him as His Excellency. You don't address him as His Excellency. He's an imposter. So we need to have that line to separate the sheep from the wolves, because there is a lot of mix up even in the body of God's 60. A lot of mix up. But I want to address the audience and I want to encourage them. See, we still have remnants. There are people that have not submitted their staff to Pharaoh.
There are people who have not submitted their staff to Pharaoh.
Yes.
I love that. Reverend, speaking with you this morning has given me this audacity to ask. I am a student of history and I've taken part, through religious history as well. And in this nation, I remember names like the late Idahosa, men who would tell government that they are using this facility, you can't change that, and they will go ahead, use that facility. They will tell government that this is what they intend to do, and they couldn't be stopped. Are you telling us that we still have men in the religious circle who still walk that path?
Of course, greater number of them. I can even call some names. Greater number of them.
If we have men with such boldness, like you want me to believe,
yes,
why is the fortune of this nation not yet turned around? Because I'm meant to understand that from where you sit, you could command both the political leadership and the followership of this nation.
You see, one thing you have to understand, even in the days of Idahosa, he confronted powers, but people chose to do what they want to do. We are not running a state religion where the priests have a stake in the government.
Where the priest has a stake in it.
Yes. When you talk about state religion, you talk about the king, the priest, and the prophet. They move together. But in the setting of this nation, federalism, we have the executive, we have the legislative, we have the judiciary. So you look at it critically, you find out that the church does not fit in. But having said that, mine is to speak the truth. It is your responsibility to accept and act on the truth. And because we are not empowered to control our influence, they are limited. It takes only divine appearance of God to do one or two things. Let me go further. I've watched people like Bishop Oyedepo, Issa El Buba, our brother in Enugu, Father Mbaka, on several occasions, our late Papa Omar Okpai. I myself, by the grace of God, have constantly confronted the government. But unfortunately, most of them will not hear. I remember the day when Papa Ayo Olusegun was the CAN president and at the same time the PFM president. He did a lot. But you know what they did? They have to set him up. Set him up. Supervise him from in and out just to close his mouth. And unfortunately, the major problem is not even these preachers. The major problem, I must say, it's sorry we are in the air. The problem is disunity among the church leaders. A man of God is confronting with the truth. Another one is telling you, you must be an idiot to say this. A man of God is calling the government to order. Another man of God is saying, why are you talking to the governor like that? And if the church will have the required influence, even though they are not included in the government structure, if the church must have the required influence, we must break the wall of denominationalism, where on Sundays the Catholic can go to the Catholic, the Anglican can go to Anglican, the Pentecostal can go to Pentecostal, but at the end of that fellowship, we come as one body. If we don't have one voice, if you look at the story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis chapter 11, you find out that what brought, should I call it fear or threat to God, was the unity he found among the people of that day. If the church can be united, we will shake this nation. We will shake the nation, we will shake the government, we make a declaration and it will start. Number one. Number two, the population of the church, of the Christians in this nation, they are bigger. We can use our vote to change government. If we call you, guy, what you are doing is wrong, and you don't want to hear us, then the next election you'll be voted out. We will vote you out.
I agree with you on this, that the power to use the vote is quite obvious. However, the question now is, should the church be involved in politics?
Of course, 100%. How can you change governance when you are not involved? Even from the Bible days down to this age, you can't separate. Like if you want to talk about the freedom of South Africa, forget about this xenophobic attitude some of them are displaying now. You cannot talk about the total emancipation of South Africa without the involvement of the religious body. So the church must have to get to politics. The Bible says when the righteous is on the throne, the people rejoice. We cannot be shying away from politics and criticizing politicians when we have no interest to go and change the situation. So if you criticize them and rubbish them and you have no interest to occupy the seat, who will change the nation? So I'm not only encouraging our members, there are political priests, there are ministers who have political mandate. As a pastor, you felt you can do this, you felt you can do that. Come out, contest. We'll support you. But if we must support you, you must promise us that you will do something different. Because unfortunately, my brother, corruption have eaten into Nigeria that if we are asked to choose a new name, corruption may come into that name. Because corruption have eaten into both the church and the general body.
Yeah, Reverend, in as much as I want to agree with you that the church should get involved in politics,
seriously,
more partisan, there are still the other group, even within the church, that argue that the church must remain neutral, that getting involved will cause more division. And you rightly pointed it out, that the issue with dissenting voice of even ministers, when there are ones who want to stand and say, truth to power, get involved and see that things are changed, that being more partisan would divide the church further.
See, there is a wisdom to handle it. I am a pastor, and where I pastor is not where 2 or 3 are gathered. We have quite a number of people, and there are members of APC, there are members of PDP, there are members of NDC, there are members of ADC. They know I, as their leader, I'm not a partisan. Doesn't mean I don't have right to support anybody of my choice. It is my constitutional right as a Nigerian. But we have to come to the point where we are neutral. Like during the last election, I was preaching to the people. I said, see, this is where I'm going to. This is what I'm looking at. But you are not under pressure to follow me. Maintain your stand, provided you are getting it right. My understanding might be different from your understanding, unless I say to you, thus says the Lord. If I say thus says the Lord, even on gunpoint, I won't change my mind. I will tell you this is what the Lord is saying, and that is where we are standing. But everybody have the right to belong to any party of their choice. So the church as a body should not be neutral. In fact, church should sponsor members who want to contest or vie for any political position for change. Now, for instance, if we have actually disabled the members of the church and your member happen to be the Senate president and he respects you, with the spiritual understanding and the honor he has for you, there are some errors he will not be allowed to do. You will not come in and say, no, God, this is against the masses. This is against the progress and the peace of this land. We have to do this. Unlike this insecurity matter that we are talking about and other things, my brother, two of us knows that there is a political hand in this insecurity matter. Let our leaders liberate Nigerians. Save us. Save us this pain and this intimidation. All this kidnap there, kidnap here, kidnap here, kidnap there, and then the Islamic insurgents and all those things. That is a political hand. And Nigeria have enough intelligent officers to flush these things out. But the problem is that they have not been given the necessary support.
I agree with you totally. But still on politics and organization, is it possible for the church to unite, have a common front to push for their own interest and the general interest of the people?
How do I approach this? It is difficult, but it is not impossible.
It's difficult, but not
impossible. It is very difficult for the church to unite as one, inasmuch as we have CAN. But you know that not every church is a registered CAN member.
Not every church
is a registered CAN member.
What's the reason for that?
I don't know. People have their different understanding, different views. And that's an error. So if the church must be one, there are a lot of structures that we have to put in place. Because someone who occupied the leadership position might have enemies he wants to deal with. So there must be a structure put together. And if we must get it right, it is necessary for the church to be. It is not impossible, but with what is going on, it is absolutely difficult. Absolutely. Who would you want to be the leader? When you do something that is anti-cleric, anti-scripture, and you are called to order, some of them will tell you that the Holy Ghost spoke to them. This issue of Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, Holy Ghost spoke, is actually causing a lot of trouble. Man of God, does it mean that Holy Ghost speaks? Reverend. But we judge the speaking from the standard of the scripture. And you see someone marrying about 20 wives, a clergy, and they ask you, the Holy Ghost asks him to go and marry 20 wives. That contradicts the scripture.
Indeed. You know, let me backtrack a bit.
Okay.
Should every religious body, Christian religious body, be a member of CAN?
Of course.
They should.
Of course, if the water must be purified,
so
we need to have a head.
You are within. What could be reasons why some of these churches are not member of CAN?
Number one, many church leaders are fake.
Many church leaders are fake.
Many of them are very fake, highly occultic. Number two, lack of loyalty. Because when you belong to a body, you will be under someone. There are some who are too arrogant that they cannot be under control. So I don't want somebody to come and run the church for me. I don't want somebody to ask me some questions. There are some general overseers who are acting like God in their churches. So when they have that understanding, they don't want to sin. There are some that are so deep in evil, so deep in sin, and they have the understanding that if I belong to this body and this matter lead to this level, I will be sanctioned, I will be cautioned. So in order not to be under that authority, I don't have to be a registered member with them. But the Nigerian government should make it a law that any church that is not under CAN, under PFN, under CPFN, and we have about 5 blocks. If you are not found a member in any of this group, we deregister you. There are so many unregistered churches now. Whereas by right, church should be registered.
But that may be against their constitutional right.
Which constitutional right?
To freedom of religion and practice and worship.
Of course, but there is a provision in the law that every church should register under, what do you call it, CSC. Everybody have to come under that. It's a law. That you register doesn't mean that they are the one running the church. But you have to register in case of some issues. At least the government, the nation where you're operating from should be aware of your existence. You will not be operating in secret. It's an error. That's why some evil going on. There are situations where churches are demolished and then human skulls are found under the altars and all those things, and the pastor impregnated a woman, impregnated a daughter, impregnated 10 members in the name of Holy Ghost manifestation. That's an insult to Holy Ghost.
All right. Sorry, Reverend. You know, I'm running a bit faster than I should. It should have been more interactive. I'm trying to cover as much space as possible. However, we do apologize. Is it not possible that CAN, you know, may not be a unifying factor against the background of those who don't want to belong to CAN because CAN has compromised?
Well, it depends on the angle you are seeing it from. You know, we don't have a perfect vessel. We all are moving towards perfection. CAN, in my own understanding, have not actually failed nor compromised. The problem, my brother, is that if you must assume a leadership position in the church organization in this nation, you must, number one, be brutal. Number two, you must not have any skeleton in your cupboard. Because this government, they will fight you to stand still. But if you have boldness, like the people of Idahosa you talked about, someone like Dr. Makbai, who actually was the founder of PFN in this nation, Nigeria, if you look at such persons and then elect them to leadership position, a lot of things will be corrected. But of course, some leaders who has the power to elect might not elect people of that character, because they go with two-edged sword, not one face. Their sword goes like this and like this.
All right. I am agree with you in a lot of things you're saying. However, looking at this quality of some preachers or some churches, you know, obviously some are fake, occultic, lack of loyalty, and sin you mentioned. How do we then, you know, the followers, able to differentiate between the right church, the right leadership to follow?
The standard of the church has always been the Bible. As a member in the church, at the end of each services, go back, read the Bible, have a personal study life. Holy Spirit is not monopolized by clergies on the altar. The layman will have access to the Holy Spirit. When you have fellowship with the Holy Spirit, you will be guided. The Bible said the Spirit of God in us bears witness with our own spirit that this one is right, this one is wrong, and all those things. So I think the major thing for the church members to know is to come under the influence of the scripture, come under the influence of the Bible. And then two, don't be carried away by miracles. I believe in miracles. God is the miracle worker. But that is not the yardstick to judge a good pastor. If you want to know a good pastor, get to know the depths of knowledge from the scripture. I'm not talking about those who are preaching mystery that is outside the Bible, personal ideologies. The Bible said that the Bible is not for any private interpretation. It is the Spirit of God that gives us the understanding to have the deep truth or deep meaning into the scripture. So we must look at the word base of the preacher, and then we must look at the character of the preacher off camera, because the Bible says by their fruits we shall know them. You can never see a mango tree bearing orange fruit. It's not possible. Any pastor that have character issues off the camera, you are going to see some certain characters and all those things. So we'll be brave enough to have access to the scripture, because the scripture is the mirror. If you don't have access to the scripture, there is no way you can dictate that this one is falsehood and this one is right and all those things. So when we have that understanding, unfortunately, some pastors tend to promote themselves. When you see a pastor that is in most cases promoting himself, telling you how powerful he is, how he is Ojena Mao, how he is Oyokomita, how he is this and that and that and that, and there is zero acknowledgement of Jesus Christ, zero glory. You know, I was reading the Bible the other time. I saw that when miracle happened in John chapter 3, Peter didn't turn it as an opportunity for fundraising. He turned it as an opportunity to witness Christ to the audience. But these days, you see, after some of these arranging miracles, at the end of the day, next thing is fundraising. Have you seen that the pastor is a supernatural entity, a supernatural personality? If you sow the seed of 1 million naira, bago, in the next 2 hours, the Lord will credit your account with 10 billion. God is not a criminal. God is a God of process.
And Khan is unable to regulate.
That is what I'm saying. Khan cannot do it because some of them are not under Khan. Khan cannot do it because some of the leaders within that same circle are guilty of the same crime. So how can you fight a crime that you have a stake on? You are a shareholder.
All right, Reverend, I would want to probe this very issue further. However, before we get into that, let's still, think a bit towards politics, and that has to do with voter registration, for example. What is the church doing, especially in eastern Nigeria, where you have voter apathy in this very instance? How is church mobilizing its members to register? We know that INEC is carrying out ongoing voter registration exercise.
We preach it on the altar.
You preach it?
Yes, we encourage our people offline. And then we also interact with the INEC officials to bring the machine to church. We've registered thousands of people in the church.
That's interesting.
Yes, we've done that.
All right. I said I would have wanted to pursue this issue about where the church stands as a moral authority, because a lot of persons may argue, and sometimes we tend to agree with them, that the church is failing. As a result, you have the new generation, the youth, the Gen Zs, deviating, moving away from the church, back to what they call traditional religion. But for want of time, Reverend, I would keep an open invitation where you have to, because I have seen that you are ready to do that. But we have a few minutes left. Let me ask you pointedly, where do you get the boldness to speak about the church in this manner? You talk about the fake ones, the occultic ones, those who are not loyal. Where do you draw the courage to talk about these things?
I was not born a pastor. I first gave my life to Christ. And one of the reasons why I gave my life to Christ is to enjoy eternity in heaven. Calling is a secondary assignment. So I am not a pastor that moved into the ministry for material wealth, which by the special grace of God, I don't lack. By the special grace of God. But that is not what is motivating me. What is motivating me is Christ and Him crucified. You cannot center on Christ and not have the boldness to say the truth anywhere. I don't have skeleton in my...
You're not scared for your life.
Scared for who? I'm dead already. A dead man does not fear about life.
Is that where you draw the courage?
Yes, I'm dead.
As well?
I'm dead. This is a dead man talking to you.
A dead man talking to you.
I'm not alive, I'm dead. And everyone who knows me know that I am unapologetically connected to Christ, and I defend the church no matter what it will take from me or the sacrifices I would have to make. But that does not mean that somebody should come up and point a gun at me. You don't have the right to do that.
All right. We are almost out of time. What would you be telling the Nigerian government?
Well, what I want to tell Nigerian government is to have a rethink. Have an understanding that you are not leading yourself, you are leading a people. Number two, you must understand the cry of the people. There is hunger in the land. There is insecurity in the land. There is intimidation here and there. Some of government officials are intimidating the poor masses. And I know that some of the leaders on top might not be aware of that. Let us have baptism into the consciousness of human existence and have this understanding that power is transient. What will you be remembered for after this your reign? Because at the end of this your regime, you will come back to become an ordinary Nigerians, and we are going to pay you back according to the way you led us. Rethink and carry the people along.
That's interesting. And there are many Nigerians who are, wanting to hear you speak to them. What do you say to them?
Hang on. Exercise patience. Don't corner ways. Don't, because of the evil in the land, put your hand in wickedness. The soul that sinneth, the soul shall die. Trust in God and watch God make a way out. Be positive about Nigeria. Let us not keep prophesying doom and evil and wickedness in Nigeria. Hang on. A nobody today can become a somebody tomorrow. And when God offers you the privilege and the platform to lead, please correct this error that you have been fighting all this while. Don't add to our pain. God bless Nigerians.
Thank you very much. That's quite deep. And if you've been watching us, the voice and the person you've been hearing speaking to us on A Nation at Crossroads, the Church to the Rescue, is Reverend Dr. Chimobi Aniwene, President and founder of the Redeemed Christian
Redemption Church worldwide.
Yes, TRCW. Reverend, it's deeply a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you, sir.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, till we come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads between strong personalities and weak institutions. The question is simple but profound. Can a nation truly progress when its systems depend more on individuals than on rules? In the life of nations, strength is not measured by individuals but by the resilience of institutions. Where rules are weak, personalities become powerful. Where institutions are strong, leadership becomes secondary to order. This is the enduring dilemma of governance in many developing states. Douglas North defines institutions as the rule of the game. When those rules are informal or inconsistently applied, development becomes unstable. Max Weber's theory of charismatic authority was that leadership rooted in personality may inspire change, but cannot endure without institutionalization. Samuel Huntington adds, the most important distinction among countries is not their form of government, but their degree of government. Where institutions are weak, governance becomes personality-driven rather than system-driven. History provides cautionary examples. In Mobutu Sese Seko Zaire and Idi Amin's Uganda, institutions were replaced by loyalty networks and personal rule. The outcome was not strength, but collapse. When systems are subordinated to individuals, the state becomes fragile, regardless of leadership charisma. Nigeria reflects a similar structural challenge. Policies often change with administrations. Enforcement can depend on influence rather than consistent rules. Institutions struggle with continuity. Asimologo and Robinson describe such examples as destructive institutions, structures that serve power rather than enforce fairness. Over time, this weakens trust and undermines governance itself. James Madison wrote, "If men were angels, no government would be necessary." Institutions exist because human nature is imperfect. Scripture reinforces this truth. Put not your trust in princes nor in the Son of Man. Both philosophy and theology converge on one idea. Societies must be anchored in systems, not personalities. When institutions are weak, the results are predictable. Policy instability, inconsistent justice, economic uncertainty, declining public trust. Nations become trapped in circles where progress is repeatedly reserved. The strength of a nation is not the strength of its leaders, but the durability of its institutions. And where institutions remain weak, even strong men eventually fade, leaving the system still struggling to stand.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Honored that you are giving a speech to us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, MEPs. Well, I don't know. First, let me most sincerely show my gratitude and thank you for opportunity of being part of your section. It was a very good listening how discussions go on. The first question people wonder is, why am I here? I'm just here to be able to start a conversation because I found out that the European Union, or most countries of Europe and the Western world, actually have little knowledge about Nigeria and Africa in general. And because of it, in their decision, in their thinking, they rarely bring Africa into perspective. I said to them, it is time to rethink. Africa today is the last frontier of global development. It's the second biggest continent in terms of size in the world, the second biggest continent in terms of population. It's a continent that has the highest amount of natural resources. It's a continent that has vast uncultivated land, a continent with young population. 60% of African population today is young. But then again, it's a continent of mass poverty. Today, Europe, if I take Nigeria for example, Nigeria in terms of population is 50% of European Union population. You are about 450 million. We are over 240 million. So we over have 50% of your population. In terms of the land size, Nigeria, Europe is about 4-point-something million square kilometers. Nigeria is about a quarter of that. Just Nigeria. But when you come to in terms of wealth, while Europe have a per capita of over $40,000, Nigeria, which is over 50% of your population, our per capita is below about 2.5% of that of Europe. So you could see the potential, with all the resources, the potential for growth. The nearest continent to Africa, to Nigeria, is Europe. So if Africa today turns around, the biggest beneficiary will be Europe. If it collapses, the consequence will affect you more. And I believe that we have so many commonalities that we can work together and everything. And what is the problem of Africa? The problem of Africa remains leadership. To have a political leadership that is competent, that have the capacity, compassion, commitment, and character to be able to deal with the issues of corruption, law and order, focus on investing in critical areas of development, which is health, education, and pulling people out of poverty. It was discussed here that we have issue of killings, which again, people can say is genocide, people can say is Muslims versus Christians and everything. Are there killings? Are there criminality? Are there kidnapping? Yes. But we have to look at the issues that are driving this. When you have a huge population, for example, Nigeria have over 100 million people living in multidimensional poverty. You have millions of out-of-school children, or those who didn't go to school at all. With mass poverty and mass uneducated people, you have room for easy recruitment for all forms of criminality. which is what is now driving us of killings that we need to deal with. And now we're moving around, I'm moving around and saying, we need support. We need you to help us to overcome this and be able to create a clear developing environment that will also benefit you, because it's a huge market for you. It's a huge advantage in terms of resources and everything if Africa, especially Nigeria, is doing well. It's the most populous country in Africa. It's about 1/6 of African population is Nigeria. And it has all it takes to be a huge market that Europe, just like Africa, can have. And to turn around Africa, you must turn around Nigeria. Because it's a country that will drive the rest of Africa. To develop Africa, which will benefit you, you must start from Nigeria. So that's why I came to continue to start the conversation with you. Is not something, of course, I can take on tonight. It's something that I know that it requires several visits to be able to intimate you more on this commitment, on this trajectory that I want you to go down with us and be able to help us to turn around Africa, Nigeria in particular. So thank you for the opportunity of having a few minutes conversation with you. Maybe there'll be questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question, because after that we will also have a discussion about
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Police security across Ekiti State ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Federal government concludes a prisoner transfer agreement with Ethiopia. President Tinubu says Nigeria has saved over 61 billion naira through strategic procurement reforms. Details of the news. The Nigerian Medical Association has raised alarm over a looming healthcare crisis following a simultaneous strikes at major teaching hospitals in Lagos and Delta State. The association warned that the situation could degenerate into a nationwide medical emergency if urgent government intervention is not taken. In Lagos State, resident doctors at the Lagos State University Hospital have embarked on a 3-day warning strike over unpaid promotion arrears and delayed professional allowances. The action has significantly disrupted medical services at the facility. In Delta State, consultants at the Delta State University Teaching Hospital have declared an indefinite strike under the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria. The union ordered a total shutdown of clinical services, residency training, and academic activities. The strike was triggered by the dismissal of the association's local chairman, Dr. Abolo J. Efe, which the union described as unlawful. Doctors are also demanding urgent repairs to failing infrastructure, including power and water supply challenges in the hospital. The Lagos State government says it will repatriate 226 beggars arrested during a coordinated enforcement operation across major highways and commercial area in Lagos metropolis. The exercise was carried out by Environmental and Special Offences Task Force. Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, said the operation is part of ongoing efforts to clean up public spaces and reduce environmental pollution and street nuisance across the state. He explained that all arrested individuals will be profiled and documented by social welfare officials to determine their identities and states of origin before repatriation. The government reaffirmed its commitment to sustain the enforcement operations aimed at maintaining order, improving sanitation, and ensuring public safety in Lagos State. The federal government has concluded a prisoner transfer agreement with Ethiopia for the repatriation of 98 Nigerian inmates serving sentences in Ethiopian correctional facilities. The deal was announced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu. She said the agreement is part of Nigeria's citizen diplomacy policy under the Renewed Hope agenda. It covers Nigerians are held in maximum security prisons such as Kaliti and Abba Samuel. The minister dismissed reports circulating on social media claiming higher numbers of inmates, confirming that only 98 verified Nigerians are affected. She also noted that 4 Nigerians died while in custody during prolonged negotiations. Mrs. Odumegwu Ojukwu stressed that the agreement does not grant automatic freedom, as Nigeria is legally bound to ensure inmates complete their sentences unless Ethiopia approves otherwise. The federal government has called for stronger collaboration between the media and security agencies to address Nigeria's growing security challenges. The appeal was made at a national security summit in Abuja. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, said both institutions must work as partners in protecting national security and informing the public responsibly. He said Nigeria continues to face threats from terrorism, banditry, and cybercrime, requiring coordinated military intelligence and technological responses. The minister also warned against misinformation, urging journalists to verify reports before publication, while encouraging security agencies to improve transparency in their operation. The Abia State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects for alleged illegal possession of firearms during a stop-and-search operation in Aba. The suspects are David Emmanuel, aged 33, and Joel Emeka, aged 25. Police spokesperson Maureen Chinaka said the arrest was made by operatives of the Ndiogoro Division along Azikiwe Road by Kent Road. Items recovered include a locally made pistol, live ammunition, cartridges, a bag, and a tricycle. She said the suspects are currently in custody and will be charged to court after investigations by the State Criminal Investigation Department are concluded. The command reaffirmed its commitment to public safety and urged residents to report suspicious activities to security agencies. The Nigerian Army 14th Brigade, Ohafia, has assured residents of Ohafia local government area in Abia State of their safety and urged them to ignore false social media alert ordering residents to stay indoors. Brigadier General Ahmad Diko gave the assurance in a statement issued through the Army Public Relations Officer signed by Captain Mazinho Atta. He dismissed claims that youths in the area rescued abducted girls, describing the reports as false and unverified. The Army says security agencies have deployed adequate measures to maintain peace and urged the public to rely only on social media communication channels. The Nigerian Police Force says it has deployed a comprehensive security arrangement for the Ekiti State governorship election scheduled for Saturday. The operation covers all polling units across the state. Supervising Deputy Inspector General of Police, Mr. Mustafa Fayode, said personnel and logistics have been strategically positioned to ensure a peaceful and credible election. He said the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tunji Disu, has strengthened command structures by deploying senior officers, including AIG Olarinwaju Ogunlowo and CP Abayomi Shogunle. Security authorities have urged voters, political actors, and observers to comply with electoral laws and cooperate fully with security agencies. The Enugu State Police Command has assured adequate security for the Enugu North Senatorial District by-elections scheduled for tomorrow. Movement restrictions will be enforced during the election period. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Maman Giwa, said human and vehicular movement will be restricted from midnight to 6 p.m. across 6 local government areas in the senatorial zone. He said additional personnel have been deployed from neighboring commands and training institutions on the directive of the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Riwan Disu. The Commissioner warned against electoral violence, vote buying, and ballot snatching, adding that offenders will face prosecution while urging residents to remain law-abiding. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Police deploys personnel across Ekiti State ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Federal government signs a prisoner transfer agreement with Ethiopia for the repatriation of 98 Nigerian inmates. Coming up shortly, President Tinubu says Nigeria saved over 61 billion naira through procurement reforms. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested a couple over the alleged torture of a 10-year-old boy in Obosi, Demili North local government area. The suspects are 30-year-old Chisom Chukukere and her husband Chukudi. Police says the arrest followed a viral video showing severe injuries on the child, which sparked public outrage across social media platforms. The suspects are accused of inflicting burns on the victim using a heated plastic object. Following the arrest in the Awada area, Authorities confirmed that the couple's infant child was immediately taken into protective custody by the Ministry of Women's Affairs and Social Welfare and later handed over to a family member for care. Police spokesperson Parkins facility. Emergency responders were deployed from Ebute, Elefun, and Sari Iganmu stations. Thick smoke was seen billowing from the building, prompting evacuation of nearby offices as fire crews worked to contain the blaze. Authorities confirmed that the fire did not spread beyond the affected area. Controller General of the Lagos State Fire Service and Rescue, Mrs. Margaret Adeshaye, said the fire was quickly brought under control. She added that no lives were lost and investigations have commenced to determine the cause. President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria has saved over 61 billion naira through strategic procurement reforms aimed at protecting farmers from global supply chain disruptions. The announcement was made through the presidency. According to the statement, the federal government secured over 449,000 metric tons of agricultural inputs despite global trade pressures, particularly disruptions linked to the geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The president said the achievement followed a restructuring of the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative under the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. He explained that forward contracts and bulk procurement help stabilize prices for local production. He added that over 500,000 bags of fertilizer are currently being distributed to more than 129,000 smallholder farmers across 25 states and Federal Capital Territory under the renewed Hope Farm Input Support Program. The federal government has unveiled plans to establish the Cooperative Bank of Nigeria with a proposed share capital of 200 billion naira. The initiative is aimed at expanding financial inclusion and supporting small businesses. The Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, announced the plan during a stakeholder engagement in Kaduna State. He said the bank will be jointly owned by cooperative societies, investors, and workers. Under the proposed structure, cooperative societies will hold 65% equity, institutional investors 30%, while 5% will be reserved for employees through a share ownership scheme. The minister also disclosed plans for a national digital platform to register and verify cooperative societies, saying the system will help eliminate fraud and improve access to government intervention programs. Now in sports, FIFA has released its official power rankings for the 2026 World Cup, with Argentina captain Lionel Messi, Iran's Ramid Razan, and Canada's Derek Cornelius topping key performance categories. The rankings assess player performance using advanced statistics covering attacking output, creativity, and defensive efficiency after the opening group stage matches of the tournament. Messi topped the attacking category after scoring a hat-trick in Argentina's 3-0 win over Algeria, contributing significantly to his team's overall attacking play. Razan led the creativity rankings following Iran's 2-2 draw with New Zealand, while Cornelius was ranked highest in defensive performance after helping Canada secure victory over Bosnia-Herzegovina. Now in entertainment, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has described the death of Nollywood actor Alex Ikenna Ekubo Okwareke as a major loss to the entertainment industry and the state. The governor's message was delivered through his chief of staff, Mr. Caleb Ajaba. Governor Oti paid tribute during a funeral service held in Arochukwu, noting that the late actor contributed significantly to promoting Nigeria culture and creative excellence globally. He described the deceased as a disciplined professional whose career inspired many young Nigerians to pursue excellence in creativity, art, regardless of background. The actor died at the age of 40 following complications from metastatic kidney cancer. His burial ceremony attracted family members, colleagues, and entertainment personalities from across the country. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Nigerian Police Force has deployed a comprehensive security framework across Ekiti State ahead of Saturday's governorship election. Supervising Deputy Inspector General of Police, Mr. Mustafa Kayode, says personnel intelligence units and logistics have been strategically positioned to ensure a peaceful, credible, and violence-free poll. He adds that senior officers, including AIG Olarinwaju Ogunlowo and CP Abayomi Shogunle, have been deployed to reinforce command and coordination. The federal government has concluded a prisoner transfer agreement with Ethiopia for the repatriation of 98 Nigerian inmates serving sentences in Ethiopian correctional facilities. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu Ojukwu, says the arrangement is part of Nigeria's citizen diplomacy under the Renewed Hope agenda and is aimed at ensuring inmates complete their sentences closer to home under improved welfare conditions. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says Nigeria has saved over 61 billion naira through strategic procurement reforms designed to improve efficiency and protect local farmers from global supply chain disruptions. He explained that intervention has also supported large-scale fertilizer distribution to smallholder farmers across the country to strengthen food security. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 07030437110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chirimasa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Well, when we talk about democracy, we're talking about government of the people, for the people and by the people. So when we talk about democracy, we are talking about a government in which the people who are the masses or the citizens select to rule or govern them. But whereby the democracy we are talking about today has been truncated. That is where the problem comes in. If issues can be addressed to handle this democracy, then I believe everybody will be happy in this country. There is a possibility, 100% possibility. That is if the people who we elect to represent us will be able to abide by the rules which they made. That's just the problem. If they can be able to abide by the rules, whereby they will respect the electoral laws, you know, respect everything that goes with election, apart from it, that is only when we can speak of democracy. But if they cannot respect that, there's no democracy in this country.
No. Nigeria is not doing fine. This country is very, very bad. They are not doing fine. Even if electoral something or electoral, I don't know. The inec has failed us. The government had failed us. The state government had failed. Local government has failed. Even the Nigeria entirely has failed. I can remember when I was small, they used to say the young shall grow. But those people, that time when I was in primary school, they are still there now. They are still in the politics. They are still there. So when the young shall grow, when are they going to grow?
It's a laudable activity. Yes. The Nigerians were disappointed in the outcome of the annulment of the elections. And many people were sad. And when by the end of the day, you know, there's nothing we can do. It was military regime, so it was taken. And then when some other regime decided to make it a memorable, make it memorable in the minds of Nigerians, well, everybody welcomed welcomed it. Okay. The only problem there is that MK Abiola was the person that that everybody knew was winning the election. Yeah. So, but the point that the person who made that thing to be a reality is the umpire who refused to, who continued publishing the result that showed that MK Abiola is winning. So, and the person of Professor Humphrey Musu, I think we have some credible Nigerians who can do the job. But I'm thinking that for us to get people who can be good umpires, we check on their antecedents, not to just bring somebody from anywhere and people we are hearing his name for the first time, and he's not a member of the, he's not in any way fighting for human rights. He's not in any way doing, and he's not brought in. And people who has reputation and who will not like their names to be dented.
Democracy Day was to be celebrated. I'm always happy whenever Democracy Day is approaching, because it's a day we celebrate ourselves, because it's the government of the people, by the people and for the people. So not just the leaders alone, we celebrate the leaders and we celebrate the followers. So we are celebrating every citizen of the Nigeria. As far as democracy is concerned, it's a day that was celebration. It's a day that all of us have to be happy, and we have to turn up in masses to wherever the hosting is to come and celebrate our joy. So everybody have a say in government. It's just the vacancy that need the masses to occupy. It's just you and I that is needed to occupy the seat. So it is free and fair. Nothing is wrong with that.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath, you see a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years, and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? How is everything going on with you? It is a humble and our program today on entertainment. I call it the Vibe Central, where we give you hot gist and groove, where we tell you what's going on there in the entertainment industry and we're telling you, we're gisting you what is going up with our celebrities. And today the internet has just been moody because the late actor Alex Ekubu has been laid to rest, and a lot of things and a lot of controversy has gone ahead. We'll have some clips where he was brought into his village in Arochukwu in Abia State, where he was laid to rest. So many celebrities were live there, prominent men who came to pay their last respects to the late actor on his final goodbye, telling him his final goodbye to where he's going to be laid to the Mother Earth. We will just say rest in peace to our late amazing big actor Alex Ekubu. A lot of things happened during this period. A lot of people came in to wish him well. People, direct their ordeals with him, especially the prominent actor Ike Ogbonna, who happens to be his soul brother and soulmate in the movie industry. He has his own plight, remembrance from one another. And also we see the likes of Alex Ekubu's younger sister, who came to read out the tribute. One of it is that she read out, she said, "Hi Bobo, it's crazy to think that within the space of 9 months you sent these check-in videos for me. You are no longer here. Yesterday, it was so hard, Bobo. I was in so much disbelief. I kept searching for you within the crowd, but I know you are here, but I know you always be with me. It was a very tough and sorrowful, time for her. But we saw a couple of clips where Alex Ekubu and his younger sister, called Amarachi Ekubu, were in tight videos. Both of them were seen on different movie sites where they, Alex had to tag her along to shoot some movies. There's a period where this lady has been, she cried herself out. She said if she can be able to survive this ordeal, it is too much for her to deal with. And to another of his friend, who is Yomi, Yomi, he is known for making splendid outfit for celebrities. And one of the hardest points was when his wife came on, on Instagram to share her ordeal, trying to tell people that the hardest job he has, his husband, Yomi Casuals, have ever done was to make the final outfit in which his friend will be laid to rest, the Mother Earth. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. She says she doesn't know if her husband will be able to bear the pain and continue life without his tight friend Alex Ekubu Ikenna. This has been a time of solace for the movie industry. These people have just come in to share good and nothing but good message and good experience, and one or the other with Alex Ekubu. It has just been so memorable. And people are just saying that they wish they could exchange more. And I'm asking people, if they have to exchange Alex Ekubu and someone else, who would it be? Will you allow your own brother or someone very close to you to be exchanged? So some people have made a lot of controversial opinions. Some people said they don't actually believe that this young man is gone. It's too early. He went off so early. He's just in his 40s, early 40s, and he's gone. A great light has been shut down in Arochukwu in Abia State. The governor has, sent his delegates. People were there active live to wish him well. So people are just saying that actually some of them, some comments, they said actually it was Alex Ekubu's final time on earth that brought about a little bit development in his community. some people in this country, you people will not kill me, but say I will just say amen. So a lot of things have just been happening, but the most important thing is that the fact that we were able to give ourselves the accolades that this young man has made a very great impact in the industry, and he's going to be remembered for his good deeds and things he has done and the impactful things and people's life he has changed with his smile and everything cute about him. So we're moving next to a big celebrity who has, you know, returned back with glory and greater honor. Now she has been crowned the icon in an icon in the Guinness Book in the Guinness World Record. You know, the person we are talking about is the celebrity chef Hilda Bassi, who celebrated becoming a Guinness Book World Record icon, where she said a lot of things. She said, to be honest, when I received this recognition as a Guinness Book Record icon, I wasn't sure that I will be able to share it. Not because I wasn't grateful, for far from it, but over the past years, I have something wrestled with fear of being defined by a single moment. The fear that mentioning Guinness Book of Records again would make people think she's been talking about this thing again. So I sat with it. I delayed unboxing it. I delayed filming the video. I delayed, you know, say finding the words. But gratitude has a way of overcoming fear, and all thanks to Gino and so many other sponsors who had made this possible. Now she's not only, we see a video, a picture where she's, you know, celebrating, and she brought out all her award, Guinness Book Record awards, where she was filmed having this award, telling that is a short way to tell people don't give up in this life. Just don't give up. You don't know when time and destiny will meet you, and you wherever you are. Hidabasi is chef. Hidabasi is one woman with I'll call her one woman with 10,000 more posts. She has the strength. When I watch her clip during the time where she was doing this cooking marathon, I was just saying, how can she be able to achieve this? But actually she did the first, second, and actually she subsequently broke so many records, and it's a massive and tremendous win for Nigeria. These are things that we need to celebrate, and these are things that we need to use to encourage the people around us, to tell them that if she can do this, we can actually do this. We can actually go a wide, you know, stage name, and, you know, get a public recognition for effort. One thing that we always say, did you actually put effort? If there was effort, there will be result. I always tell people, if you make effort in life, just what you need in that prominent, you know, time is effort, because there will always be results. It might not be at the moment which that effort was made, but at the long time run, you see that the effort will begin to yield something positive and something impactful, and people will recognize it, because you don't just start now to do something and you feel like the result will be. This award came in the space of 3 years. Assuming she wasn't patient enough to know that this is a dream that she wants to live. This is things that she wants to suit herself in. You see herself dragging herself in a lot of muddy things and controversy. She will begin to hear public opinion that she's a woman, she can't do this, she can't do that. But she actually left everything aside and, you know, got herself focused on what she is, what is her interest, what she tends to achieve with, you know, getting all these things. And she has gotten the recognition. The president knows her, the governors know her, people of Lagos and Akwa Ibom. She's from Akwa Ibom State. People have recognized that this lady has done something very important. Even the word, there's a Guinness World Record, and she has achieved that milestone. It's no longer national, it's not international. So everybody out there, you can actually achieve this milestone. It's just consistency. Are you consistent in that game? Do you know what you are placing on? So it actually leads us to the Eguregu couples. I call them the Eguregu couples because these people have just made the internet fun. You see a nagging husband come online crying, you know, whimpering. I don't know who Mr. Obasi is crying for. Like, who are you crying to? Because if you can't man up and do the needful, collect your children. Why not come up and drag a woman who actually left you? This woman is in to tell you, I'm not do again now. You should just know the limits. But anyway, everybody has his own sole purpose. But for me, I feel like Mr. Obasi is actually doing this because he actually wants to trend. Because you don't tell me any reason that if he really wants to, with this popularity he has, people will not help him, back him up to get those children if he wants to. But I think he's just using it to catch crews and get more popularity, visibility, and, you know, get use of this new fan-fetch audience he's getting. But everybody, you know, everybody on their business. What thing concern me? I'm not Mr. Obasi. I'm not Judy Austin, who actually broke his heart or followed another person's husband. That's not me. I am Gift Obodo. As you guys know that I'm Gift Obodo. But I'll still go down to the gist because a lot of things has been said by St. George. Some actors has come to say a lot of things, and one of them is the actress St. George. She said, "Do you believe that God is in control? Do you have children? Do you know yourself tomorrow? Do you think you're wiser than God? Please ask yourself this question and reason deeply. First of all, I've never met or spoken to Judy ever before in my life, so don't get this twisted. I feel from abuse and all this kind of abuse, by in Jesus' name." But what she's trying to say here is just trying to tell us that with all these hateful comments against Judy Austin, if you people are still dragging Yul Edochie and Judy Austin after all these years with their 3 kids down, it means that you are playing God and you have another secret evil agenda. And she's trying to tell critics that this is actually becoming, you know, unfair for people that has even brought in lives into the existence. You know, they have 2 sons and 1 daughter. That's Judy Austin and Yul Edochie. They have two boys, 1 girl. That's total of 3 down. And, you know, see, criticize this couple, try to bring them down. But for me, it's actually, it's fun. It's not something that you actually criticize them. No, it's actually something that everybody has his or her preference, has chosen Yul Edochie. Both of them chose each other and they are cool with it, okay with it. Then when you see the likes of Mr. Obasi coming online, I won't call it rants, but coming online to do all kinds of things in this thing. I'm not in the support of anybody. Please don't drag me after this with your comments. Like I always say, yes, drag me with your comments. That's what I actually want. That's the controversy I can actually latch on. But at this point, if you don't have your comment to drag me, please stay where you are. But anyway, another comment, you know, Yul Edochie has come to exonerate himself. He said, some of my fans have reached out to me saying, please allow him to see his children. I've never stopped anybody from seeing his children. Social media, people prefer chasing cloud, chasing social media money with my name rather than doing the right thing. Tell him to call his ex-wife. If he wants to see his or take his children, let them discuss it. He has her number. He has nothing to do with me. Voila, that means the children are still in the lady's custody. It's not what Mr. Obasi has come online to say that the children are not with him is actually true, because this shows that the children are still with the woman's custody. And I'm asking, is the woman untouchable? How no fit touch am? I'm saying at the talk. How no fit touch Judy Austin? Make she release those children, because I see no reason why she would still be holding those children against their father's will. But everybody have their problem. Me myself have my own problem. Judy Austin have, Yul Edochie has, Mr. Obasi has. So make anybody know, you know, everybody get problem for this country. So let's talk about another kind of dragon. Let's bring it closer, because I always say bring it closer, bring it closer. And Davido everybody has his own critics. There's nothing you do in this country. You not see people that are in for you, people that are against you. You always have one person that, oh, you are not doing it that way. But I'm asking, there's a simple question I always ask. Must you do things to please everybody around you? No, you can't just divide yourself. You must have people that see it in the negative aspect and people that has to see it in the positive. You have to have people that will align and people that will not definitely align with you. It's just nature. Nature has just made it so. So you just have to deal with whatever that comes to your table as it is. You see, Davido has gone out to drag someone who slammed him. He said, useless man, Davido slams a singer for insulting him over the advocacy against insecurity at a global stage. Because I see myself, and I've been wondering why people are dragging him. It is that he should not speak up for the children who have been in the bush, the teachers and people that have been adopted. I don't even know what is wrong with our with people in this country. I don't even know that people will actually speak against this insecurity, because like it's not something that people are supposed to lend in their voice. It's the voice of the people. That is what we're actually waiting for, and nothing other than that. Because I just see a reason why people will not lend in their voice. Look at this man that actually is trying to shorten Davido. I like the fact that Davido gave it to him back. He said, "Oh, you are a very useless man." Davido, this man is very funny, but it's not funny because I don't know that someone in this country, sane and hearty, will actually come out to still criticize people that are actually trying to speak up. And the criticism did not end there. It didn't end there. Mark my word, it didn't end there. People actually went far as to bring up their own opinion and said, somebody like this said, came out to, talk about this Davido's issue, and he said, the person is called Akindeji Oladeji. He said, but in my opinion, there was no reason for Davido to wear that dress. Why? Because it solves nothing. The government is totally aware that they have failed those kidnapped victims. Wearing such dress just put Nigeria in a bad light. Who suffers it? Tinubu? Absolutely not. Tinubu loans and grants. This is an average Nigerian that is looking for gifts on up and down, looking for bag, an international client that will suffers it. Another one is jumping from embassies to embassies for visa, as well as one abroad. I think I understand. They've replied, "No worry, we no go talk am again." But I think I understand the perspective in which these two people are talking, because if Nigeria is placed on the terrestrial or the phase that there's nothing good that is coming out, that they will have a lot of kidnap issue, we'll have a lot of terrorist attack, and this bandit and the rest. Nigeria is not a safe place. And people will not think, I think people over there will not think, they are trying to pollute their own country. A lot of visas will be denied. A lot of foreign opportunity will be seized from us. I think I understand it. But at the same way, will you just say, nobody should talk about this, or it shouldn't be mentioned? I don't think it should be a case of not mentioning it, because the people saying, "No worry, I'm not going to talk about it again." It's just, should I use the word insensitive? But yes, yeah, I will use the word insensitive at this point, because it's something that everybody needs to talk about. It's something that needs to be said. So, but in every aspect, I always ask. I have one curious question to always ask audience: in your childhood era, have you seen, or you have this experience that that would have alerted your parents, that you try to alert your parents to warn of danger, or to don't do this, or something is about to encroach? I think I did prognosing business when I was small. I would just always tell my mom, this. So, but someone on air said, Miracle Tamuno said, so my husband's younger sister came to see him, visit us today. I was at the market when she came, and my kids, they don't know her because she based in Abuja. Immediately I entered the house, my daughters just shouted, "Mommy, this woman hugged your husband. Come and beat her. Come and beat her." I think one day I tried to warn my mom that I met one auntie at home. So I think I came back from school, and school bus actually dropped me, and I came upstairs. I saw one woman sitting at the parlor. She was just looking haggy, and she was just looking all haggard and tattered. I all said, I think a witch came to our house. Sorry, but it happens to be an aunt that I didn't know her from anywhere. So I actually went to tell my mom that, "Mommy, there's a witch sitting in the parlor." If my mama don't kill me that day. But it's all good. But it's because when I remember this thing, I just had to laugh it out. But it was not funny, because my mom was like, "Are you calling your aunt a witch? Like, how? Who? Is it the one sitting down?" So she was not telling me how we were related and all these things. I should stop calling her that. I should go and look for like water. I should give her a drink. I should go downstairs and get drink for her and do this. I said no, that I'm afraid, I'm scared. I don't want to go close to her. My mom said, why? I said she's looking dirty, haggard, tattered, and everything. She said I should stop saying it. You know, I don't know if she beat me, and I was so angry with my mom for the fact that you didn't even support me. You just only had to beat me and warn me off about this thing. But in any case, I always say, yeah, every child has his own opinion and is opinionated to have one or two things that he actually supports and one or two things that he actually doesn't support. So let's take a look at Kunle Kenny, and he said nobody is putting any birth control inside or anything inside my wife's body. No extraneous chemicals or pills. We will only have kids when we both unanimous agree, as God allows in his mercy. When we are done, I'm getting a vasectomy, and a woman's body is too sensitive for those chemicals, and side effects are very crazy, and nobody's putting anything. The music minister Kunle Kenny said this. And the truth is that when it comes to all these insertions into a woman's body to prevent pregnancy, especially couples that have given birth and they want to stop giving birth. I think I have a tender experience. I know someone who had this insertion done inside her, I think on her arm. Yeah, it's a funny story, but it's a true life story. This insertion was done in her hand, and it actually made her bleed a lot. Even as she was getting older. Yeah, she was getting so old. I think she was in 50, but she's still bleeding heavily like a young girl that is having her menstrual cycle. So all these things, I have someone that I know that when immediately she inserted the stuff to stop the childbirth and control all the pills and everything, antiseptic, I think she inserted it. She actually like she just got herself over, her size increased, doubled by 4. Like she was looking so round and very heavy, very fat. The thing was not looking like she was very sick. But she's looking healthy, but she's looking very sick because the fatness was not looking abnormal. She couldn't do a lot of things. She couldn't get things herself. She was just fat. So after, she had to go for operation to remove the insertion done to her, and she had to work on herself small, take some medication. That was where her body began to recuperate, and it was restored back to her normal self. So all these anti birth pills and all these things, that birth controls, that methods that we try to use, yes, it's good in the sense that my mom always say one kegazu, like it's a very important adage. Like everybody should just actually give birth to what he or she can actually train, and not give it to something that you cannot train, because it's obviously not acceptable that you give birth to a child and you are not able to give the person the basic education, basic things he needs things that actually makes life needful, necessary, fun, lively, and very, very healthy. But life is always about, if you give in, you take, and everything becomes smooth, sweet, and splendid. And that's why life should be, and how life should be at every point in time as a human being. So at this end juncture, I'm not advising, I'm not a medical practitioner, but I always say, do what works for you. And before you do, just know your body system, how it reacts to this kind of things before you go or take a step ahead to do those things. If not, be ready to face or dance the dance of the spirit together. And that's all I have for you today on a very central, on the best entertainment show in the industry. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Susu Lawyer, aka All Types of Pepper, or live on Aneke TV every day by 12:30 p.m. We give you these G's, hot grooves, and everything, because he tell you what is going on in the music industry, fashion, sports, and every other thing. Just get ready for us. Every day by day, we have something coming your way, something very massive, something very beautiful, and always anticipate us. We'll be right back to that. Enjoy your weekend because today is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Bye. See you next week.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Ebonyi State, the salt of the nation. Located in the heart of southeastern Nigeria, is a story of transformation, resilience, and pride. Created on October 1, 1996, by the administration of General Sani Abacha, the state was carved out from parts of Enugu and Abia states. Its capital, Abakaliki, has grown from a quiet provincial settlement into one of the most rapidly developing urban centers in the region. The name Ebonyi is derived from the Ebonyi River, while its slogan, the salt of the nation, reflects the state's historic salt deposits in Amachara and Uburu, which were once central to trade and local industry. These salt lakes stand as living symbols of self-reliance and the resourcefulness of the Ebonyi people. Culturally, Ebonyi is a proud custodian of Igbo heritage. The people are known for their strong communal spirit, creativity, and deep connection to their traditions. The New Yam Festival, Ogene music, Nkwa Umwaboho dance, and the colorful displays of masquerades all reflect the beauty and vibrancy of the state's cultural life. In villages across the land, pottery, weaving, and blacksmithing are still practiced, reminding visitors that in Ebonyi, the past lives side by side with modern aspirations. Blessed with rich soil and abundant natural resources, Ebonyi is a major producer of rice, yam, cassava, maize, and palm produce. The Abakaliki rice mill, one of the oldest in Nigeria, remains a symbol of the state's agricultural heritage and its determination to feed the nation. Beneath its soil lie deposits of limestone, lead, zinc, marble, and of course, salt, all pointing to vast opportunities for industrial growth and investment. Over the years, Ebonyi has produced remarkable men and women who have made their mark on the national stage. Dr. Sam Igu, the state's first civilian governor and the former Minister of Education. Chief Martin Elichi, an accomplished administrator. Senator Anyim Payo Sanim, a former Senate President and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and Engineer David Umahi, a visionary leader and the current Minister of Works, all embody the drive and discipline that define the Ebonyi spirit. From education to public service, from entrepreneurship to civic leadership, Ebonians continue to excel and inspire a new, determined to shape a brighter future. The lessons from Ebonyi's story are clear. It teaches the power of vision, unity, and perseverance. It reminds us that no beginning is too humble and no dream too distant. Through hard work and community efforts, the people of Ebonyi have turned their challenges into opportunities, rewriting their destiny with faith and determination. Today, Ebonyi stands tall, a land of salt and substance, of culture and courage, of tradition and transformation. The salt of the nation continues to shine, seasoning the story of Nigeria with hope, progress, and pride.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, you're welcome to an edition of our program, Arena on Aneke TV. Today, we are going to discuss on the petermbah order of court, or judgment of court, to disregister ADC and 4 other political parties, namely Zenith Party, Action Alliance, the one Accord Party, and of course ADC. The Zenith Labour Party and ADC. And immediately that order or that judgment was released, there were a catalog of criticisms by all and sundry, both non-legal and non-legal persons discussed that issue. And of course, the affected party stalwarts, public affairs commentators and all that, all discussed the judgment. What attracted the catalog of criticisms to that judgment was that of stay of execution, stay of process, which was before His Lordship, Justice Petermbah, an order from an appellate court. And it is believed that each time there is
Cyril Stober.
Thank you very much, Cyril. I think he deserves a round of applause. Today is getting the protocol.
Accord Party and of course
ADC.
The Zenith Labour Party and ADC. And immediately that order or that judgment was released, there were a catalog of criticisms by all and sundry, both non-legal and non-legal persons discussed that issue. And of course, the affected party stalwarts, public affairs commentators and all that, all discussed the judgment. What attracted the catalog of criticisms to that judgment was that of stay of execution, stay of process, which was before His Lordship, Justice Petermbah, an order from an appellate court. And it is believed that each time there is an order from an appellate court concerning a particular matter before them that is also before a lower court, that the process, and also when expressly it was made that the process should be stayed. I think by the way of observance of the hierarchy of court and conformity to hierarchy of court process should prevail in that circumstance. But in this situation, Justice Petermbah took it upon himself to give the judgment, and that is exactly why so many people said so many things about what he did. There's some said it is an incursion on our democratic affairs. Some said it is bringing the integrity of the court to disrepute. Some said it is even actionable that he should be reprimanded. There are so many, ideas, so many, vocals from various angles against that particular decision. But in view of that, the parties involved actually headed back to the appeal court. Immediately they got in a dispatch, unlike the courts of Nigeria. The appeal court responded immediately and consolidated on their earlier stay of execution. Consequently, the court said, and I quote, it is the application for a stay of execution is hereby granted. The enforcement of the judgment is stayed. The appellate court held. That is the position of the appellate court. And they granted it and made statement that it has to be enforced. The enforcement of the judgment of the lower court is stayed. The application for stay for execution is granted and hereby consolidated. So that is exactly the lead counsel of Justice Mohammed from the appeal courts, made that statement. And that is exactly what we're going to discuss. I have a guest, a regular in this program, a regular face, a regular person, Barrister Jesse Nwobodo, a right activist and public affairs commentator. Barrister Jesse, you're welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to join you.
I call you comrade too because of the many parts you play in various things. So, Barrister Nwobodo, the issue of a lower court not obeying an order of an appellate court, how is it viewed in the legal system of Nigeria?
Thank you so much. I would like to begin by saying that Justice Peter Lifu went went above board.
Above board?
No. He exceeded his jurisdiction. He exceeded his jurisdiction because in the first place, the Court of Appeal had earlier granted stay of proceedings. The accord party approached the Court of Appeal and applied for stay of proceedings before his court. And in disregard of the order for stay of proceedings, he proceeded to deliver judgment 2 days ago, ordering INEC to the register ADC and 4 other political parties. So that is a height of judicial impunity. As you rightly mentioned, it's been described variously as a judicial rascality, judicial impunity, and all sort of descriptions. And such descriptions captures, the misdemeanor. It's even far above misdemeanor. It's serious within the judicial arena. For a judge of the lower court, of the high court, to treat with levity an order of the superior court. Of course, in a particular case of Dalhat and Turaki, the Supreme Court deprecated the conduct of a high court judge, who disregarded the judicial precedent, and I assume judicial in a case which he does not have a jurisdiction. So, Peter Lifu towing this part, it's an infamous part, is unwarranted. is not expected, within the political and judicial circles, because it brings the judiciary to disrepute, as you mentioned. It also questions the integrity of the judicial officers. So what played out a couple of days back, it's unprecedented. It's unprecedented. And I just hope that the judicial authorities will take appropriate steps to stem the tide or to stem the drift into judicial impertinence or impudence.
Okay. We talk about sanity, and we primarily, because of the issue in discourse, we primarily talk about sanity in the judiciary. You find that over some years, people are beginning to view, from angle that the judiciary tends to actually handle political issues the way it ought not to, which may bring about a political crisis in Nigeria. Judgments, there are judgments from high courts, one high court or the other, conflicting judgments. I'm talking about conflicting judgments. And you find out that it's replicated almost everywhere. You hear a judgment or an order of a court in Oyo State, you get another order against that of the order of in Oyo State in Abuja. You get another order in Owerri, and so on and so forth. Sometimes these orders are served on, for instance, in electoral matters, on INEC. You find it very difficult. Which one prevails? So one begins to think about what the role of judiciary and the workings of judiciary in situations where there are imbroglio in a political system. Then one thinks about how, why are there not sanity? Or are there sanity? And if there are no sanity, how do you restore the sanity of the practice of members of the bench or the judiciary as a whole? So, what is your view about sanity in the judicial system of Nigeria?
It will not be totally correct to say that there's lack of judicial sanity or there's lack of sanity in the judicial system. There's a level of sanity, but that is also not to say that there are no issues. There are issues here and there. You see, the issue of a conflicting judgment can be obviated if the judges are given more to one research, because conflicts often arise from misunderstanding of the law, and when the law is misunderstood by a particular judge, it could run counter to an existing precedent. In such a case, there will be conflict. Again, conflict may arise where similar cases respecting the same subject matter or similar subject matter are filed in different courts. In what we call forum shopping. Some litigants like to shop for jurisdictions or fora where they think they can get a favorable judgment. And because law is based on, the law is written, but the facts can actually change the law. So the law tends to vary with the facts, as no two cases are exactly the same. So a judge in such case may give a judgment that
based on the facts given,
based on the facts before it, and which might conflict with a similar case. So it's an issue. It's an issue of the knowledge of the judge in question. Again, at the Federal High Court, there's what they have in place to checkmate this possibility of conflicting judgments. They have affidavits of non-multiplicity of suit. That is, at the point you are instituting an action, the litigant deposes to an affidavit that there is no such, there's no suit with respect to the same subject matter pending before another court. So, of course, you know that affidavit is an oath, and if somebody lies on oath, it will occasion an action in perjury. But I still find that even though there is such measure, people still go ahead and multiply suits here and there. But it boils down to the issue of the citizens, always trying to cut corners and not playing according to the rules. As a matter of fact, the rule is there to checkmate against multiplicity of actions. But then, conflicts again, we have legal procedures to address the issue of conflict, especially at the appellate level. At the appellate level, at the lower level, at the high court level, judges are meant to obey precedent. At the appellate level, where there are conflicting decisions, of course, at the Court of Appeal, for example, the court is to look at the two conflicting decisions and decide which one to go with. Then at the Supreme Court, if there's any conflict, the latest in time prevails. So these mechanisms at least help to ensure certainty in the application of laws. So again, at the appellate level, I think that we have conflicting judgment because though they sit in panel, but you find out these days that maybe due to laziness, one judge possibly writes the judgment, and the others, for example, at the Court of Appeal, where you have like 3 members in the panel, one judge takes the task of writing a judgment, and the 2 others simply concur, without perhaps reviewing the record of appeal to even appreciate the facts and the arguments.
Sometimes there are dissenting judgments.
Yeah, that's where there is thorough participation by all the members of the panel. So, but where a single person writes a judgment, perhaps not adverting to similar decisions that may have been rendered, so there's bound to be conflicting decisions. Again, I think we need to also fine-tune our system such that the various jurisdictions, say at the Court of Appeal, there should be a pool where they should use technology actually to collect judgments and ratios, issues of law, so that when similar issues come up again, there wouldn't be conflicts. They would see how it's been resolved in the past. And if they think that there should be reason to depart, they should expressly state so that they want to depart for so and so reason. That way, the question of conflicting judgment will be minimized.
Okay, and for those who do not conform to the rules in terms of the way the High Court did, how do you sanitize the system in such a way that similar things don't reoccur in the judicial system?
The National Judicial Council is there. The National Judicial Council is, of course, possesses power, to discipline erring judicial officers. And I know that they have in the past, and they still do, they still sanction erring judicial officers. Well, when there's an established case of judicial, impudence or judicial impertinence, as we currently have over the decision to the register of high political parties. So I believe that if the issue is taken up, that the National Judicial Council will win the big stick.
Okay. Situations like that has happened in the case of ADC earlier by the Appeal Court of status quo antebellum interpretation, and there's a situation like that of Justice Peter Lefu's disregard to a stay of process by an appellate court. don't you think that such situations may begin to erode some level of confidence on the judiciary, more so with the conflicting judgments by concurrent jurisdictions here and there? Don't you think there are some erosion of confidence? Because they say that the court, the judiciary, is the last hope of the common man. And Nigerians, are they still having confidence in the courts? More so when certain pronouncements are made, sometimes ambiguous. Situations where somebody who came third or fourth in an election becomes the governor. These are some of the situations that, when you look at it, you begin to wonder if our judiciary is actually independent and upright in its way, on the way they deliver judgments.
Let me say that I'm a firm believer in the judiciary. Yeah, there are few bad eggs. We cannot rule out the fact that there are bad elements. It's everywhere. In every strata of society, you find people who try to paint the system bad. So the same happens. Judges, they are human beings. But overall, I would rate Nigerian judiciary high. It is true there are a couple of judgments we feel bad about. Sometimes we feel bad because we don't actually we are not abreast with the facts. You see, law and court processes are dependent on facts and the law. So sometimes when you are not abreast of the facts and you rely on social media narratives or maybe street narratives, there's bound to, there's this feeling that you don't accept what has been rendered as judgment to reflect, the popular opinion. By the way, court judgments are not meant to reflect popular opinion because cases are decided based on the facts. I say so because the same court, even the same Justice Peter Lifu, sometimes he hands down good judgment. The one he delivered 2 days ago, everybody feels bad because there's an order for stay of proceedings. That is where the issue is. But we have also seen him deliver good judgment. And of course, the Court of Appeal too and the Supreme Court, they have always risen up to the occasion where there's a drift, as happened, to put things straight. You see how swift they were in granting stay of execution. It has never happened before. In less than 24 hours.
Consolidating on the already granted.
Yes.
Because they granted initially on 22nd of May.
Yes. But it's not easy to get the justices of the Court of Appeal to almost assemble immediately in less than 24 hours to take a position on a matter that was just decided less than 24 hours. So that tells you that the Court of Appeal and of course our judiciary is working. You see, on the street, people think yes, a particular political party is behind this whole thing. And if we feel that the court is in the pocket of, say, the ruling government or the ruling party, so what happened with the decision by the Court of Appeal?
But that's exactly what the people think.
That is what they think, but they are wrong. I tell you, 2 weeks ago, the Court of Appeal in Abuja gave judgment in favor of Liberation People's Party for it to be registered.
Just like they also ordered the NDC to be registered.
Yes, and so
these are.
Yes, but people believe that such things will never happen because maybe the judiciary is working for the government.
And in that circumstance, are they going to give the INEC after registration? Would they actually give them the time to prepare like other political parties, all the things that the other political parties did, conventions, congress, and all that?
Certainly.
So the issue of the rules they made is waived on them.
Oh, no. You see, although that is not the issue we are looking at, but the reliefs, yes, the reliefs they sought also included that they should be allowed to participate in the 2027 election. So it doesn't matter if the time has elapsed, the time fixed by the commission has elapsed. It is a court pronouncement which the commission is bound to obey. And certainly they will obey.
You know why? Because you said that is a show that the courts of the land are working.
Exactly.
And
there are many...
they are not lopsided in decisions and all that.
No. I believe in the judiciary. The same Justice Lifu, that is an issue about a couple of months ago, gave judgment in favor of, I Love Nigeria, a political association. Then, would anybody say he was working for any government? He wasn't. He gave his judgment. So I think these things happen.
But why? What actually necessitated? It was not about the judgment he gave. It's about, not conforming to the appellate court order. It's not about judgment. Whether the judgment he gave is right or wrong, it does not make any difference. It's about moving on to an appellate court. It is upon the appellate court to say it is the learned justice of the High Court head, or they will concur with the judgment he gave. But that's not the issue. The issue here is about not actually conforming to the rule of law, because we see that as, trying to erode the rule of law in the system by a learned justice of the High Court, a learned, bencher. It's not from just an ordinary person that may make mistakes or fake no knowledge of the law to disobey it. But we are talking about somebody who is abreast with all these things. Or do we begin to believe that Peter Lefu does not know about the hierarchy of courts? Do we begin to believe that? What could have been in his mind to have done a thing like that, that could elicit catalog of criticisms among Nigerians?
Well, we are not in his mind. Whatever made him disregard the order of the Court of Appeal, I wouldn't. But it's unfortunate, it's unexpected, and to even make matters worse, a day after he delivered that judgment, he still presided over a suit by Nafiu Balagombe.
Yes,
he still ruled on a motion brought by David Mark, refusing to recuse himself. So if he had in the previous day ruled that ADC is no longer in existence, why are you still assuming jurisdiction over a suit brought against a non-existing political party? So I think there's really something real wrong that we don't know. But that said, we should still have faith in our judiciary, as they say.
Okay, we should still have faith in our judicial system. That is the submission of our guest on today's program, order to deregister ADC and 4 other political parties. I'm talking about Barrister J.C. Mobodo, a human rights activist and public affairs commentator. We're going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our program, Arena, on Aneke TV. Please stay tuned. I'm still your anchor, Rex Arum.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on our program Arena on Aneke TV, and the topic of discuss is order to deregister ADC and 4 other political parties, where the appellate court steps in to actually make things work or give a balance to the system. The chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Senator David Bach, former Senate President, slammed the federal government on that judgment. And okay, we slammed the federal government on that judgment while trying to express pleasure on the quick attention given to the parties involved in that matter by the appellate court, by the Court of Appeal, within 24 hours. Slammed the federal government and asked the federal to hands off things that could derail democracy in Nigeria. And he actually, the fact, because you earlier said that some people say, that some persons or strong personalities are behind the problems in the various opposition political parties in Nigeria. So, and when such things, such allegations begin to come out from various places, not just one person, 2, 3, more than so many persons, so many organizations making allegations and pointing at the same thing, because you said earlier that can somebody now say it is there's a witch hunt, or that somebody is doing something somewhere to cause problems in these political parties. But I think one should begin to think otherwise if there are several allegations, because you can see the problem in ADC when it was seen as a major vehicle that could carry the opposition coalition to actually unseat the incumbent. They start having myriads of problems, some of which are still subsisting till this time. Do you agree that there must be something somewhere?
Well, I don't work in the realm of speculation. The parties before the court is the National Forum of Former Legislators in Nigeria, the Incorporated Trustees, a duly registered body. So on the face of the processes filed before the lower court, it was between the National Forum of Former Legislators of Nigeria and the ADC and others. So it would be speculation to assume that the federal government is behind it. The federal government is not a party. So I don't think that way. Like to be objective, I don't join the crowd to, cast aspersions on the federal government where there's no proof or evidence of such complicity. Yeah, don't forget that any person could wake up and do anything. People are free to do whatever they like to do. Yes, it is politics. Whoever is behind it knows what he wants to achieve, but definitely not the federal government. Remember that INEC, which we also accuse to be a tool in the hands of the federal government, opposed the suit. They opposed it vigorously. They did not agree with the plaintiffs in the matter.
That they made submissions?
Sure, they did. Also, don't forget that it was INEC that approached the Court of Appeal yesterday. And INEC also, as of yesterday, had filed their notice of appeal and filed a stay, a motion for stay of execution, which the Court of Appeal granted. So that tells you that there's no federal government hand behind it, even though the INEC is actually not the federal government. But because of how Nigerians also look INEC as an appendage, at least with INEC's quick action, it is beyond doubt that they are not.
Probably INEC will be trying to better the image and especially cast by their earlier positions and earlier interpretations and positions they took, which attracted tongue lashes from Nigerians. Maybe they're now trying to sit up so that the confidence reposed in them will not be completely eroded. Yeah, so that people will now begin to believe they are set to give Nigerians a true, a free, fair, and credible election.
That may be true. After all, they say to err is human. So, but if they are trying to, to correct their error, it means that ab initio they were not playing federal government's games. It means it could just be institutional error, and not that they were being influenced.
So, in all these circumstances, do you expect that INEC will give Nigerians the kind of election that will enthrone a leader that will take Nigeria to another level?
Well, it is not about simply believing. It's about what is in place to have free and fair election. It's about who are the people going to conduct this election. And it's also about a commitment to due process. Is INEC committed to due process? The other going to recruit, would they commit to due process? Would the votes count? Would they isolate themselves from external influences and declare the results as cast on the field? So metrics is what we should be looking out for. So it's not a matter of simply believing. It's about the institutional mechanism in place to guarantee free and fair election. But so this Saturday there will be by-elections in some states. In Rivers, for example, in Enugu, and even Ekiti, that is Ekiti, of course, where there will be governorship election this weekend. So let's see how it happens. Maybe that will give us a bird's eye view of how the 2027 election will look like.
These off-cycle elections may not actually give exactly how it's going to look, off-cycle elections, because you have plenty of people, security personnel and all that to work on such elections, and then the level of work, the volume of work and pressure associated with the general election is not same as when you hold off-cycle elections here and there. So the expectation may not be, it may not give the actual way INEC is going to do. But then, are Nigerians ready to make votes count? Are they ready to make votes count? I'm talking about Nigerians now, not INEC. INEC is doing their own things, but Nigerians too, because the incident of corruption has permeated into the strata, all the stratas of our national life. Will Nigerians allow elections to be free, fair, and credible?
I think Nigerians are more than ever before poised to participate in the process and hold INEC accountable. In 2023, the citizens, they were fully mobilized. They were out to protect their votes, and indeed, they tried their best to protect their votes. At this time around, the level of awareness is on the increase. You can see young people, taking the bull by the horn, demanding accountability. Yesterday and the day before, Very Dark Man mobilized his group, the Rata movement. They were on the streets of Abuja. Yesterday they were in Oyo. And we have, of course, seen similar movements. The youths, I'm sure, they are also going to wake up, to hold leaders accountable, hold INEC accountable in the 2027 general election.
How are we sure that these things are not mere rhetorics? Because when you talk about it is easier said than done. When you say people were mobilized, I know, like in a state like Enugu that had over 1.9 million registered voters, we had less than 600,000 that came out to vote. So how do you now begin to juxtapose that number with the registered voters and then say that they were mobilized?
Well, voter turnout is not the metrics for determining the credibility of election. There are other factors that contribute to voter apathy. But those who come out, the important question is, did they safeguard the votes? And we agree that, yes, they were able to put serious resistance in the 2023 elections, that even though there was rigging, but it wasn't wide scale as it used to be.
But there was a glitch.
That's at the doorstep of INEC. It didn't happen on the field.
And how are we sure such glitch may not occur again?
We hope it doesn't.
If the opposition parties begins to, go up better than the ruling party.
We hope it doesn't occur again. But if it does, of course, I don't think it's going to speak good about our democracy.
Okay. And some people say the courts should not decide elections in Nigeria. The courts should allow INEC and the people to decide who leads them. That is to say that if there are election problems and they come to court, courts should be able to send them back and ask INEC to do that election again until they get the best of it, so that a good leadership will eventually emerge and the people will be happy for it. Do you believe in the people that wants the court to stay out of deciding election matters or the outcome of elections, or the people that want the courts to be playing the kind of role that they're now playing, which result in a lot of litigations, especially during elections and after elections?
This issue has to be put on the balance. Those who are of the view that the court should not decide the outcome of election, yes, they may have their reasons, but did they consider the cost, the money involved, the personnel, the logistics, if we have to do it over and over until we get the best result? So that's an issue. But then the real thing is that, like in every human endeavor, there's bound to be conflict and disputes and misunderstanding. So election is just one aspect of human endeavor. So if courts do resolve other disputes, why would they not resolve election disputes? Election disputes, yeah, they fall within the purview of the courts. After all, when issues are presented before the tribunal, is it that there was malpractice? And so the courts look at whether there was malpractice, and any vote that has been obtained through malpractice, it is counted. And the legitimate votes are counted. So courts, in my view, do not decide winners. They resolve disputes and give justice to whom justice is due. Because between two disputants, there must be someone who is entitled to remedy. So if a petitioner is entitled to remedy, the court should give him that remedy.
That is the kind of remedy that was given to somebody who came forth in an election to become governor?
Nigerians just like to, exaggerate. The judgment is there, yes. Certain votes were invalidated. If people allotted votes indiscriminately, the court looked into it and then discounted those votes that were unlawfully allotted. No, so it's not just it's not just about how we think that somebody came forth and then he became the governor. Yes. So what happened? The votes of those who allegedly came second and third was nullified, and then his vote was left.
Yeah,
untouched.
There are several, precedents by the Supreme Court, and sometimes, they want to reverse. The Supreme Court want to reverse itself, because such precedents may not all go well in the system. We have had certain decisions by the Supreme Court, which sometimes they will say it should not be cited.
Well,
I'm
not aware of any. I'm not aware of any. But when a judgment is given in error and opportunity presents itself for it to be reversed, usually they do. They can overrule themselves. The Imo case, it's been cited as even precedent. It has not been overruled, and that means there was no error in that judgment.
Because in the Imo case, there was a time that some people came.
Yes, they applied to have it reviewed, and the court rejected the application because it's improper in law to apply for the court to revise itself or to review its judgment. There are no narrow grounds to review the decision of the Supreme Court. It's not a free for all. So, and people who criticize the judgment, I'm sure they haven't read the judgment. The judgment is there in the law report. If you read it, you appreciate what happened in the case and why the court has to give the judgment that it gave. So as someone who believes in the judiciary, before you criticize the judgment, you should take your time to read it. Well, maybe the facts, what people know, by street narrative, they expect the court to work with street narrative. That is not it. The court works with the evidence presented before it.
Because the judges were not there when it happened.
Exactly. So they work with what was presented and how good the person who presented did it. So the court should not be blamed.
So, in all, where do we go from here? What's our expectation from our judiciary, more so when the 2027 election is fast approaching? What's our expectation? Do we expect a judiciary that will be actually independent and dispassionate about
certainly. We want an independent judiciary. And we want our judges to be circumspect in deciding cases. They should decide cases based on the law, not sentiment, not emotion. They should not pander to the government in any way. They should decide cases on the strength of the facts and circumstances of each case that come before them. That is the judiciary we want to see, because they have a role, a big role for that matter, to ensure stability of our democracy, and of course to restore people's hope and confidence in the judiciary.
Yes, they have a role to stabilize our democracy and restore confidence. The confidence reposed in them by the people. So submitted Barrister Jason Wobodo, our guest on today's arena, on the issue of order of court to deregister ADC and 4 others. That is the much we can take from this edition of Arena. And of course, Barrister Wobodo, we thank you very much for being here. And we want you to come in some other time and give us, lend voice to some of our topics which the public are yearning for. I am still your anchor, Rex Arum, and we are going to cut it from here. Bye-bye.
Chimamanda Adichie. Adichie gives voice to African identity in a global world. From half of Yellow Sun to her TED Talks, she speaks truth with elegance. She urges us to reject the single story and celebrate complexity, a modern cultural beacon.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes, they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men, and boys continue to face physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment. For the purpose of emphasis, some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men, and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame the scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing, sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Well, when we talk about democracy, we're talking about government of the people, for the people and by the people. So when we talk about democracy, we are talking about a government in which the people who are the masses or the citizens select to rule or govern them. But whereby the democracy we are talking about today has been truncated. That is where the problem comes in. If issues can be addressed to handle this democracy, then I believe everybody will be happy in this country. There is a possibility, 100% possibility, that is if the people who we elect to represent us will be able to abide by the rules which they made. That's just the problem. If they can be able to abide by the rules, whereby they will respect the electoral laws, you know, respect everything that goes with election, apart from it, that is only when we can speak of democracy. But if they cannot respect that, there's no democracy in this country.
No. Nigeria is not doing fine. This country is very, very bad. They are not doing fine. Even if electoral something or electoral, I don't know. The inec has failed us. The government had failed us. The state government had failed. Local government has failed. Even the Nigeria entirely has failed. I can remember when I was small, they used to say the young shark
was military regime, so it was taken. And then when this some other regime decided to make it a memorable, in the minds of Nigerians, well, everybody welcomed welcomed it. Okay. The only problem there is that MK Abiola was the person that that everybody knew was winning the election. Yeah. So, but the point that the person who made that thing to be a reality is the umpire who refused to, who continued publishing the result that show that MK Abiola is winning. So, and the person of Professor Humphrey Musu, I think we have some credible Nigerians who can do the job. But I'm thinking that for us to get people who can be good umpires, we check on their antecedents, not to just bring somebody from anywhere and people we are hearing his name for the first time, and he's not a member of the, he's not in any way fighting for human rights, he's not in any way doing, and he's not brought in. And people who has reputation and who will not like their names to be dented.
Democracy Day was to be celebrated. I'm always happy whenever Democracy Day is approaching, because it's a day we celebrate ourselves, because it's the government of the people, by the people and for the people. So not just the leaders alone, we celebrate the leaders and we celebrate the followers. So we are celebrating every citizen of the Nigeria. As far as democracy is concerned, it's a day that was celebration. It's a day that all of us have to be happy, and we have to turn up in masses to wherever the hosting is to come and celebrate our joy. So everybody have a say in government. It's just a vacancy that need the masses to occupy. It's just you and I that is needed to occupy the seat. So it is free and fair. Nothing is wrong with that.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, you know, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, like, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like, it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not, there should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, you know, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
To say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, you know. So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and in the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, you know, what they say. But now it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's nowhere. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing. Okay, Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that I, it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those days during military rule, the people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath, you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years, and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections? In Enugu, Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. National Emergency Management Agency issues urgent nationwide flood alert. Anambra police rescue pregnant 15-year-old, arrest suspect in Awka North. Rivers State Police Command imposes restriction on movement across 7 local government areas ahead of tomorrow's senatorial by-election. Now the news in details. The National Emergency Management Agency NEMA has issued a nationwide flood alert as the rainy season intensifies across the country. The Director General of the agency, Mrs. Zubaiba Umar, says projections under the 2026 seasonal climate prediction and annual flood outlook indicate heightened risk of flooding capable of causing displacement, infrastructure damage, and loss of farmlands. NEMA warned that many communities remain vulnerable due to blocked drainage systems, indiscriminate waste disposal, and settlement in flood-prone areas. The emergency directed residents to clear waterways immediately and relocate from high-risk locations where necessary. The agency also advised parents and guardians to prevent children from playing in floodwaters and erosion-prone areas during heavy rainfall. It stressed that such exposure increases the risk of accidents and loss of life. Traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth groups, and community-based organizations have been urged to intensify public awareness campaigns, as NEMA emphasized strict adherence to early warning alerts. The Anambra State Police Command has rescued a heavily pregnant 15-year-old girl during an operation in Awka North local government area. The operation was carried out by operatives of the Achala Division near St. Paul's Secondary School following intelligence on suspected criminal activity. The Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Mr. Ikioyi Orutugu, said the raid initially targeted suspected drug activity involving crystal methamphetamine, locally known as Urumiri, but uncovered a case of child exploitation. One suspect, identified as Tochukwu Nwora, was arrested at the scene. Preliminary investigations indicate the victim may have been exploited by multiple individuals across different locations within the state. The victim is currently receiving medical attention at a hospital police in Awka. The commissioner has directed the State Criminal Investigation Department to take over the case for full investigation, including possible parental negligence. The Ogun State government has banned graduation ceremonies for pupils in nursery, kindergarten, and other non-terminal classes in public and private schools. The directive was contained in a circular issued by the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology. The government said the policy is aimed at reducing financial pressure on parents and guardians. It added that only pupils completing primary 6, junior secondary school 3, and senior secondary school 3 are permitted to hold graduation ceremonies. Even for eligible classes, the ministry directed that such events must be modest and free of financial burden on parents. It specifically prohibited extravagant practices, including canopies, customized clothing, and ashwebi. Education authorities warned that any school found violating the directive would face appropriate sanctions, adding that emphasis should remain on academic achievement and character development. The federal government has introduced a new policy to embed journalists within selected military operations in a bid to improve defense reporting. The Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, announced the initiative at the National Security Summit in Abuja. The minister, represented by retired Rear Admiral Olusanya Bankole, said the initiative is designed to enhance transparency and improve public understanding of ongoing counterinsurgency operations across the country. According to the ministry, modern security challenges now extend into the information space, making the media a key partner in national security management. He added that accurate reporting will help strengthen public trust in military operations. The government further stated that the initiative reflects a shift towards balancing operational secrecy with the need for credible and timely public information. The Kogi State Police Command has dismissed reports of an alleged kidnapping incident along the Kaba-Okene Road. describing the claims as false and misleading. The police public relations officer, Ms. Oyiza Salisu, confirmed that no abduction took place in the area. According to police findings, a commercial driver transporting agricultural produce purportedly abandoned his vehicle after mistaking electrical faults for a security threat. This incident occurred near a military checkpoint. Investigations revealed that the vehicle suffered a technical fault and there were no passenger on board at the time of the incident. The goods were later transferred and delivered safely. The police urged members of the public to disregard the viral reports and avoid spreading unverified security information that could cause panic. The management of the Federal Teaching Hospital, Gombe State, has appealed to the public to help identify a male patient whose body remains unclaimed in its mortuary. The deceased was a victim of a hit-and-run accident in the government-reserved area of Gombe. Hospital authorities said the victim was brought in on May 15, 2026, after being rescued by an official of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Despite medical intervention, he died on May 17, 2026. The hospital described the deceased as a man estimated to be about 35 years old, approximately 155.4 centimeters tall, with distinct tribal marks on both cheeks. The management has urged anyone with useful information to contact the hospital to assist in identifying the deceased and contacting his relatives for proper burial arrangements. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Mr. Bitrus Giwa, has reiterated the ban on armed escorts and unauthorized security operatives around polling units ahead of the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election scheduled for June 20, 2026. He stated that only officers deployed for official election duties will be allowed within polling units, while additional personnel will provide outer security and patrol operations across designated areas. The police command also reaffirmed the restriction of movement from midnight to 6 a.m. on election local government areas in the senatorial district, with exemptions for accredited electoral officials, observers, journalists, and essential service providers. The commissioner warned against electoral violence, including vote buying, intimidation, and ballot interference, stressing that offenders will face prosecution. The Enugu state government has announced a restriction on human and vehicular movement ahead of the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election scheduled for tomorrow. The directive covers all 6 local government areas in the senatorial district. According to a statement signed by the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chidebere Onya, the restriction will be in effect from midnight to 6 p.m. on election day. Only accredited electoral officials, security personnel, observers, and approved media practitioners are exempted. The government said the measure is aimed at ensuring a peaceful, orderly, and credible electoral process. It urged residents to comply fully with electoral guidelines and avoid actions capable of disrupting the election. Security agencies have been directed to enforce full compliance, while citizens have been encouraged to participate peacefully and responsibly in the democratic process. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here's a recap of the major stories making the headlines. NEMA issues nationwide flood alert over rising rain risk. Anambra police rescue pregnant 15-year-old, arrest suspect in Awka North raid. Coming up shortly, Rivers police restrict movement in 7 local government areas ahead of senatorial by-election. We'll be right back shortly.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Bauchi State Independent Electoral Commission, BASIEC, has issued a statutory 60-day notice ahead of the local government council elections scheduled for August 17, 2026. The commission says the notice is in line with the provisions of the Bauchi State Electoral Law and serves as formal communication to political parties, stakeholders, and the public. In a statement signed by the Commission Secretary Nuru Abdul Hamid, BASIEC explained that the notice follows an early 360-day electoral timetable released in August 2025 to ensure adequate preparation for the polls. It urged political parties to complete all internal processes in line with electoral guidelines. The Commission called on all stakeholders to strictly comply with the electoral law and participate peacefully in the process. It assured that detailed election timetable and voting procedures will be released in due course. BASIEC reiterated its commitment to conducting a transparent, free, fair, and credible local government election in the state. The Rivers State Police Command has announced a restriction of movement across 7 local government areas ahead of the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District by-election scheduled for tomorrow. The restriction takes effect from midnight on Friday, June 19th to 6 p.m. on Saturday, June 20th. The affected local government areas are Andoni, Tai, Kana, Gokana, Eleme, Oyibo, and Opobo Nkoro. According to the Police Public Relations Officer, Mrs. Grace Iringe Koko, the measure is to ensure security of voters, electoral officials, and sensitive materials. The command stated that the restriction does not apply to inec officials, accredited observers, security personnel, and election duty and emergency medical services. The election is being conducted to fill the vacant seats left by the late Senator Barry Mpigi. Commissioner of Police Olubenga Adeboju warned that security agencies will decisively deal with any attempt to disrupt the electoral process. He said acts of violence, vote buying, and voter intimidation will not be tolerated. Residents have been advised to remain law-abiding and cooperate with security agencies while reporting suspicious activities through designated channels. The Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, IPTR, and Search for Common Ground have raised concerns over increasing voter apathy and monetization of politics in Nigeria. They warn that the trends pose serious threats to democratic stability in the country. Speaking at a joint briefing in Abuja to mark Democracy Day, IPCR Director General Dr. Joseph Ochogu said, declining public trust in institutions, fear of violence, and unmet expectations are discouraging citizens from participating in elections. He warned that political exclusion and excessive influence of money in politics are weakening democratic participation, especially among young people. According to him, this creates space for manipulation and capture of power by wealthy interest. Also speaking, Director of Programs at Search for Common Ground, Gift Omoniwa, expressed concern over rising risks of youth recruitment into violence and criminal networks due to disengagement from civic life. Both organizations called for renewed civic responsibility, stronger accountability, and greater citizen participation to safeguard Nigeria's democracy. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has unveiled 2 Boeing 737-800 NG aircraft acquired by United Nigeria Airlines. The aircraft were named in honor of literary icon Chinua Achebe and the traditional ruler of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nemeka Alfred Achebe. At the unveiling ceremony in Lagos, Governor Oti described the gesture as a celebration of Igbo excellence and contribution to national development. He said the honorees represent global recognition in literature and leadership. The chairman of United Nigerian Airlines, Mr. Obioro Okonkwo, said the decision reflects the legacy of Chinua Achebe as a global literary figure and the contributions of the Obi of Onitsha to public service and governance. The event was attended by key political and aviation stakeholders, including Air Peace Chairman Mr. Allen Onyema and former Senate President Senator Adolphus Wabara. They commended the growth of indigenous airlines in Nigeria. Governor Oti also disclosed progress on the proposed Abia Airport project, saying construction is at advanced stage. The Minister of Aviation, Mr. Festus Keyamo, assured federal support for its upgrade into a full international airport. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, through its Director General, Mrs. Zubaida Umar, has issued a nationwide flood alert warning of heightened risk as rainfall intensifies across the country. The agency said current seasonal forecasts indicate a high likelihood of flooding in several states with potential impacts on lives, infrastructure, and farmlands. The Anambra State Police Command, led by Commissioner of Police Mr. Ikyoyo Orutugu, has rescued a pregnant 15-year-old girl during a raid on suspected drug dens in Okano local government area. Police also arrested a suspect identified as Tochukwu Nwora in connection with the incident. The River State Police Command, under the leadership of Commissioner of Police Mr. Olubenga Adewoju, has announced a restriction of movement across 7 local government areas ahead of tomorrow's senatorial by-election. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media, and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear: citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent, and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. From Watergate in the United States to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, and grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Welcome listener or welcome viewer. Today we are looking at a development which really, and maybe it was there before the war, but I think it was really after the war that people started talking about it in the southeast Nigeria, and maybe other parts of Nigeria later. But in the southeast Nigeria, people started talking about ritual money, ogwego. You know, and really, it's one of the mysteries of life, because last time when we met, one of our friends here made the point that there's something like ogwego that is about working very hard. But some other people still believe that there is ogwego. That's ritual money, that people have made it. So, I mean, so many things are happening. Just like somebody I met outside was telling me that there's so many types of love. So with me in the studio today to look into this thing, whether it is true or not true, whether there are forms of it or nuances of it or not. We have, by my left, we always start with the left. By my left today, Mazi Nnemeka Gabriel Ogbonnaya Anichukwu. Gabriel, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Prof.
I'm not going to put you because I've called you Ogbonnaya. So Junior has been taken care of.
Exactly.
So we have a reverend here. Sometimes I get confused whether he's Oka or Carlo, Reverend Uche. So, but I know him as Reverend Uche Carlo Oka. Reverend Oka, welcome to the program.
God bless you, sir, my Prof.
Thank you. So, ritual. Let me start from the spiritual side as a pastor. Is there anything like ritual money?
Well, as much as I know, there is something like the love of money, which beget the root of all evil.
Okay.
And the Bible disclosed to us that in the end time, that love of money will increase, will multiply. And many will give it to a lot of things and begin to do a lot of things in order in the West to get wealth. So there is what can be termed as ritual money.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because
it is buried in the West to get rich or get wealth.
Okay. Okay. We're going to come back to it because nowadays I'm going to come back. I'm going to come to you, Mazi Obunaya and Ichuku. Because today now a lot of young people have said that Christianity is a scam, and then when you come around, they go to any tree around their vicinity, in their communities, and dress it in various colors, and begin to say like the Israelites, here now, and they say like it gives them money. Ritual money. Is it like ritual money?
There's ritual money. That what they call ogwego.
Ogwego.
Ilimbong.
Ilimbong. What is that one?
That is, I call it ogwego or ilimbong. Is reference to people who have strange but real money. Whose source of money is strange but real. There's a way you'll be seeing somebody, you know that the person's money is very tremendous, is phenomenal, but still real. Putting in perspective.
No, suspect money.
Yeah.
But real money.
Real money, but
suspect.
Given the time the person made it, how the person made it remains a mystery. That's why we are in the mystery of life at the Aneke television.
Yes.
So there is Ogwego. Ogwego, I believe there is Ogwego. Then if you want me to explain what is Ogwego, I will explain.
Please explain this because Pastor is trying to run away from that side because he's not used to it. So explain what you mean by that.
No, pastor, I know that every pastor and reverend, they study what we call demonology.
I know.
Demons.
I know. The other day he was talking of
they know these things.
The other day he was casting off one of the demons. So maybe we shall come to that later.
He who preaches light knows darkness.
Okay.
That he cannot preach light.
Yes.
Yes, you need this contrast of life. So Ogwego is, can I call it, I can validly call it a metaphysical, a mystical configuration created by a potent spiritualist, prophet, dibia, a mystic, for an owner.
What of an
owner?
Mystic or bad man?
Not all mystics are bad.
But this mystics are good people.
So,
but
yes.
But if the person is the demonized person,
that is a kind of money bank, a metaphysical money bank, money drawing bank, created by a strong dibia or native doctor or prophets. Most dibias call themselves prophets now.
we're not talking about those ones. We're talking about original.
Then, or spiritualists.
Yes.
Then it is created to attract money mysteriously, metaphysically, or mystically to the owner of that ogwego, that configuration. Then it is meant to draw customers to his business, create connections, draw good luck, what they call crowd puller, good luck, mysteriously. If it's at main market or Onisha, or Balo, Trade Fair Lagos, or both the main market, the others will be selling one carton of
whatever
pig milk. Has sold up to 100 cartons. Not but you know that the way people will pass other people's shops and come to his own, trooping, waiting. You see some restaurants where people start washing plates. Washing plates with big men and everybody. As a prof, you come and start washing plates.
Yes, but the woman cooks.
Yes.
No, but the woman cooks very well.
Yeah, no, he's not the only person who cooks. Excuse. No. Let us be frank. I'm trying to explain something about Wake.
I know what you're trying to explain, but I'm saying that the woman cooks very well.
He's something. He's not the best person that cooks the best food. I'm telling you, I'm not trying to give you background.
I am agreeing with you, but I'm trying to say that sometimes people cook very well.
So those that don't those that they don't cook well.
They don't cook well now.
Let me trash this question you asked me. So, there is no Wake, but it's meant to draw strange money, strange business connections, businesses to the owner. Because there's someone who owns it, who sacrifices to it. Have you seen?
To the one
And,
dedicated,
yes, and it's,
dedicated to
and
it.
it's, yes, it is made up of roots, herbs, bloodletting, life force. You need to kill something like fowl or go to a bunuefi. Sometimes it goes to human sacrifice. When you want to go to the extreme of it, go to human sacrifice. So then, to charge the potency of the ogwego, of the chemical or mystical configuration. But there are typifications of this ogwego. There are types of ogwego. There is okite. There is neite.
That is the
there
new
is
one.
there is uruakomili. There is ibobo. There is okite, neite, uruakomili, aroabaka. But the extreme one is okite, aroabaka, ibobo. But ibobo is mostly used in the past for warfare. Ibobo je jogo. So which means that when he goes, so any person who involves himself in Ogwego and goes to Ibobo, means he wants to go to the extreme. That's why unless he finishes his own container, no person will say. And you draw connections from far canapos of the earth, north, south, east, and west for you. Money will be flowing, but there are evils of it, that is dire consequences of that.
We are going to come to the consequences.
Okay.
Because I want, because the viewer wants to hear more from the pastor about these forms of ogwego. You mentioned some. Maybe we agree. When we were growing, because I grew up at Asata partially. I know I started after the war in my village, there to St. John Abuani. Then 71, I landed here at St. Bridget, Asata. And then I've been around here. So I don't want to mention the names, but we used to see some people will say that their father used them to do, somebody will say, I don't want to mention any name now.
I'll explain what
I don't want to mention any name.
Phenomenon.
I don't want to mention any name. So they will say that this person was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say this girl was used by the father for Ogwego. They will say that house was left for Ogwego. Then they will say that this house is haunted because the person used it for Ogwego. So now they will say sometimes there are big
strange spirits
inside that house, and that there are pythons coming out from the house, and the house will be left haunted and abandoned. So I don't know so I'm trying to bring it down to us because I don't want to go to the consequences yet. Yes. So I want to go to these forms of this ogwego. I know you tried to mention that of food, which threw some of us out of eating houses.
Washing plates, waiting.
Washing plate because the person knows how to cook. Now, but I want to know because there was one place I ate ofonubu in Atabakaliki. I've not forgotten that ofonubu until today.
Okay.
It's almost 20 years.
The thing is still holding you.
I don't know what you mean by that. But so these forms of ogwego. First of all, is it even real? Forget about is it real? Do we have a thing that's ogwego?
I believed partially with what Mazi is saying.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is that in making money or in having money, you need to understand the principle that controls money.
Okay.
There's a principle that controls money. And those principles that controls money, whether they are from the positive side or from the negative side,
okay,
you can call them ogwego because they are principle oriented.
Okay.
You can have some money and go and give to beggars, things like that, sacrifice.
That is sadaka.
It generates money.
Yes.
It generates favor.
Yes.
It weakens favor.
Good.
Bible says, he that giveth to the poor, lendeth to God.
Good.
And if you can lend to a big man like God, anytime you need a cash out, you cash out. Or we go go.
Good.
Paying tithes. Bible says when you pay tithes, God opens the windows of heaven.
Good.
I'm speaking from the positive angle of Igbo. God opens the windows of heaven and pour out blessings to you until there will be no room to contain.
Good.
But I so much believe that every increase, every wealth, every resources, you cannot be able to publicly declare how you gain them. There is a question mark underneath. Every wealth, every increase, every resources, you cannot publicly declare how you get them how you came to be with them, there is a question mark.
Yeah, I know that.
Because
I know what you're saying, but you know, Balzac in that the book called The Godfather.
Okay.
You know, the first opening quote is behind every great fortune is a crime.
Okay.
You know, but that is by the way. That's by the way.
Okay.
Because now in the white man's land today, every word is traceable. They trace every word today,
Yes.
except those who are into the
white man's land.
There's always underground economy,
In the
like
white
those
man's
who are selling the drugs.
I heard that the white also have their own way of
No, they
doing
have witches
rituals.
now. No, they have witches. No, they are. You can't talk of witches.
They call it white.
No, you can't talk of witches without the white man.
Okay.
No, they know how to do that.
So outside that of positive development to gaining money,
okay,
there is another dark corner that is the negative development, negative areas of getting money, and which we still intend to sacrifice.
Okay.
It's either blood sacrifice, which is human, or animal sacrifice. Somewhere I pastored one early morning, as we were coming out for morning prayer, I saw a goat. I didn't say in the dream, physically, chained all over, locked with key all over, many keys, many keys. So there are mysteries in this life that you will not understand until you dive into it. And it could be possible that somebody is symbolized with that issue and named and locked. Then the person will be struggling, sweating in vain, while you yourself will be increasing. And so much, just like you cited, I can't have a correct sense of mind, and I will be the one washing a plate that will use to put food for me. That after eating, I will still pay you. Then there is something behind it. It's not just that the person is a masterpiece in cooking. It's a lie. It's not true. It's not true. So quote it anywhere. For a whole sense man, sane, to come, park his car, he cannot wash in his house, then he wash in the public. For them to dish out food, you need to go to psychiatry or go for deliverance. There is something holding that very environment that you do not know. There's a sacrifice that is going on that you do not know. And with the whole benefit of that, all Wego is underneath.
Hey, that is serious. I never started this trouble because I know that when people
I'm a peace expert. I make peace.
No, I know that.
Don't create trouble.
Okay, because I know that when somebody knows how to cook, or make good palm wine, or do all those things, that people are ready to be happy among themselves. But fine. Now we have looked at one part of this Ogwego. He mentioned a number of the positive ends, like when you make your tithe, like when you make saraka, like when you do good to fellow human beings, and therefore get the favor from doors. The positive energies that they open doors, because we live in a life of reciprocity. But also there are also the negative sides. Like I told a story here about what happened in my neighboring community, called the man that told us the story was a chief in Abo. So the man came out to town, things were not working well for him. May he rest in peace, Chief Ike. He told us the story when he was the leader of the workers in a suit, when I entered the suit, Asutek really. So he now said that the man now went to the village and collected 3 stones and put the stones together and told the stones, because it is by the word, it's word power now.
Yes.
It's word power.
Exactly.
He said, if you make me progress, I'll continue to do things for you. So the first year, he was killing chicken, doing well, killing various chicken, both hen, cock. So until started going well for him. Then he started killing goat. He started killing rams. From there, then he started killing cow. Then from the cows, one day, the oracle told him, there must be a change. So the oracle requested for human sacrifice. He said, no, we didn't discuss that one. Because people don't know that there's no vacuum in life. There is no vacuum. Every space is, if you don't make use of it, something will make use of it. So it happened that the man said, no. Because the man told us, I was there when the man was telling the story. So when the man refused, time went on. The first son died.
Okay.
When the first son died, it looked like happenstance. So he could not place it. He continued with his offering of cows. The second son died. Then the man gave a shout of grief to the community. He beckoned on the community. And then the community came together and destroyed the shrine. So, I don't know whether you call it Ogwego or not, but the issue is that, like you mentioned, there are all these energies, both positive energy and negative energy. Okay. Both positive energy and negative energy. And it is possible for people to have that. We will take our break, and then when we come back, we will now begin to look at the consequences of some of this Ogwego thing, because I love thinking of 1989-90, when we were thinking of living in bondage, and so on and so on. So we come back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Yeah, so I want to thank, we must thank our brother Reverend Carlo Oka and our brother Mazi Obonaya Anichukwu for the insight so far as regards this ritual money, because it gives us the impression of there are the negative and there are the positive forces as regards Ogwego. Like we said, when I was growing here in Enugu, I used to see somebody that we used to call names. You know, I don't want to mention those because families could be involved and people should be respected. But we saw them, boys, girls, grown-ups, turned to imbeciles, and so on and so forth. And the people would say it was what they used them for, Ogwego. Some of them turned to imbeciles, some of them turned to idiocy, some of them turned to morons, all these things, and they say it was Ogwego. Whether it is true or not, maybe it was, you know, genetic problem, maybe some drugs and so on and so on, fine. But people took those things as Ogwego. And then, of course, we have, like we said, haunted houses and so on and so forth. People still say it is Ogwego. But we want to go to the consequences in America. What are the main consequences of, let us, outside this what we have just
okay, for the want of time, there are dire consequences of delving into Ogwego. And let me remind us that Ogwego is a deviation, is a departure from decent Igbo tradition. Ogwego is an abnormal use.
An aberration.
An aberration of Igbo tradition. You can't go to Afa, because this Afa is where the gods and ancestors speak, the mouthpiece of the gods. No Afa will tell you to do Ogwego. Ogwego is what somebody wanted to do for himself. Because Ogwo means you are attacking nature, you want to conjure nature, you want to stop nature, you want to work against nature. And working against nature means working against God. That's why it attracts consequences. If you go to Afa, the only thing Afa will tell you is Afa will tell you, go and do sacrifice for your chi. Or make one say, like he said, if I'm from Numonat, he say, Mfona, or Anyemego, Anyobunego, Anyamanja, Anyamama wants you to go and give ram. Whatever. Then you go and do it. Yes. That it will open door. Then that or Ezumezu, go and do sacrifice for your ancestral, your paternal and maternal ancestors.
Celebrate them.
Or the deities. So, but when you do those things, then whatever is constraining you, whatever is disturbing you in making wealth, they will go and scatter that thing. Then wealth will flow. Because pure traditional religion, pure Igbo traditional religion, is just like Christianity. There's nothing wrong in it. It's a plain worship, no concussion, no configuration, no ekike. Have you seen it? So, but why, when somebody wants to go do ogwego, there are roots, herbs, bloodletting, then sometimes human parts. So that human parts, and when you are delving into human parts, you need to, that's why ogwego is too bad. Monitoring is too bad, because sometimes your family, from the olden days, they said nobody should do ogwego in this family. It's something that your ancestors spoke against, and whoever does it is cursed.
As a covenant.
Sometimes the EU is your cosmic agreement, your cosmic contract as you are coming to this world, that you cannot do anything like ogu. Some families don't do ogu. Some persons don't do ogu. They can do ichwaja, they can chwaja and do sacrifice. But so that's why before some people go and do ogu, they ought to ask themselves, what are the consequences? That's why when somebody's father use human parts to do ogwego for the weight of the family, with time it start consuming people there. Just like if you have a brother or a large family where there is a strong ritualist on your ogwego, hardly can someone else prosper in that family. Only the person will prosper because he has used that evil diabolism to gather all the wealth of the family, all the wealth of the brothers. He has captured it. All the weight of other people in the family has captured it through evil powers. That's why you need to be prayerful. You need to be. It's either you are praying fervently, like Reverend is a man of God, or you are going to a strong native doctor who will handle you and tell you what is the problem. That's why whenever you come into a family, whenever that only rich man there sees you, that's why you don't accept gifts anyhow. It means you want to break off from that chain. You need to refuse the gift of the devil.
Avoid accepting gifts.
So, because that gift, he uses it to change. He says, salaka, uses it to change people's destiny and stars. You come into a family when only one person is making it. Ask questions.
Yeah, but I want pastor to. I want Reverend to, because the way you're going now, people are going to be afraid of even going out.
Concluding it, what I'm saying is, in essence, that you doing ogwego in your past life, what we call it, maybe you have made a contract that you can never do ogwego. Some families don't go into charm. When you go into charm, you have problem. So that's why any family, the father or mother or whoever use human parts to do that okite or that ogwego, you start consuming human lives.
Okite is a new thing.
And have you seen? So it is a very dangerous concussion and configuration to be involved in.
Okay, so Reverend Uka, he has been talking about, we are looking at the consequences, and he brought in a number of perspectives to it, because we need to get, particularly the young ones, because now, if you go to every village in the southeast, all the trees are dressed now, in white, in red, in black, in green, in whichever, and people are dancing around, and sometimes people say that the ancestors have done this,
They don't know what they're doing.
I'm just coming up so that, because the pastor, maybe he has been seeing some of those things. I'm just talking about what we see now. So, and there's so much inflation, there's so much unemployment, there's so much suffering. And so there is confusion. If you go back to Europe, at a stage in the 19th century, the Europeans were now even during the days of St. Paul, about 2,000 years ago, people at a stage started thinking that the Christ was going to come immediately. And they stopped even working. We were just praying. But in this case, people are now working for money. Sometimes it's through desperation, whatever it is. So, but what are the consequences? Apart from some of what you said, that sometimes people could cripple the rest of members of the family. That is if they are not close to their God, I believe so. Yeah. 2, you made a point about that you saw a ram or goat that was chained right round with multiple keys. There was one that I saw in the social media recently, about last week.
The one they clipped on the tongue.
Not only that they clipped the tongue, they also pierced the eye. They pierced the eyes and put it onto it. Tied it somewhere. And the man was saying, how could somebody be so cruel? I mean, pierced the eyes violently, the two of them, and then you have all those things. And that's why, like you said, sometimes some of this aja and so on, whether it is aja, I'm a Catholic. So in the Catholic Church, we have aja.
That one is not aja.
No, I said in the Catholic Church. No. In the Catholic Church, it's aja. In the Catholic Church, it's aja. Yes. In the Catholic Church, we have what we call the synagogue worship, which is from introduction to the word, sharing the word. Then after that, we enter into the Aja. Ajamas, there, so. Then it becomes now the Aja in itself. No, but even in the non-Catholic, Christian areas, there are a lot of other, practices which they have through which they try to help. Because without some level of help from above, there's going to be trouble. Because sometimes you come out in the street and you have things thrown all over the place. So that's why I said, are you going to be frightening people? So we look at the consequences, and then we look at what do we do, in case where, like you mentioned, that why should a grown-up man that is in his good senses, who doesn't wash plate in his house, be washing plate in the public of XYZ? I don't want to mention your name because I will mention a name that could be true, and then it looks like no one know. So what first, after the consequences, which we know they are dire, because people die in such places, people are crippled economically in such places, people disappear. People run mad in such places. Yes. I know that in Imo State,
incurable sickness.
People run mad, yes, and there are all this. And in Imo State, they used to say something like this: that come on, come for wave. Sometimes, like one boy disappeared from my town for a long time, for about 25 to 30 something years. Then one day, after the death of one man, the man came back. People were surprised because they had already done the man's rights for burial. And then they saw the man. So we don't know. So all this ritual thing and particularly the money. After helping us with the consequences, what do we do to survive them? Because like we talked of living in bondage, how Andy used merit in those days when we were people were always thinking and dancing about it. But Andy made the money, but Polo acquired Refma, and he ended up where he ended. So we want to look at those consequences again. And then the way out of such things.
You have already mentioned some of the consequences, which we all know, is people running mad, going insane, in a broad daylight, people losing their parents mysteriously, people losing their children mysteriously, and all those things. Life is full of mysteries, full of mystery. And when people get involved into certain occultic groups, that is where they find it easily to engage in this ogwego of a thing, because some of those occult will tell them the do's and the don'ts and what they are supposed to do in order to get wealth. And in all these their quests, there must be life and blood must be involved. And it gets to a point you will not have a comeback, a return.
Yes,
you keep
point
going,
of no return.
You keep going.
Because it's already late.
Yes. So especially
it's already late.
Especially when you come to a community, you have so many mad people walking around. So many. Ndi will say mbanta diole, ndiera desa. How small a community is. You have seven mad people
in a small community.
Because they are all in pursuit to get wealth. And when you fail the principle, it will boomerang. So that is it. It is important that we know that making money has a rule.
Principles.
Has a rule.
Clean principles.
A clean one has a rule. If you want to make money in the way of the Lord, it takes you something.
Yes.
It doesn't come unless God decides to lavish His favor and grace upon you. If not, you must work hard. You must work smart. You must work in obedience to that particular rule that is guiding that very sector you are in, for you to advance. Okay? You are into one field. You must learn it and know it very, very well. There is a level of class you attain, things begin to return to you. Not that you engage in upwego. But the situation where extraordinarily outpouring overflows everywhere. You become the lordship
without any performance basic.
Sir, even us that are in the Christian angle, I am saying it without any out of apology, that you are doing something and it's working does not justify that God is with you. You are doing something and it's overflowing. It's not a proof of divine approval. I have the greatest crowd, sir. It may be deceptive. What is involved? What are you doing with the crowd? How are you managing that crowd? That is what tells you that you are working with God. Because working with God is different from working for God. So some people may gain one charm or the other, or go to be doing ministry, and it's working. If it is working, did God say it is working? To the eyes of men, it is working. What happened in the secret? Can you tell people how you make money? How you get the money? Can you tell them where you have gone to? Can you tell them that in Jesus' name? Is it only in Jesus' name that is working? Or there's another thing attached to it? That is the Ogwego. Certainly, one time or the other, it will flash back. And whatever a man sow, that shall he reap. So that is why we need to follow the way of the Lord and stand with the Lord. Psalm 75 made it clear that promotion cometh not from the east, west, north, it comes from the Lord. When it reaches the time of God, if you work hard, he will make all things beautiful for you. That is it. So we need to be patient with God, because he that created you, he knows what to do with us. So he's not in a hurry, and he cannot be late. So people should not engage in Ogwego, because the way you go into it is the way you come out. And by the time you come out, it's not that way you go that you come out to, because you must go down.
Okay.
Yes, that is it.
Okay. So what do you have to tell us? Because the viewer wants to take something home from our discussion. I know we have this Ogwego thing. We now know that whether it is from negative energy or not, that people have come to acquire wealth, sometimes from negative energies or forces or whatever. But we also have seen consequences. At least those of us that grew here, we have seen the consequences. Sometimes, I don't want to mention towns, but in my travel through Nigeria, I have passed certain towns in some parts of this country, where you will pass a whole village and you see not people running from, that was before the coming of bandits and unknown gunmen. So many years ago, when people used to travel freely, you will go to a place, you come to a whole town, you will see a lot of houses already uninhabited and trees growing on top of
Grasses everywhere.
Trees growing on top of the trees, on top of the houses. I don't want. I don't want to mention any state, because if I mention the state, it will look like I'm trying to. Because I know that I've seen it in the West, I've seen it in this part of the country, and you will see houses, and nobody is now living in those houses. Beautiful houses, abandoned, and haunted houses, totally abandoned. And so, what do we do? Because we want our people to be like today. We talk of the richest man in the world. I think is what's the name of the man that used to support Trump. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, his money is clear. I mean, people can trace the trajectory of his wealth. Exactly. Yeah. When Michael Jackson was alive, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. Sure. If anybody in the white man's land, people could trace the trajectory of his wealth. But sometimes you come and you say you have gone to Okite and you have gone to this, and that was why Soludo got very, very offended and then did what? He locked them up and said, "You are making our youths what? Lazy, because instead of working to earn their living,
they are engaging
they are entering into water and then deciding to stay there and waiting. And a lot of young women are lost. People are dying. I just saw one picture of a young woman, final year student of ndlea University. Beautiful picture of a beautiful girl, but now a missing person.
To what he want to say.
So what do you say? What do you tell our girls? The way they follow all these rich people, and then things are running bad.
Ogwego is not entirely with Igbo tradition.
Yeah, but we're looking at the consequences.
The consequences is,
and then what do we do?
You know, after the war, we had we were chased away politically
and economically.
Economically, so that was when the genesis of this Ogwego started. It's not like Ogwego and Igbo tradition. It's an aberration. It is a negative importation into our cultural system. Okay. Anything that your achieve does not give you will bring causes upon your life. Okay. Your achieve is
from day one. Right from day one.
You are in Igbo cosmology, there's what they call chi. Chi is who that gives you whatever you have, like at a particular time. When God said, Abraham, I will bless you with, like, at the set time of life. So your chief blesses you at the set time of life. So this all these children, all these youths going saying it's not tradition. So the dark consequence, any person who knows what Ogwuego is should stay away from Ogwuego. Highest thing from Igbo cosmology is when you go to Alpha, it says go and do something for your chi, and you have not traced even your family lineage. Your lineage. Are you sure that somebody who does Ogwuego will survive? Okay. Sometimes, like my town, no monates. Our past ancestors said whoever does Ogwuego must perish without Ogwuego. Okay. And though you do Ogwuego and so on, the dark consequence is that
let's leave Nara and
go to Ogwuego has evil consequences. It's not something
let's
you
go
do.
to Ohafia.
Yes.
Yes. Because Ohafia people, they are rich. They were the people that started all.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Enugu, Southeast, in the Ndlea, Kedun Keneme. You're welcome to Aneke Brief, your one-stop show here on Aneke TV, where we bring to you conversations of events in the Southeast, around Igbo land, cutting across emotional, psychological, cultural, or spiritual. Whatever the conversation is, we have it here on Aneke Brief, cutting across the southeastern states, Enugu, Imo, Ebonyi, Anambra, and Abia State. I'm your host, Princess Ken Ochoma. Now, as we like to start off on the show, we'll start off with our news bulletins, talking about some little issues that have arisen in the course of the day as it appeared in our news bulletin earlier in the studio. My guest is already seated in the studio, and today's conversation is a continuum of something we've started, a series, something I would like to tag a series that we've started in the course of the week, bringing enlightenment, bringing hope, bringing renewal, bringing a sort of refreshing course to the Eastern people and Ndibu. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll delve right into our bulletin for the evening. Don't go anywhere.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief on Aneke TV. All right, starting off this afternoon, our first story we shall quickly look at is the first story is from Anambra State, and it says the Anambra State Albinism Association has called for urgent government intervention to address rising cases of skin cancer among persons living with albinism in the state. This was raised at the 2026 International Albinism Awareness Day that was themed Proudly in My Skin, celebrating all skin tones, and they have appealed to the government to make provisions for treatment, accommodation to help reduce the cases of skin cancer among persons living with albinism. And if you don't know what albinism is, it's what we call albino. Right, so these persons have made the appeal to the government to make this treatment costs affordable, and on some extent offer free treatment or whatever thing they shall do, even reducing the ultraviolet radiation during chemotherapy and all that is associated with skin cancer and cancer in general. And also in Anambra State, the government says all future road construction projects must include properly designed water discharge systems to prevent erosion and infrastructure failure. All you need to do is make sure that your designs, are aligned with the stereotype from the Ministry of Works, call them to supervise it, and make sure that whatever building that will be built henceforth in Anambra State must have drainage systems. This will, in turn, would help reduce flooding. We've had conversations here where we've talked about how we can help ourselves reduce the effects of flooding in our community. So I think this is commendable from the Anambra State government. And also moving to Abia State, the Abia State government has begun full enforcement of its new centralized transport policy with the gradual relocation of commercial transport operators to the Nnlea bus terminal in Umuahia. Now, the bus terminal, which we know was built and commissioned over the past couple of weeks, and just today we're learning that the government has begun full enforcement. This means that all bus movements, transit vehicles are being moved to the terminal, and I'm sure this is one of the numerous things the Abia State government is currently doing to decongest and to regulate traffic, and just to make Abia. I mean, this is the Southeast, so whatever we have to do to make our lives conducive. So this is me say kudos to the Abia State government and more grease to their elbow. And then lastly, this is a general information. 16 state electricity regulatory agencies have raised concerns over the proposed Electricity Act Amendment Bill 2026, warning that it could reverse recent decentralization reforms in Nigeria's power sector. I mean, this policy was that states will now be decentralized, they will generate their powers on their own, and, cutting across the states that were included are Lagos, Edo, Delta, and Enugu. And they've argued that the bill seeks to restore excessive federal control over electricity, contrary to the provisions of the Electricity Act. So this is just in things around electricity. Let everybody generate their own. Some are saying we don't want to, some are saying we want to, but be that as it may, there is an ongoing electricity reform going on in the electricity sector of Nigeria. Now that's it on the news bulletin for this afternoon. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we are delving into our conversation for the evening, for the afternoon. And we are discussing the preservation of Igbo culture through the arts. And by arts, I mean tech, animation, and painting. My guest is already in the studio, as I mentioned earlier, and we'll introduce him in a moment and get right into the conversation. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to the conversation for the day. Culture is often defined as the soul of a people, a living expression of their history, values, beliefs, language, customs, and identity. For the Igbo people of southeastern Nigeria, culture has been long preserved through oral traditions, folklore, festivals, music, dance, crafts, name it, storytelling and visual arts. These mediums have served as vessels through which generations pass down knowledge, wisdom, and communal values. But in the last 30 years, 3 forces hit us at once. Language erosion. UNESCO says Igbo is vulnerable, and by 2050, if nothing changes, the Igbo child will understand Igbo, but answer in English. And language, as we know, is not just word, it's how we see the world. Second thing that has impaired Igbo culture is visual amnesia. If you ask a 15-year-old in Oka to draw uli patterns or explain Nri kingdom, many can't. Our symbols are fading from t-shirts, textbooks, and memory. And the third is digital displacement. We have TikTok, Netflix, Marvel. Our kids spend 6 hours daily in foreign digital worlds. If Igbo culture is not in these worlds, it becomes grandfather's story. And grandfather's stories grandfathers tell, but Netflix doesn't, dies. Now, one of the most exciting developments in this regard is the growing use of animation. Traditionally, Igbo folklores, legend, and historical accounts are shared around family gatherings and village squares. Today, talented animators are transforming these stories into engaging visual content that resonate with younger audiences. Through animated films and digital storytelling, iconic Igbo characters, myths, proverbs, and moral lessons are being preserved in formats that appeal to the digital generation while ensuring that ancient wisdom remains relevant in modern systems. Our conversations about cultural preservation become increasingly important. The intersection of technology, animation, and painting presents both opportunities and challenges. How effective are these creative mediums in safeguarding Igbo heritage? Can digital innovation bridge the gap between tradition and modernity? What role should artists, educators, policymakers, cultural institutions, and communities play in ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots? These are some of the critical questions we'll be exploring today as we discuss preservation of Igbo culture through the arts, tech, animation, and painting. Joining us is our guest, Victor Uzoma. He's a team lead and founder of Leopard Skins, a comic and animation company, and Orbs Room, a 3D visual company. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining me once again.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me at the studio.
I mean, when I first learned there is an animator who is into Igbo, creation, I was marveled, and I really wanted, I think that was one of the things that struck me at wanting to speak with you, because what we know are people who, design for the modern world, like you like to call it. And then when you see these games and see this animation, okay, this is, but to see content in your indigenous, something you can relate to, is quite commendable. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And now let's start off this conversation. We have apps like Duolingo. Let's start from the language. We have apps like Duolingo, all these apps that teach you foreign languages. After 27 years of digital age, over time, the evolution and all, why has Igbo tech failed to go viral? Such that, we have it on these international platforms as popular and viral as Duolingo and all these foreign apps are. Is it funding or bad design, or that the Igbo people are not really prioritizing their language as much?
Well, I think for me, it could be a number of reasons, right? But one of the key things is it has to do with the people. The people, if they do prioritize their language and digitalizing it and preserving it, not just for themselves, but future generations to come, we would see this a whole lot more. And we can use countries, a good number of countries for examples, like in Europe and also in Asia. People are really trying hard to digitalize it. But that's not to say that we don't have Igbos who are doing this. We do have them, a good number of them, but then we can actually do more. We are on the right track. When you go on Google, you can still see Igbo translations and all of that, which is actually very, very good and helpful. But there's still a whole lot more that we can actually do as a people.
On the side, do you think that we have apps, like I've mentioned Duolingo? Do we have apps at all that have the ability to teach, not the modernized Igbo as we know it, but to teach you the core Igbo in the actual dialect and intonation and all of it that we have in the, modern, maybe not modern, the literal class setting like we know it?
Well, to be frank with you, I've seen creators who are actually working on something like that, but it may not be so popular yet. Some of them are using AI tools to do that. I know, especially on Twitter, you'd get to see them in the community and space I relate with a whole lot. I've seen someone creating specific apps on just Igbo names. I've seen other person creating contents on languages and all of that. So yes, we have them. We have a couple of them.
Okay. About still on language, do you think ChatGPT speaks Igbo?
Do I think ChatGPT
Because I'm asking because it's difficult to see Igbo techies teach AI how to speak, to write, maybe not right now. When you say Nyemu Ilu, no Igbo, I don't think AI or ChatGPT as we know it has advanced to that level. Do we see a point in this tech evolution where we can interact with the AI in our indigenous without having to translate for it or maybe look for an English connotation of what it is for it to interpret?
Yes, AI has been making that progress. And I can actually give a testament to that because of the work that I do. There were some places where we needed AI, translation or assistance to do one or two things. But now when we do that, we still make one or two minor corrections. But at least it gets 60 to 70% of the job done most times. The only slight disparity that you might have might be dialects, But as far as it goes with writing the language and even giving the punctuation marks, it does that very, very well.
Okay. Now we're discussing preserving Igbo culture. Now, for an elderly man in the village who understands that the best way to transfer knowledge from his generation to the younger generation is by having them gather under the, tree and have the tales by moonlight. But we're having a society that is constantly evolving.
Yes.
From your point of view and from what you do, how have you been able, over time, to incorporate these folklores, these ancient stories, and merging them with the advanced state of technology, AI, and animations?
All right. So I think first things first, I'm going to say the Tales by Moonlight system. It's actually a very beautiful system. I would give testaments to that. Especially growing up as a child, there are just some things that never leave you, and it influences you. There are a whole lot of persons, even some of the even arguably the greatest writer from Africa, Chinua Achebe.
Yes.
If you read his book, he says the tales his mother told him orally influenced him to be the great writer.
True.
So that's there. But then the thing with the world is, if you do not move or evolve, you will die out. That's just how life is. So we have come to a point where we actually need to move at a very fast pace with the ever-changing technology. And so that's why when the older ones, they tell us this story, it's up to us, the younger ones, to preserve it for our own children. Because they were also told these stories by their own parents or ancestors, as the case may be, and they shared it to us. So now we are the ones who have this duty of preserving it and sharing it to the younger ones. Yeah.
Okay, we watch, almost everybody has seen the Black Panther.
Yes.
And then we see the Marvel industry company creates this persona of a spirit, or maybe a spirit being, or a hero. And then we see all the Marvel heroes, the Iron Man, the Superman, the Flash, and all of that. Do we have representations of that in the Igbo culture that we've been able to, sell out and make people also understand that these things might be fiction while ours is real and can be as real as it gets?
Yeah. All right. Just to talk about Black Panther shortly, Black Panther draws, especially the movie, it draws inspiration from plenty African cultures, including the Igbos.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of Igbo, what will I say, footprint that's in the movies. And when it comes to us telling the Igbo story, especially from the standpoint of mythology, one of the problems that we have over here is the demonization of our history. If you look at the Western world, you know, these days people play games like God of War. It's the story of Kratos, and it features, you know, gods like Zeus and Hades and the rest. Even people, little children are aware of these heroes, and can even a good number of them can go forward to tell you about the stories of these personalities, but they can't give you something about Amadioha, you know, because most times we tend to shy away from it. Even myself as a creator, I remember the very first time I started creating these stories, you know, and I'm talking about a character like Ekwensu. Some people looked at me like, what are you actually doing? Because they felt this is something that's dark and we shouldn't really be talking about this. But Ekwensu is close to, you know, characters like Hades from the Greek god, and Kratos and the rest, and even Amadioha is close to Zeus. So we first, as a people, we need to stop the demonization of these things, and then I believe that when we, you know, open ourselves up to it, receiving the stories and also sharing it to people, we can actually do a whole lot more. So I think that's the very first step that we actually need to take, and from there, you know, we would have more creators. As it stands now, we have people that are creating. There are people that are creating, myself, not just myself, but a lot of other persons. But, you know, the market needs to be more receptive.
We are in a generation where we are mixed. We have elderly people and younger people. And amongst the elderly people, we have people who are trying to be modern, you know, to understand the modern trends. But having to introduce something, you know, some people consider culture and tradition sacred, and some consider, the same person or in the same school of thought might consider tech, animation as something way too modern. How do we strike a balance for these two schools of thought to understand, okay, this is what we are trying to create, this is what we are trying to preserve, so it doesn't come off as we are trying to, you know, libel or maybe desecrate the idea of the Igbo culture and religion?
Just like I said, we have to evolve. And if we don't evolve, we die out. There's no negotiation about it. Take Christianity, for example, right? When after the death of Jesus and when they were preaching the gospel, obviously they were using their voices to preach to the crowd, and you still have thousands of people gather. But today, with the advent of technology, ministries today, you don't just come around and use your voices. Even in a small room, a pastor is going to use a mic. You know, they are going to put their stuff on social media to reach out to more people and all of that. So that's just it. We can't say because we want to hold on to those, how will I put it, those practices, or some of those practices, not all of them, that we can't actually evolve. Culture is dynamic. It's a quality of culture. Culture is always evolving. So we actually have to embrace it if we want to create great things in the future. And just to add, even the Asians, they've embraced this. They have their historical stories and folklore that they've made as games, you know, and they're exporting this outside to the country. For example, the anime industry is worth $20 billion US, more than that actually, and it's projected to double in the next 10 to 7 years. And that's the anime. They still have another industry called manga, you know. So we can create our own industries, not just for ourselves, but even sell to Africans in the diaspora, and not just even Africans, but even other people who are interested in our culture.
What would you say would be the greatest limitation? Because, I mean, we are Igbos. I like to say this, you know, with all humility intended, that we have this overprotective nature about our language, our culture in its entirety. And then, you know, still aligning with the first question I asked about desecrating, how have you been able to handle maybe the perception of having to create these deities into cartoons? Because there is this mindset, oh, these are cartoons. We see cartoons as foreign inventions and as Ihendocha. So how do we now, since we are trying to preserve and, you know, share this history with others, how have we been able to reconcile these notions, desecrating and then turning our sacredness into cartoons?
All right. So answer, I don't think there has ever been an issue of desecration for us while we are creating this. Funny enough, the Igbo community is very, very, very supportive. You know, when you said they are being overprotective, I had to think for a second to try to understand. Yeah, maybe I feel maybe the overprotection might come from not wanting, or let's say maybe people not, can I use the word? Okay, people not making a mess of their culture, right? Yes. That's the only thing. But apart from that, I think the Igbo people are people who are very, very open. You see it in their way of life, the way they want to interact with people and share and even learn other people's culture. So like I said, if you come out, we have a lot of persons who are actually supporting this. You know, they share to their friends, even from persons outside the country. You know, they are talking about, when we post an art about maybe Amadioha and all the rest, they want to contribute. Oh, I think we should make it like this. Oh, I think this is perfect. So we have lots of persons, 1,000+ followers actually, who are actually very, very supportive of our stuff. So I don't think they have a problem with that.
All right. When you watch movies, and then you come on a platform as large as Netflix, and I may not be a regular on Netflix, but I watch Yoruba movies, and there is this complete representation without having to dilute any item whatsoever. Have we been able as Igbos to maintain originality across all levels, both in pictures, in drawings, in animations? Have we been able to maintain originality and not having to, like you said, change it, because there's this tendency to alter to fit into a particular market or to fit into a particular stereotype? Have we been able to maintain the originality and quality as it is on the physical presentations?
For the creators I have seen, largely, I would give an answer to that and say yes. A lot of them have been able to do that. But personally, I don't even think the problem has been about that per se. I think the problem for us over here in the east side is creating more. And funny enough, we've had people who have actually created, but we need more structure and support to actually push those things forward. Just like you mentioned about the Yorubas in the West, which they are actually doing an amazing job. One of the things that actually helps them a whole lot is Lagos. You know, Lagos being the entertainment capital, and most of the times when the big companies like this, they want to come into Nigeria, you first come in through Lagos. And what's the culture that you get to see first there in Lagos? Most of the times it's the Yoruba culture. And most of these guys, they may not even go, let's say, to the north or even come over here to the east most of the time, because it's usually Lagos. So we need to go back to the days where we had something like, you know, the Nollywood powerhouse, the Nollywood powerhouse being in Enugu here. We need more people being vocal about the culture. Take, for example, Genevieve Nnaji. She's the first Nigerian to put a Nigerian-based Nollywood movie on Netflix, and it was shot here in Enugu, Lionheart. You know, so we need more of that. So if we can push and try to support the industries that are homegrown, because we have a good number of them, trust me, we would actually do more as a people. So I think that's just the major thing.
In Enugu alone, I'm bringing us back to language. In Enugu alone, Enugu has 17 local governments. And in a particular local government, you could see probably 10, 15 villages. And even in that 10, 15 villages, they don't speak the same dialect.
Yeah.
And let's say you want to create a game or an animation of someone from Enugu and someone from Ebonyi. Is there a difference in language, or do you use a unified Igbo? Because back to the Yorubas, you see movies, for persons who understand Yoruba, you can differentiate the Ekiti, you can differentiate the Ibadan, Yoruba dialects, and okay, this is what this is what that is. Is there a way to differentiate from dialects in Igbo on this animation platform that you've created?
Well,
or is something that is still in process to actualize?
Well, to be honest, I've actually thought about the issues of dialects.
Okay.
Right? And I think the best way to approach this is we use a central and more unifying language.
Okay.
And then you can once in a while put in dialects. But personally, I don't even think that's important, or it should be an issue for like our viewers when they actually get to use our product, because we as Africans, we should always focus on what unites us the most. And this problem is not just pertinent to Africa, to say, let's say the Igbos, or let's say the Ijaws or the Yorubas, or other African, even over there in the West. If, for example, if you go to England, or the UK, there's a way someone from Manchester, or someone from Liverpool would talk, and someone from, let's say, Manchester or London would be like, this is a Scouser. Also, the way a Scottish person is actually going to talk. But for people who are outside, maybe outside of the English culture, we really wouldn't care much. We just want to watch this stuff and enjoy. And I think that's what we should focus on the most. Yeah.
Let's talk about color vocabulary. You have nzu, you have oji, you have the red charcoal, and all these things. And from what we know about the culture, every color has representation. Do you, in your creation, put this into consideration so as to, back to originality, so as to maintain and tell the actual story? Because it's not just about creation, it's about creating to preserve. So there ought to be some resemblance to what it is. So is color also put into considerations when creating things?
Yes, we do put color into consideration, and we also put other vocabularies as well.
Okay.
Just to throw a bit of light. For example, our comic book is titled Annie. It's based on the Ekumeku War. Are you familiar with the Ekumeku War?
Not really.
All right. It's when the British, when the British came to colonize Nigeria, they fought a war in Anioma, present day Delta States, with that Igbo subgroup, the Anioma Igbo subgroup, and they fought that war for 33 years, and they conquered them in 1914. They were the last group that they actually conquered in all of Nigeria before they say, okay, we fully conquered in Nigeria. So that's what that story is about, and we feature gods and the persons, and we represent that struggle. Now, in that comic book, we have Igbo vocabulary because we want to actually preserve. It's not a story that is written throughout in English. There's a whole lot of Igbo, Biko, Chere, Mnaga, Mnabia, and even things that are actually, more. Because we want children to actually read and feel connected and never lose touch with their language, especially. And even on the game too, we would also try to incorporate characters speaking this language, not English. Not, let's say, Amadio has saying go or come, he's going to speak in Igbo. So because these games, they leave a very lasting impression in children, and it's very, very good when you catch them young. So when this person actually plays it, it's cool to see a character saying, Biaeba, and saying other Igbo things, and they actually grow with it, and they also want to tell their friends, and when they're communicating, did you play that game? He said this, he said that, and we keep preserving the culture that way.
And this also helps in language speaking to a very large extent.
It does.
Will this, when we say, because we are trying to modernize, and left to us in Igbo land, you could easily sit at the feet of your grandfather and listen to these things. But doing it for, let's say we are creating this, commodity or business or animation for people living outside of Nigeria who probably have not had the opportunity to come home. How relatable do you think they will find this, seeing that they've not been able to come home? I've never seen the real thing. Some persons don't know what Mao looks like in real life. They don't know what OG looks like. So how do you represent these things in its authenticity? Still coming back to authenticity, because I'm all for what I see. This is a biro, and if I'm holding a biro in my hand and I know what it feels like, I would want, when I'm visualizing it, I should feel the same thing. That's one. These people are abroad and they might relate to these things because they are in a more advanced society. For us here in Nigeria who are trying to level up, how do we make this sale of this idea welcomed in a communal setting, in a rural setting where you're trying to, okay, you have this culture, and if you don't want it to be told as a story, it can be turned into a drama or an animation. How do we make them understand the vision you're trying to preach?
Well, to be honest, I think one of the best ways to actually catch the older generation is by catching the younger ones.
Okay.
Because the younger ones will make things trend and all of that. And even the older ones would want to experience what is this.
Okay.
I mean, when phones came out, it got to the hands of the younger people first, who were, maybe let's say the younger ones back then in the 2000s, who are today the old ones. And, you know, it's now something that everyone is using. Even a 2 or 3 year old baby, you could have a tablet, depending on your childhood and background and where you're coming from. So that's the very, very first thing. And another thing is, because with tech and talking about preservation, even beyond games and animations, which are actually fun, we also can create new experiences for persons.
Okay.
For example, if you look at the Western world or even in Asia, they are having digital museums today. And so for something like an Oja now, maybe you may not have seen it, right? Or probably you're in the diaspora, you may not be privileged to see it, because it's a privilege to actually see an Oja.
Yes.
We can create 3D versions of it.
Okay.
You know, or even something like the Igbo arts. We may not, or even some of those artifacts that have been shipped outside to the country, to the West, the EU and all of that, while we are still advocating for it to actually come back home, you can still create virtual representations of this and share something to the younger audience. Because the truth is, as we keep growing, as we keep going, they are big parts of our history that we're actually losing. And someone said, which I took and which I agree with, Igbo history and civilization, African history as well, is beyond just huts. There are a lot of Igbo architecture that you look at back in the days. Today, we don't see them. And God bless the souls who were actually able to preserve them in books and pictures. And that's why I say the onus is on us as the current generation and the young one to actually create and invent ways to preserve these things for children. So there is actually a whole lot to do. But with the advent of technologies, we still have a lot of ways to preserve things for people.
All right, we would comment on or continue on the conversation in a moment. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle, and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. This is still Aneke Brief. All right. Before we get into the funding part and the difficulties, how, what's the projection for tech and culture preservation? Do we see a future where everything becomes tech-based, AI-based, or are we trying to strike a balance between retaining the real deal and still having, this as a form of preservation?
All right. So if you remember at the start of our conversation, I mentioned when you talked about the Moonlight story that it's still a very, very important part of us. It's something that we should not actually take away. And with the advent of technology, it's supposed to bring humans closer, which it has actually done, because I can communicate to someone who is miles away from me. But still, there is still this detachment, you know. Humans, more than ever, are craving for community, because most of our communities these days are online. So we need those physical conversations, sometimes even a physical touch between friends and peers can actually mean a lot. So like I said about striking the balance, we still need to preserve the physical artifacts. Now, not just only preserve, but we can also create. Because those artifacts that we actually look back at today and say, oh, these are actually artifacts that were made 100 years ago. They were made on a certain day by someone, right? So the artifacts we can also make today, in the next 100 years, the next generation will look at it and say that these are actually artifacts. So we need to build museums, we need to build research centers, we need to document, we also need to recreate. You know, the talking drum, it's not a must that the talking drum must be something that my granddad used 30 or 300 years ago. I can still create a talking drum, and when my great-grandchildren, they come, they'll say, oh, this is what our great-grandfather had, and it was his own talking drum. So yes, we need to actually create the physical while also leaning towards technology.
There's a difference between experiencing real hand and for someone who lives in the village, who wants to, you know, magodi mama first, or gagugodi miri, or ugodi nzu, and all of that, and then you're telling him that to preserve all of this, he needs to start learning how to code, right? And how to design, how to start opening laptop and everything. If there was someone like that listening, how would you, you know, teach him or lecture him to strike a balance between he doesn't have to choose. So how would he, you know, still experience this real time and still have the knowledge of coding and designing?
Well, to be sincere, I don't think you have to code to preserve this history. And I think, for me personally, I love working in groups. Because I believe that you can do more when you work together with persons. So if someone has the knowledge, especially when you probably want to turn it into an institution, an organization, or a business, because it's not one person that can do it alone. You can actually work with persons who can actually code or do these things, who have the same passion as you. Just like me now, I have a lot of friends who I actually work with, and we share the same passion and interest, and so we are able to create these things, and that's how we can actually go. So I don't think he has to code it. His role is very, very important. Not everybody should code.
All right. So let's talk about challenges that you face or that your institution has faced in the bid to preserve this Igbo culture. What are those few things that you've encountered that you feel could, you know, be hindrances in furthering your mission to preserve through tech, animation, and paintings?
Well, for me, I'd say, for me personally, because I think I have the talents, not just myself, but my teammates who I actually work with. I'd say the biggest issue has actually been funding. You know, we don't have good and strong support systems here in Nigeria or the Southeast to, you know, fund projects like this. I think that's the biggest issue because we have a lot of persons who want to create. Nigeria is really, really talented, you know, but we just need persons to actually support most times. But nevertheless, one thing my team and we've actually told ourselves is that we just have to create that product first and push it out to the market. So when we are done with the product that we are creating, when we actually get to push it out to, like, let's say the first 1,000 paying users, trust me, you'd most likely have a good number of investors knocking.
You mentioned earlier that there are, you know, so many aspects of the Igbo culture that has been untapped.
Yes.
Are there some you'd like to share with us and why you think they need to be brought back into the limelight?
Lots of the Igbo aspects of the Igbo, yes, it's true. They actually a lot of this thing that have been on top from our stories. The stories that, like we've been saying, our parents have been telling us, we need digital preservation, whether it's writing them in books or making them films or making them video games. Also, even our architecture, just like I said, what people know, or what the concept most people have about the African and Igbo civilization is just huts. But we are more than that. We had high-rise buildings.
Yeah.
During my research of this project with my good friend, his name is Ndlea, and he has a research institute, that he does, that's the job that they do. They go back in time to get pictures, research, and he does a lot of work. We've looked back and I have actually learned a lot, from high-rise building to potteries to spoons to cups to different household wares and even war equipment. So there is a whole lot that we have, even the language as well. We still need to actually preserve the language. I'd love to see, I know we've done this before. We've had, especially back then with movies like Living in Bondage, where we had Igbo full-length movies and they speak Igbo throughout. We need more of that to actually preserve the culture. Speaking Igbo should be cool.
Yeah, it should.
It is cool, actually.
Yes, it is.
So yeah.
All right. Before we continue, we have a short, animation display that would like to show. He said that there are games that have been made over time with the representation of the Igbo deities and gods. Let's take a look at some of them. That was, I don't know, what's the title? Is it something that is user friendly? Because I'm not really been a game person, but that looks like something I might want to play.
Yes, it's very user friendly.
Okay, now in all of this that we have we've talked about a whole lot. How have you been able to preserve? Because we've been saying preserve, and aside from this game, what are, games are something that can be stored over time in devices. What have been your mode of preservation over time? Is it to take and put in a museum or to store in a flash drive? Because these things, we are talking of, projections into the coming years. What is the projection like for preservation of the Igbo culture through animation and AI? How do you intend to pass this on to the next generation in the next 10, 20 years?
Well, like I said, it's not, apart from myself, it's about the people. So we have a few creators, but we need more, right? Because just one person can't actually do it, but I'm doing my best as much as I can. So yeah, looking to pass this, the way I look to pass this culture and preserve it for the next generation is through entertainment. Just like we are seeing today through games and comics and even movies. I think that's one of the best ways. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to lose these files, especially when they get to come out.
Okay.
For example, if you want to watch Living in Bondage, it was made some 30 years ago. I can still watch it on YouTube.
Okay.
And even in 2019, they still did a remake. And a whole lot of other ways where you can actually preserve. Like I said, one thing that this generation has is a lot of advancement. So there's almost no excuses for us losing this. We just need more players in the field. And I think that's the majorly.
Would you say Igbos are, let's say, we've said a lot, because do you think we even want to preserve this culture? Because when you talk to young people, not people now that are concerned, there is no interest in preserving. Everybody wants to become modern in your dressing, in your speech. You know, by virtue of what we do, you have to speak a certain language. But some part of you still wants to. So do you think the young people over time are really interested in preserving their culture in whatever capacity, be it photography, be it videos, be it paintings? Are we really interested? Let's not even talk about the elderly people because they've lived it and they've had their feel. Are we really passionate about preserving our culture in whatever capacity it is?
Yes, we are.
Are we?
We are. We really are. There are a whole lot of persons who are so proud being Igbo. And they show it in various ways, in their dressing, in the music that they listen to, you know, even in the way they eat and the things that they actually do. A lot of us, the young ones, are really, really... I know that sometimes it looks like they might not actually show it, but most times you need to get out there and have conversations and even project and show it and see how they actually get to react.
Do you get to... This is me just asking a personal question. When you make these stories, right, do you get to interact? Because over time, Igbo, I wouldn't say for every community, there are things that have evolved over time. There are beliefs that probably in the early years was not clear. And now with education and advancement, I had a guest who said, oh, there was something she learned newly in the course of her work. Are there things that you personally have come to understand its clarity in the course of your work?
Yes, a whole lot.
Could you share some of them with us? I mean, just a thing or two before, because it's one thing to see these works, another thing to understand your point of view. So when you are, you know, when we see them, we want to know what your state of mind was when you were designing these things, why you chose this, what you heard, the undertones, because what makes it culture is not what is being flashed, it is what the intentions were. So what are those things that you've learned over time in the course of your work that you would like to share with us?
Oh my God, to be sincere, I think it's a whole lot. I don't even know where to start pinpointing from the characters to the architecture. Like I told you, I've mentioned something about the huts and the fact that we had more houses and more household equipment. Some people may not even know that Igbos even had cups. I'm not talking of maybe just as in cups with handles.
Okay.
I saw that we had cups with handles. We had spoons. Okay. Some people don't know that. A lot of people may think, okay, everything we ate, we probably ate with hands. But no, there were spoons. We had chairs that were like this, that people could actually rest, you know, their back. So there's a whole lot of innovation and, you know, technology, even iron smelting and a whole lot. So diving into that culture has actually been beautiful. It has opened my eyes. And like I said, working with my team, I also get to learn from them as well. I teach them, they teach me. We also go online to research. We also try to get materials too. So it's been a whole lot. I just can't pinpoint one particular thing right now, although I think I've tried to share a couple of things. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Victor Uzoma, for joining me this afternoon. It's been a pleasure having you. And thank you, my viewers, for staying with me up to this moment. But before I leave, I would like to leave you with these few notes. And it says, culture is not a museum. Museum is where things go to die quietly. Culture is a conversation between ancestors and children. Our ancestors spoke oral tradition. We must speak through digital tradition. If Ilu dies, children don't read books. Let it live because they watch it on Netflix. If Ogene is too loud for city flats, let it live as a ringtone coded in Lagos. And if Mbari art walls are crumbling, let them live as NFTs and gallery murals in New York. Till I come your way again, same time, same station. Keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
"7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Aneke television. Heu, agirbo mu di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgboju ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu, mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Aneke television. Heu, agidbo mu di egwu nkwa zere n'ahịa mgboju ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu, mba ụwa bịa n'ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa n'ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna, ọ dị na
Uhuruchoma Gonyomano sonyere anyị nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Otobo bụ ihe omume anyị wepụtara o ji abụọ anyị bịa anyị anọdụ ala n'ebe anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa nakwa ụmụafọ Igbo. Ọ na-abịara gị kwuru ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko, onye nke gị. Ọ dị mma, ị ga-echeta na ọ dị nso a n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa merubere mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya nke 27 dịka ịma na Naịjirịa bụ otu n'ime mba Afrịka nwere akụ ọnatarachi dị iche iche nakwa ndị mmadụ Chineke jiri wee chọọ obodo mma. N'agbanyeghị nke a, ala anyị na-agafe ọtụtụ aka mgba dịgasị iche iche, ihe isi ike metụtara okwu akụnụba, ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa, ụkọ ọrụ nakwa ihe ndị ọzọ dị iche iche bụ nke na-emetụta etu esi achị ala anyị. N'otu oge ahụkwa ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-arụtụgasị aka n'ihe dị iche iche gọọmenti megoro na amụma mgbanwe, okwu so atụmatụ ọrụ dịgasị iche iche nakwa iwelite aka n'ego a na-akpakọta bụ nke ha na-ekwu na o so na mbọ a na-agba iji hazigharị ala anyị iji mee ka ala anyị na-eto ma nọrọ n'etu o kwesịrị ịdị. N'abalị anyị ga-eleba anya na ebe ala anyị ji gbatakwụrụ, kedu ebe anyị nọ, kedu ebe anyị na-eje, anyị akwụ otu ebe, kedu aka mgba dị iche iche anyị na-ezute n'ala anyị, ma lebekwa anya na ọganiru ala anyị nwetagoro nakwa ndị kwesịrị ime iji mee ka obodo anyị gaa n'iru. Ọ bụghị sọ m nọ n'Otobo nke taa, maka na otu onye adịghị anọ n'Otobo. Dr. Emmanuel Agụ bụ otu onye na-etinye ọnụ n'ihe na-eme n'obodo na-esonyere anyị n'Otobo nke mgbede a. Dr. Agụ nọ n'Otobo.
Ana m ekene ndị be anyị na-asịkwa ka ebumnobi anyị ncha niile ebu n'iweta agamniru n'obodo anyị ruo onye ọbụla aka. Ọ ihe mụnwa na-ebu n'obi, onye ọbụla ihe dị mma na-adị mma na-ebukwa ihe a n'obi.
Ọ dị mma nnọọ. Ọ dị mma ka anyị malite ịna-anya n'etu Naịjirịa dị taata. Kedu okwu ị nwere ike iji kọwaa Naịjirịa?
Ịna-anya n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa, asị m kọwaa Naịjirịa etu m si ghọta ya, aga m afụ obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka nwoke nọ n'ikpere mmiri agụ mmiri na-agụgbu. Ihe m bụ n'obi wee kwuo nke a bụ na Naịjirịa bụ obodo Chukwu chọrọ mma n'ihe niile eji ebi ndụ, ma nke gbasatara ọgụgụ isi mmadụ, ma nke eji ebi ndụ bụ nke Chukwu nyere anyị. Ihe ndị ahụ dị, mana imezi anya ka ọnọdụ imi na anya dị ndị bi na Naịjirịa tata, efu na ọ dị ka ihe ndị ahụ Chukwu ji gọzie anyị abụzi ọghọm ebe ndị be anyị nọ. Inekwezi anya na obodo ndị ọzọ Chukwu emeghe ya gọzighị etu o si gọzi ndị be anyị. Ọ dịkwazị ka a ga-asị na ọ ga-aka mma ka ọ ghara ịbụ na anyị nwere ihe ndị ahụ, ka enepụrụ anyị anya n'ihe dị be anyị, ka anyị nwee ike gbaba mbọ etu ndị ahụ si agba mbọ gawakwa n'iru. So ana m afụ obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka obodo nni dị mana agụ na-egbu ndị nọ na ya. Etu a ka m sigodo afụ ya oge dị ugbu a.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ nne. Ịma na Igbo na-ekwu na ihe a na-agwa onye isi bụ na mmanụ adịghị n'ofe, ọ bụghị na nnu atụghị ofe. Ịna-anya na Naịjirịa mgbe ụfọdụ ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-agwa anyị na ihe anyị megoro na ihe anyị megoro na ihe anyị na-eme na ihe anyị na-eme, mana ndị a na-achị ada afụ ya ka esi agwa ha ya. Kedu ihe mere o ji dị gị ka eji nwee ndịiche dị n'ihe a na-agwa anyị na ihe anyị na-ahụ?
Ihe ndị a abụghị ihe anyị kwesịrị ịbịa tikporo isi, maka na nsogbu dị n'obodo a bụ Naịjirịa tata sitere n'etu esi arọpụta ndị na-achị anyị. Maka ịbịa n'anya n'obodo ndị ọzọ na-aga n'iru, ma obodo ndị ọzọ nweburu nsogbu karịa ọnọdụ anyị nọ ugbu a na Naịjirịa, efu na ọ gbatụtara aka n'etu ndị ọchịchị si abata n'oche. Mbọsị ọbụla ịfụrụ anyị nwetara ihe anyị na-achọ n'usoro esi ahọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị ịma na ihe ndị ọzọ anyị na-ene anya na ọ ga-adị mma ga-abanye ebe mụnwa nọ kịta ana m eche na etu o si metụta aka n'ịhọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị bugodi ebe nsogbu kacha nsogbu niile dị n'obodo a ịhọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị bụrụ ezigbo ndị ndu na bụrụ ndị ọchịchị ifu na ọ ga-eweta na mmezu olileanya anyị nwere n'etu o si gbasi ezi nchekwa then etu o si metụtakwa ọnọdụ akụnụba Naịjirịa nsogbu nke ahụ ga-abụ ihe wetara na isi njedebe so mụnwa na onwe m na-afụ ihe gbasara etu esi arọpụta ndị na-achị maka na onye bụ isi afọ kwaba okpu mbọsị anyị rọpụtara ndị ga-achị anyị ọ bụ na ndị anyị ga-achị anyị maara na ndị rọpụtara ha bụ ndị obodo ma na obodo anyị adịgo mma mana ọ na-afịa arụ maka na onye Chukwu agọzighị etu o si gosi ndị Naịjirịa ama nchọ ka anyị nwee ike mee ihe a maka na mbọsị ọbụla ịfụrụ ndị Naịjirịa wepụgara ebe onye si wepụga ụka onye na-ekpe si na onye a bụ onye nwere ike iwepụta anyị n'ọnọdụ anyị nọ mana nsogbu niile anyị nwere abịago n'isi njedebe maka nwa mgbe oge nwa obere oge onye ahụ ga-anọ n'ọchịchị ifu na nsogbu niile anyị nwere metụ o si metụta nsogbu anyị na-enweta ata na ihe gbasara ezi nchekwa n'etu o si gbasata ọnọdụ akụnụba n'etu o si gbasata ihe ndị ọzọ gasị ifu na etu esi ahọpụta ndị ọchịchị ndị ndu na ọ bụrụ ndị ọchịchị mbọsị anyị nwere onye ndu n'obodo a obodo adị mma
gịnị dị iche na onye ndu na onye ọchịchị
onye ndu bụ onye na-ekpe azụ ndị ọ na-achị eburu ụzọ onye ndu bụ onye na-akwụ agụụ ndị odu eriju afọ onye ndu bụ onye na-ebepụta anya mmiri ma onwe ihe merụ ndị ọ na-edu onye ndu bụ onye na-ebu ụzọ ma ọ bụrụ na ụjọ dị na ndị ọ na-achị onye ndu bụ onye na-anọ n'oche chee echiche etu ọ ga-esi wee dị n'ọdịnihu wee mepụta ya onye ndu bụ onye na-etukwu ana negharị anya chọta ndị ya na ya na-abụ ga-eso wee gbaa odibo onye ndu bụ onye na-afụ onwe ya so onye isi odibo n'obodo ọka enweghị ndị anyị na-afụ kịta bụ ndị ọchịchị ndị na-afụ ihe a na-eme n'obodo ka ụzọ esi eweta ego etinye n'akpa anyị aka enwerekwu ya andọ nsogbu anyị na-enweta ata n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ka njikere ya ajụjụ ọ bụ na ị chọrọ ije ugwu Awụsa ọ bụ na e nwere ụgbọala na-abụọ kwụsịrị a ga-ejiji ugwu Awụsa a sịghị na mmadụ na-abụọ bụ ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala nọ na ofu onye bụ onye ịmahụ na onye nke ọzọ bụ nwanne gị mana onye nke ahụ ịmahụ na ọ maara akwụ ụgbọala rie nne mana onye na-ekpe alakụba mana ọ maara akwụ ụgbọala na nwanne gị bụ onye si n'obodo unu wee pụta amacha akwụkwọ ka esi akwụ ụgbọala ọfụma kedu onye n'ime mmadụ na-aba anyị ga-achọ ka o duru gị jee ugwu Awụsa etu ahụ ka ọ dị n'ihe gbasara obodo anyị mbọsị anyị wee zigoro anya n'ihe gbasara ụka onye na-eje na ebe onye si ịma na nsogbu anyị adịgo anyị eweta gị ya n'isi njedebe
ọ dị mma ịkọwaburu Naịjirịa dịka mmadụ nọ n'akụkụ mmiri mana agụ mmiri na-agụ ya ịna-anya n'obodo anyị maka anyị ga na-ewu ya na nkebi na nkebi ịna-anya n'obodo anyị Naịjirịa bụrụ ụgbọala anyị akwụ otu ebe anyị na-aga n'iru ka anyị na-ana azụ
anyị na-ana azụ ihe nyisi na anyị na-ana azụ bụ na ịna-anya ebe anyị nọ n'arọ 10 gara aga ihe ndị eji atụle because ịna-anya ifu na ihe a na-ene anya bụ kedu otu gị na ọnọdụ kedu otu ọnọdụ gị dị ugbu a ọnọdụ gị ọka mma arọ 5 gara aga ka ọ bụ ofu ihe na arọ 5 gara aga ka ọ nara azụ na arọ 5 gara aga si n'anya iju onwe gị ajụjụ a ifu na ọ dị ka ya anara azụ ọ bụ na ọ na-ekwu ofu ebe maka na nwoke be anyị na-asị onye eburokwe ọrarụ ka ọra afụrụ m onwe anyị asị ndị ra ka anyị ra maka na ine anya na arụ ise gara aga enwere ndị be anyị bi ebe a na-akpọ ndị oyibo na-akpọ IDP camp. Arụ ise gara aga enwere ndị si ebe ha bi gbaa ọsọ. Arụ ise ma arụ isii ma arụ iri gara aga eziokwu na enwere nsogbu etu o si metụta nchekwa, mana ọ dịrọ m ka ọka oruru etu ọ dị tata n'ụdị na onye na-ararụ ụrụ were ofu anya na-ararụ were nke ọzọ na-eche ndụ ya nche. Anyị nara azụ ana anyị nọrọ dị ofu ebe, so ọ bara uru imekwebi ya emekwe. Ndị a na-achị anyị kịta ihe m na-ayọ bụ ka ha nwee ike nachi ya taba tụọ alụ marụ ka a ga-esi wee mmịa ka obodo anyị nwee ike ịnọ ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ. Ha nwekwa ike ị na-agba mbọ nke ha, mana mbọ ha na-agba anyị aka afụrọ ebe o du anyị wee je. Ada olileanya m bụ ka mbọ niile ha na-agba ebe nke ahụ nọ ka anyị wabụ ndị a na-achị achị nwee ike ị na-enweta mkpụrụ ọ mịtara. Maka ihe anyị na-enekwa n'anya bụ nne dị n'elu tebụl. Ije n'afịa ego iji n'akpa egote nwa ihe ụmụaka na-eme. Ije n'ụlọ ọgwụ efu ụlọ ọgwụ, ije n'afịa igote nri. Ndị na-eji akọ ugbo enwe ike jee ebe a na-akọ ugbo kọọ ugbo pụta na-enweghị ụjọ ọbụla. Ada na-enwekwa ike nwee ike ịgwa ndị ọ na-adị ha ka ha nwe obodo a, maka onwere onye nwe obodo a iche. Ọ bụ na ha nwere ike ịnọ na tebụl gwa ndị na-ebu n'obi na ọha nwe obodo a bụ Naijiria saa na unu enweghị obodo a, onye ọbụla nọrụ bie ka nwanne ya nọrụkwu bie. Maka na ọ bụ na-agba ndị ahụ nkịtị ha na-ewere ha bụrụ ihe a n'obi ọ dịghị ka ha nwe obodo a, ma na nsogbu ga-adị. Onye ebe egbe bere ugobere nke si bi ebene na-gosi ebe ọ ga-ebe nku akwana ya.
Ọ dị mma. Nye ọtụtụ ndị Naijiria okwu gbasara akụnụba kacha emetụta ha, maka na ị na-anya kịta nri nọ n'elu ọjị, ma ikuku mmụọ gas eji esi nri na-agbagogo, mmanụ ụgbọala, ihe niile. So ihe ọbụla gbasara akụnụba dị ka ọ na-emetụ onye Naijiria ọbụla. N'ebe ị nọ ka isi hụta akụnụba Naijiria?
Akụnụba obodo anyị bụ Naijiria ọ dịkwanụ m ka were ndị amara ihe egwu na-akụ tinyecha n'ebe ha ekwesịrị ịnọ. Maka na mmiri awụ na ana nwere ụzọ ọ ga-abịa ine ya anya fụ na osu ụzọ a were aga. Mbọsị ọbụla ị nere anya fụ na ewere onye erughị oge ịnọ n'oche tinye n'oche ọ nọ. Ndị be anyị gasị na ya na-ene ebe ndị dakpu awọ eje, because ị ga-anọ na-ekiri onye ahụ fụ na ya na ihe na-eme. Na ọbụrụkwa na ọsụsọ na-agba mmadụ bụ na ọ na-eme ihe a na-eme nọọ ihe a tụrụ anyị na-enwetakwu ya. So ndị na-achị anyị metuo anya ana chọọ ndị maara ihe ekwe na-akụ tinyecha ebe ọ ga-adịgasị. Anyị maara n'oge na-adịghị anya o nwekwara onye ọ dị m ka ọmụwa ka ma bịara ebe anyị kpa afa, mana o nwere ofu ụmụ mmadụ na-abụ ọ ga-abụ ọnọdụ ebe ọ nọ na-arụ ọrụ ọ dịka afọ ya na-ada ụda karịa ndị ọzọ. Etu a ka ọ dịkwa ebe a na-agba bọọlụ. Ị na-anya ifu na onye nke ofu onye ga-abụ na-agba bọọlụ dịka onye nke ahụ ka ndị ọzọ dutere. Mbọsị ndị be anyị ga-ene anya ọfụma, hapụ enemanya ndị mmadụ etu o si wee gbasata ndọrọ ndọrọ, hapụ ije wepụ aka n'ihe ebumnobi ndị mmadụ etu o si gbasata ịrọpụta ndị ga-achị ha. Then ndị a rọpụtara etinye anya na mmiri rọpụta ndị tozuru etozu ịnọ n'ụzọ ebe dịgasị iche iche, etu o si gbasata ahụike, etu o si gbasata njem, etu o si gbasata ịkọ ugbo, etu o si gbasata agụmakwụkwọ, etu o si gbasata etu o si metụta ndụ anyị na-ebi. Etinye ndị akatamkpo bụ ndị ga-anọ fụ na ihe na-aga ọfụma. Ọ mata ka obodo anyị ruo ebe anyị kwesịrị ịnọ. Ihe ndị ahụ abụghị ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ rocket science. Anyị menwuru ya.
Ọ dị mma. Dọkịta Agụ, kedu ihe ndị ọ dị gị ka ya nwa na-eme nri ji nọrọ n'elu ọjị maọbụ ego usoro eji ebi ndụ, ihe ndị eji enyere ndụ mmadụ aka ji nọrọ n'elu ọjị? Gịnị kpatara ya?
Ị na-anya efu na ọnọdụ nchekwa bụ nke izizi dị m ka ọnya metụtakanarịrị o ji dịka nni agarara ọnụ. maka na ọ bụ na ndị na-akọ ugbo na-eje na-akọ ugbo aghara ị na-eje enye ha nsogbu, egbu ndị a na-egbu, atọ ndị a na-atọ, a ga-akọpụta nri nyafu nyafu. Then ewezuga nke a, ana m echekwa na gọọmenti etiti na gọọmenti nke steeti dị iche iche nwere ike wepụta ọkpụrụkpụ ego wee nwee ike ịkwado ndị na-akọ ugbo. Kedu ka ị ga-esi kwado ha? Ọ bụrụ sọsọ n'ihe a na-etinye n'anị akọcha ugbo akọrọ, gọọmenti nwere ike iji ego nke ha nwere gokọrọ ihe niile akọpụtara n'ugbo ka ndị na-akọ ugbo nwee ike inwe ego ha ga-eji wee bagide ọrụ na-abịa na-arọ nke na-abịa. Nke eme ya, then gọọmenti enwee ike tinyekwa anya fụ na echekwara ihe ndị akọpụtacha n'ugbo bụ ihe ndị na-emebi ọsịsọ, ka o nwee ike n'ọnọdụ ka ndị a na-akọpụta ya nwee ike na-egu ya n'ọnụ ọma. Maka na ọ dịkwa m ka gasị na ihe akọpụtara n'ugbo nwere mgbe ọ na-aba akọpụta ya ije n'afịa, ndị be ha sị na-eji ụkwụ ekwu ọnụ. O nwere mgbe ọ ga-abịa iruzikwe ime afụzi dị gote. Ọ bụrụ na anyị nwere ụzọ esi echekwa ihe ndị ahụ bụ ndị na-emebi ngwa ngwa, nwee ike nọọ ọnwa ise, ọnwa isii, ọnwa isaa ganye n'oge a ga-ewepụta ọzọ eruo. Emeghị etu ahụ, efu na a ga-enwe usoro ma atụmatụ eji echekwa ihe akọpụtara n'ugbo. Ndị na-akọkwa ya bụ ugbo enwee ike na-enweta ihe eji eme ya. Maka na amaara m na ndị be anyị bụ ndị Igbo, ihe ọbụla bụ ihe na-enye ego, anyị na-etinye uchu na ya. Mbọsị ọbụla ewepụtara ego dị n'ihe a na-ewepụta na ihe gbasara ọrụ ugbo, ndị be anyị ga-etinye uchu na ya.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ rinne. Ajụjụ ọzọ bụ ile anya hụ na obere ụlọ azụmahịa dị iche iche mgbe ụfọdụ na-agbalịsi ike ka ha nweta onwe ha. Mmadụ ga-emepe ụlọ ahịa, ndị ụlọ ọrụ nke abịa na ego nke a, ndị nke abịa na ego nke a, ọkụ ada adịkebe a na-agba dizel eji arọn biznes. Ọ na-eme na ego a na-emefu n'iguzobe azụmahịa maọbụ ime ka azụmahịa na-aga na-anọ n'elu ọjị. Kedu ihe ndị nwere ike ikwu gọọmenti nwere ike ime iji nyere ndị nwere obere ụlọ azụmahịa aka iji gbaa ha ume?
Daalụ rinne n'okwu a ikwu, maka na ọ bụla dị sọ ndị na-azụ afịa ma ndị na-akwa nka, ndị na-arụ ihe dị iche iche,
ụlọ ọrụ mmepụta ngwaahịa,
etu o si gbasata ndị obere na ndị nọ na nke etiti wee ganye, maka onye pee mpe ọgbagote n'etiti wee si n'etiti wee nwee ike wee gbanite. Ọkwa ifuru ndị ahụ nọ na nke obere na ndị nke nọ na etiti, nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ small and medium scale enterprises. Mbọsị anyị nwere ezigbo ndị ndu ma bụrụ ndị ọchịchị, ndị a bụ ndị a na-enebanyere anya, maka ndị a bụ ndị na-eme ka ọrụ dị. Kedu ka ha si eme ka ọrụ dị? Nke izizi bụ na ha na-enye onwe ha ọrụ. Onye nye onwe ya ọrụ, ọ pụọ n'ọnụọgụ ndị na-achọ ọrụ. Onye onwe ya ọrụ mewe ọfụma, ọkpọta ofu onye, kpọta mmadụ na-abụ nye ha ọrụ. Ka ọ na-enye ha ọrụ, ka ọ na-ekụziri ha ka e ga-esi wee nwee ike mepee ọzọ, nwee ike si etu ahụ wee na-agbasa. Mana ime anya n'obodo anyị tata, ọ nọ ọnọdụ ka onye na-achị atụrụ. Ọ bụ atụrụ ahụ ọ na-achị ka ọ na-ata ma agụụ gụọ ya. Afụrụ m ka ị ga-esi wee ghara ime ka atụrụ ahụ ị na-achị bụrụ ihe na-eto amụbanye. Ndị a na-eme ihe azụ afịa na ndị ọrụ aka na ndị nọ na obere, o nwere etu m si enejere anya dị m ka gọọmenti enwere ike inyere ha aka site n'inye ha ego mgbazinye. Ọ bụrụ na inyere ha ego mgbazinye, o nwere otu ọnọdụ gị ga-adị, asị gị akwụna ego nke a na-akwụ ego ọmụrụ nwa a na-akwụnye ndị gọọmenti, asị na a na-enye ndị nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ exemption, si na ndị a ma akwụ ganye na ego idebelu agbagote etu dị anya. And ọzọkwa m chọrọ itinye anya bụ, ọ bụrụ i nwere ezigbo atụmatụ idepụtara n'akwụkwọ ị ga-eji wee kwado azụmahịa gị ma ọ banye n'ihe ị ga-eji nyere onwe gị aka ị were ya jee na ụlọ na-agbazinye ego ọ na-afịa arụ inweta ego mgbazinye and ego ọmụrụ nwa a na-etinye n'elu ego a na-afịa arụ mmadụ ije weta ego ahụ wee nwee ike iji ya wee mee ọfụma. Nke ọzọkwa m chọrọ itinye ọnụ bụ etu o si gbasata ọkụ na-enye aka n'ihe eji adị ndụ. Onye nwere ọkụ ịgbaba nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ mmanụ eji enye igwe ọkụ ịma na ego niile inweta ga-ana n'ime. So achọrọ m ka etinye anya na ya maka ndị be bụ ndị maara ihe nke ukwuu, ndị be bụ ndị nwere ọgụgụ isi. Ajụjụ nwere ike iji onwe gị bụ kedu ihe ndị be anyị ji abụ ha jee n'obodo ndị ọzọ ha emebe ọfụma na ụdị asị ha nata ebe a asị kama ha ga-anata ebe a ka ha nwụrụ ebe ahụ. Maka na ine anya ifu na ọnọdụ eji akwado ọgụgụ isi mmadụ dị ebe ndị ahụ karịa be anyị. Nke be anyị bụ na ndị na-abịa n'ego na ịkụ okpororo na ị chọrọ imepe ihe ị na-eme karịrị. Onye mgbe ọ na-abụ mpụta n'okporo ụzọ mfu na ọnọdụ ka ndị niile yi uniform abụ ndị na-anya moto ka a na-eche. Ịgụba ndị kpụ n'ụzọ tata ma ndị produce ma ndị nke gọọmenti were n'ọrụ ma ndị ewere n'ọrụ ji aka ha were onwe ha n'ọrụ. Ifu na ndị a na-achụ bụ ndị na-akwụ ụgbọala. Ndị a na-akwụ ụgbọala ịma na ịkwụ ụgbọala abụọkwanụ aka ọrụ. Ụfọdụ n'ime ha imirikiti n'ime ha bụ ndị ajọ ọnọdụ metụtara ha gbabanye maka na ọ bụghị ọrụ a na-amụ amụ were ebido. Ọ bụrụ na ị nwere ụgbọala ịbanye ibido tata ibido echi nwanne echi imebe. So a ga-enebanye anya n'etu o si gbasata ego a na-ana ndị obere na ndị nke etiti ka ama ma ọ ga-enye aka inye ndị na-achọ itinye anya n'ụzọ ahụ ịbado n'ofu ihe chọọ ofu aka ọrụ wee mebe ka obodo anyị gaba n'iru.
Ọ dị mma, ndị ntorobịa ụkọ ọrụ ndị ntorobịa nakwa ọtụtụ ndị na-adịghị arụ ọrụ kwesịrị ha bụ otu okwu akpụ n'ọnụ n'obodo a. Kwa afọ ịga na ogige ndị ji otu afọ efe ala nna ha kịta ha nọ na kampụ kịta puku pụrụ puku nwere ebe ha na-ekpekarị otu puku na steeti niile nwere na Naịjirịa. Ndị anwa agụchaghị akwụkwọ ha fechaa ala nna ha enwere ọrụ ha ga-arụ. Ụfọdụ ndị na-arụ arụ ọ bụrụ ndị nkịtị ebe adịghị akwụ ha ihe nwere isi mmadụ ga-emefu ọtụtụ puku maọbụ nde kwuru nde naira zụọ nwa ya n'akwụkwọ na-ene anya na nwa anwa agụcha akwụkwọ ka o netewe nne na nna zụrụ ya. Nwa anwa pụtazi obere akwụkwọ na-akpagharị na ọ na-achọ ọrụ. Kedu ihe ndị a ga-eme iji kwụsị ụkọ ọrụ na-echi ndị ntorobịa Naịjirịa ọnụ n'ala?
Ana m ekene gị n'ajụjụ anyị jụrụ. Ịma na ajụjụ ị jụrụ mụnwa bụ onye nọ ebe a na ana m enwe mmasị enwe nsogbu nnebe nsogbu ahụ anya ebe o si bido maka na enweghị aka ọrụ na ine ya anya ọfụma. Mgbe ụfọdụ ọ na-esi n'aka ezinụlọ mụtara nwa maka na ndị be anyị si na nne ewu na-ata agbara nwa ya na-ene ya anya. Mgbe nwatakịrị gị gụchara nke a na-akpọ nke mbido a na-akpọ primary school wee na-abanye sekọndịrị nke sie n'azụ, ezinụlọ ọbụla echere m na ezinụlọ ọbụla nwere ike ime ka nwa ahụ bụrụ onye ga-enwe ofu aka ọrụ nwa ahụ ji aka. Ọ bụrụ ịkwa akwa, ọ bụrụ ịkwa nka, ọ bụrụ idozi ụgbọala, ọ bụrụ iso ndị na-eje arụ ọrụ ụlọ, ọrụ aka ọbụla mee ka nwa ahụ bụrụ onye ga-enwe mmasị na ego anaghị amị n'elu osisi na aka aja aja na-ebute ọnụ mmanụ. Ego dị mma mana ego onye ọbụla ifuru bịa batara n'aka mmadụ na-enweghị ezigbo ihe imere onye ọzọ abụghị ezigbo ego. Ego na-abata, ezigbo ego bụ ego na-adịbata n'aka mmadụ mgbe iwere ihe onye ahụ nwere olileanya na ya merie ya o wee nye gị ego wee sị gị daalụ nne. A ga-akụziri ụmụaka anyị na ego adị amị n'elu isi. Ndị ọchịchị mgbe ụfọdụ sokwa n'ihe so mee ka ọnọdụ a kawanye njọ, maka na mgbe ụbọchị dị mma a na-enwe ihe ndị na-achị achị na-adị mmee, wee nwee ike nyelụ ihe gbasara aka ọrụ ede nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ infrastructures. Gọọmenti tinye anya n'elu infrastructures, ọ na-adị mee ka ọrụ ga-adị bawanye, maka na ọ bụ na m ga-amalụ gị atụ na enwe ka esi wee jee lụọ ihe gbasara ụzọ nke ụgbọ oloko anyị na-ene anya na ọ ga-ejikọta ndị mpaghara ọwụwa anyanwụ nke Naịjirịa bụ nke anyị nọ na ya. Ana m eme ihe ahụ anya ka ihe ndị na-achị anyị n'obodo a nwere ike inebanye anya. Ọ bụ na ị na-anya fụ, ọ bụ na enwere ka esi nwee ụzọ ụgbọ oloko jikọtara steeti 5 nọ na mpaghara ọwụwa anyanwụ Naịjirịa, ịfụ na nke ahụ ga-enwe ihe ọ ga-etinyegasị n'uche ndị mmadụ iji rụpụtaba ka enwee ike nweta elele dị n'ihe nke gọọmenti tinyere. Ọ nwere mgbe nsị gọọmenti bịa nyebe ọrụ n'aka. Ihe nchọ ka gọọmenti mee bụ ịrụpụta ihe ndị a mkpọbugara afọ a na-akpọ infrastructures. Ịrụrụ anụ ya imego nke gị, ndị nwere echiche ọgụgụ isi ga-amazi ihe a ga-etinye n'ihe a ha na-afụ n'anya, maka na ime anya n'ụwa anyị nọ tata ịfụ na o nwere ihe dị tata anyị na-afụ anyị na-emetụ aka adịbeghị n'ọgụgụ isi mmadụ. So ihe anyị na-ene anya ya bụ ka gọọmenti nye anyị ezigbo nchekwa, ka gọọmenti nwekwa ike ime ka infrastructure a mkpọ dị, ka ndị be anyị nwere ọgụgụ isi nwee ike ịbata tinye ọgụgụ isi ha, tinye ego ha ji dara na-eme ihe ndị ahụ efu na ọrụ ga-adị.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ rinne. Onye ọma na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV, na nke mgbede a anyị na-eleba anya n'ebe Naịjirịa si gbatakwụrụ dịka mba, ma bụrụ n'obi na anyị ka merụbara mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Ka anyị gaa gbarịta aka ahịa, anyị laghachi azụ, anyị aga n'iru, gakwa n'iru na-esonyere anyị.
Aneke television. Heu, agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu, mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme, mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume, heu na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-anọ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna, ọ dị na soshal midia, ọ dị na mgbagbu, ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Daalụ onye ọma na-esonyere anyị dịka anyị na-aga n'iru n'Otobo na Aneke TV, bụ mgbe anyị ji etinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka ụmụafọ Igbo na ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Na nke uhuruchi a na-eleba anya na Naịjirịa, ebe ka asụrụ asụ debere ọdụ, ka ọnọdụ si dị, kedu ka eke si anyanwụ. Cheta na ọ ka bụkwa anyị na Dr. Emmanuel Agụ bụ onye na-etinye ọnụ n'ihe na-eme n'obodo nọ na nke mgbeta. Dr. Agụ, daalụ dịka anyị na-aga n'iru.
Daalụ nne.
Ọ dị maka anyị lebezi anya na okwu nchekwa, maka na a na-ekwu na nchekwa bụ ide nye mmepe n'obodo ọbụla mana ịbịa na Naịjirịa na mpaghara dị iche iche okwu akpọzi n'ọnụ bụ ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa, ntọrị mmadụ, iji egbe ezu ori, anọgide si na unknown gọọmenti banyezi na bandit, ihe adanụ bụ na mbụ amaghị ma ukwu ahụ ọdịbụ n'akwụkwọ nkọwa ukwu ọ n'ime afọ ole na ole a ka bido n'ụba nke anwa. Kedu ihe ị ga-ekwu maka nchekwa Naịjirịa?
Daalụ nne. Abịa n'ihe gbasara etu o si metụta nchekwa, ịjụọ m ga-asị gị na aghụghọ dị na ya. Maka na ihe njisi gị na aghụghọ dị na ya bụ amaranụ m ka ndị na-awakpo anyị si bịazie na-ekwu etu o si dị ha mma. Inekwezi anya ọ dịka ka ndị gọọmenti anyị abụ ndị na-achọ etu ọ ga-esi wee kacha ha mma. Ịma na ebe na ezinụlọ mgbe ụfọdụ ịfụ na onye ọbụla enwere ụdị omume dị iche iche dị n'ezinụlọ. Ịfụ na mgbe ụfọdụ enwe nsogbu nke adị achọ okwu ka ọ na-aba afta si ya hapụ na onye nke na-achọ okwu ọkụ ịma na nwanne okwu ịmago ka o si eme ọkụ ịma na ọ da anụ ihe. Ọ dị m ka aka ahụ ka gọọmenti ji bido sobe ndị a ama ndị a niile na-eme ihe ama ha and anyị maalụ na-enwego ugboro one ma one ekwuru etu ndị a si bịa, ndị na gọọmenti aka ha dị n'iwebata ndị a, ndị na gọọmenti bụ ndị na-enyere ha aka. Ọ dị m ka oge erugo mgbe anyị ga-apụta na-ekwuwago okwu etu ọ dị gara ị na-ekpuchi okwu ekpuchi. Aka Naịjirịa, aka gọọmenti dị na ndị a. Ajọ ọnọdụ ọchịchị Naịjirịa nọ kịta aka gọọmenti dị na ya.
Ka ihe mere jikwa etu ahụ.
Ka esi eso ha imenụ ka esi aga nọkọtakwesị ya na ndị nke eji na a ga-agbaghara ha na agbagharịcha ha na a ga-eme ka uche ha pụọ nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ deradicalization. Achọghị m isu oyibo maka ihe abụọ ọnọdụ be anyị mana o nwere ụdị ihe ọ ga-abịa na-anụ ọ dịka asọ mmiri ọ na-afịa arụ ịgbada na akpịrị. Ịfụ na enwe ka esi eto ihe a ude. Ị na-achọ ịgwa m na ndị soja obodo anyị meghe anya nwoke ji eme ihe anya na ndị a ga-anọ ebe ahụ ruo izu ụka?
Maka ọ na-agbagharị maka ndị agha obodo anyị na-aga obodo ọzọ ga-buo agha mana nke anyị nwazi amaghịzi m ihe na-eme.
A gwara m gị na aka gọọmenti dị na ya n'ụzọ dị kwụ ọtọ na ụzọ akwụrụ ọtọ. Ọ bụ na ị chọọ ịnụ anya ọfụma, kedu ụdị ezi nkwado gọọmenti nyere ndị ọrụ nchekwa n'obodo anyị? Ọ bụ ndị ọrụ nchekwa nke a na-akpọ ndị uwe ojii ka ọ bụ ndị ọrụ nchekwa nke ndị uwe kaki? Ineba anya etu esi enebanyere ha anya ọnọdụ ọrụ ha, ịfụ na akpacha anya mee ka ihe a dị etu a. Maka na amaranụ m ka onye bịara iku nwa arụ ga-eji dị onye bịara iku nwa mma karịa nwa ọ bịara iku. Maka na anyị ma na nwa ọ bịara iku nwa ọrụ ya agwụ. Ịbịa n'ime obodo Naịjirịa tata mụ na anyị nọ, ịfụ na enwe ndị ebighị ozi be nne na nna ha ebe nna nna ha kpachatara ka ha ebighị ebe ndị ahụ. Ajụjụ mbụ, kedu ndị nọchiziri ebe ahụ? Ịmana o nwere ajụjụ ọ ga-abịa na-ajụ anya mmiri a na-apụta gị ka mmadụ bịara ebe ndị a chụpụ ndị a na be ha, a sị na enwe ebe nwe ha dị ndị oyibo na-akpọ internal IDP camps. Kedu ndị bizi be ha? Kedu ihe ka nọ na-eche ije chụpụ ndị ahụ bibe ha sịkwa ndị ahụ na-achị azụ be ha? Kedu ọnọdụ nchekwa itinyeziri be ndị ahụ a chụpụrụ ka ha ghara ịchụpụ ha ọzọ? Kedu ihe kpatara ndị ahụ nọ n'ọba ahụ a na-akpọ IDP camp ga-eji nọ ruo ofu izu ụka ebe ahụ, ndị nọbe ha nọsie ike? Isi m na ide eti ihe a ude sọsọ agbago ndị ebe ihe a si. Ayụyọ na ayọ ndị Naịjirịa niile, ndị obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa bụ onye ọbụla ji eji gbata akwụkwọ eji ahọpụta ọchịchị nke ndị obodo na-akpọ PVC onye ọbụla ji ebata akwụkwọ nwee ikike isonye na nrọpụta ndị na-achị mgbe anyị rọpụtara ndị ga-achị anyị n'obodo a from federal nke steeti na nke local gọọmenti ndị ndu abanye ihe a mụ na gị na-akọ ọnọdụ nchekwa ga-abụ ihe a ga-emeghe anya ikuku ga-eburu ya na maka ezigbo onye na-achịbata n'obodo ndị ahụ n'ime ọfịa ga-eji aka ha pụọ itu n'ụlọ ndị oyibo ga-asị na ọma bụzi business as usual so ebe ihe anyị na-gbadoro aka bụ ndị na-achị mgbasa anyị nwetara ndị ndu ihe a niile ikuku eburu ya na
ọ dị mma n'ihe dịka otu ọnwa gara aga ka a bịara n'Ọyọ steeti kpụrụ ụmụaka na ndị nkụzi ha tọrọ ha kemgbe ahụ ọtụtụ ihe emego ọtụtụ okwu ka ekwugoro mana ọ dị ka agbachigo nkịtị onye ọbụla na-aga mkpụ ya ndị nọ n'ọchịchị aka na-achụ nta nkwado ka tụnyere anyị mana ụmụaka mmadụ nọ n'ime ọhịa o nwego onye nke egburu egbu ma ndị nkụzi ndị ọzọ ka nọ n'ime ọhịa ọnọdụ a ka esi fụ ọnọdụ
ọnọdụ ahụ bụ ọnọdụ mwute ịgụwa ọnọdụ ụmụaka ahụ kedu maka ọnọdụ ndị ọzọ kedu maka ọnọdụ meburu tupu nke ahụ
nke Chibok na ndị ọzọ ya ka m ji wee
na-ekwu maka na ọnọdụ anyị n'obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa tata adịgo n'ụdị ihe mee a na-emejere ya na nke meburu oge gara aga anyị adịghị ekwuzi okwu na ihe mere adịrọ mma nọ na nke a ka nnukwu ka nke a ka obere ọ jọgburu onwe ya nke a gosiri na ọnọdụ ọchịchị n'obodo anyị na-aghachiri azụ maka onwe mgbe ị jụrụ mma ya kwuo ofu ebe ka ya na-aga n'iru ka anyị na-aghachiri azụ mụ na gị ji anya anyị kịta wee fụ na ọ na-aghachiri azụ maka na afụ nwe m ụdị a since amụ m andị n'anya etu m si ekwukwe wee na-ekwu ọzọ onye ọbụla bụ onye Naịjirịa ọnọdụ obodo a dịrọ na mma ji gbata akwụkwọ PVC anyị niile ga-apụta tụọ akwụkwọ onye ọbụla winere ga-ama nọ ndị mmadụ tinyere ya and obi ndị mmadụ ka ọ ga-eme maka na mara ihe gọọmenti na-emere anyị bụrụ inye anyị ezi nchekwa n'ime ka ọnọdụ eji adị ndụ dị mma nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ welfare and security ọ nwere ihe ọzọ gọọmenti na-arụ mana ilekwezi anya ọfụma dịka a gasị na ndị a na-achị anyị kịta na a na-eri mperi n'ebe na-aba onye ihe ha si ha mere anyị iche abụrụ mee ka e nwee ezi nchekwa mekwanụ ka ụbọchị dị mma onye konye ihe n'ala orute ojeje wepụta ya o nwepụ ihe ọzọ ihe anyị na-ayọ
ọ dị mma ihe ndị a na-eme emego na obi na-alọzi ụfọdụ nne na nna mmiri iduru ụmụ ha gaa n'ụlọ akwụkwọ kachasị ndị bi n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ebe e nwere ọhịa dịgasị gburugburu izuụka ole na ole gara aga anyị nọgide n'ụlọ Ezeagụ na agha bịara n'ụlọ akwụkwọ tọrọ ndị mmadụ nne na nna na-agbaga n'ụlọ akwụkwọ ka kpọrọ ma otu ihe ahụ kwa ka ekwukwa na Nsụka ọ eziokwu na ndị uwe ojii mechakwuo na ụdị ihe ahụ emerọ kedu ihe ọ dị gị ka gọọmenti ọ ga-eme iji weghachite ntụkwasị obi ndị nne na nna nwere n'usoro nchekwa n'ebe ụmụ ha nọ n'ụlọ akwụkwọ
ọnọdụ ka ya na-agba raụnd ebe m ga-ebido azụza ya kedu ihe ọ dị anyị ka anyị ga-eme maka anyị ka o si n'aka anyị rapụrụ ihe gbasara ndọrọ ndọrọ n'aka ndị ọzọ ndị ekwesịrị ịchị anyị achịba onye ọbụla tinye anya n'etu o si gbasara ndọrọ ndọrọ etinye anya na ya arụpụta ndị kwesịrị ịchị anyị abịa n'Enugu anyị atata gọvanọ anyị n'Enugu na-atraịkwa n'etu o si gbasa maka na ọ bụ na etoro dike na nke ọ na-eme ọ ma emekwa ọzọ ọ na-anwakwa ọ na-anwa and ọ n'ọnọdụ ka etu anyị si wee tinyere ya akwụkwọ mana oge a na-etinye akwụkwọ ka a na-abụ ya dị anyị metekwa ọfụma ebe a imetekwere ọfụma ebe a mekwe ya etu a maka ọ bịa gị ịyọ biko aka nji wee na-ekwu okwu onye ọbụla ji eji gbata PVC ọ nwere mgbe ekwu okwu ihe gbasara nke ndị oyibo na-akpọ drone mana ebe m na-ene anya bụ na strength nụọ community ihe gbasara obodo, nchekwa obodo, ndị nọ n'obodo chekwaba onwe ha, ya nwee ka esi agba ha ume. Ọ ga-enwe ihe anyị bụ ndị Enugu na ndị Igbo na-eme n'obodo anyị dị iche iche. Ndị abụrụ ndị Igbo ekwesịghị na-aghọta. Maka na afụrụ ọnụ n'eziokwu na anyị bụ ndị o nwere ụdị ihe ọ ga-abụ mkpu ebe a kịta asị ndị anyị echekwa m ijere akwụ ịbụ onye ọka mmụta na ị kwesịrị ikwu ụdị ihe a. Mana o nwere ụdị ihe ndị anyị ga na-emere onwe anyị be anyị. Ọ dị m ka ị na-aghọta ebe m na-eje n'ihe gbasara nchekwa. Ọ bụrụ ihe dị iche eji mara ndị be anyị. Ime anyị ifuru ịma afụzi ihe ndị a na-emenụ, a na-enwe nkwado na ndị ndu anyị họpụtara. Etu o si gbasata local gọọmenti, etu o si gbasata steeti ebe anyị na-asụ ofu asụsụ maka anyị ncha bụ ụmụ nwanne. Maka na amarọ m ka nwanne anyị ga-esi bụ gọvanọ, nwanne anyị abụrụ local gọọmenti chairman, enwe ofu onye bịa gbuo ofu onye Enugu steeti. Ị ghara isi m na ya ma mbata n'ime ụlọ sụọ asụsụ ndị ọcha ama nnụ, sụọ asụsụ ndị ọzọ ama nnụ. Etu anyị ga-esi wee bagide ihe ndị ahụ, ọ dịrị etu ahụ, onye ọbụla emechi ọnụ.
Ihe ị na-ekwu achọrọ maka ajụjụ chọbụrụ ịjụ bụ ihe gbasara steeti polisi a na-ekwu maka ya. Achọrọ m ka ijikọtezie ya na steeti polisi. Ọ dịghị ka ọ bụ ogbugbo nye ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa enwe na Naịjirịa.
Kedu ihe kpatara na ama mmegbu dị steeti polisi mgbe ụtụtụ ka i wee fụ na enwere atụmatụ ọjọọ dị n'ime ihe a mgbe o bidoro? Kedu ihe ịma ndị chọọ ka enwe steeti polisi? Maka na ebe ọ bụla enwere ihe gbasatalụ ajọ ọnọdụ etu o si gbasata nchekwa, ọ na-enwe ndị obodo na-akpọ ọ dị community based, ọ na-ebido n'obodo. Ana ọ bụrụ na enwere ndị polisi bụ ndị obodo, ndị nchekwa bụ ndị obodo, ifu na ọnago. Maka na ọ bụrụ na m bụ onye nchekwa nsi n'obodo too, gụọ akwụkwọ, jee ịmụ ọrụ, mụchaa ọrụ, nata, bụrụ onye ama ama n'ọrụ nchekwa, jere nata n'obodo, ndị obodo ga-ama na m anatago. Anụ m ga na-akwakwa asị ana m abatago kwe na oke adịghị atakwa azụ onye mụ anya. Onye makwa na o nwere ebe ọ na-etinye aka ya wepụ aka ma mfatụ unu si n'obodo a pụọrọ m na m abatago. Etu a ka o kwesịrị ịdị. Inegodo anyị etu o si dị tata, gọvanọ anyị, local gọọmenti chairman, ndị a na-akpọ ndị PGs na communities ekwesịrị inwe atụmatụ. Ọ bụrụ ihe niile ka m ga-abịa n'igwe ebe a nnọ kịta na-ekwu. Enwe ka esi agha ya anụ na ha nọsa n'ime ọfịa be anyị, ha na ebe ahụ eme gị na ebe ahụ bịa. Anyị bụ ndị Igbo na-azọrọ ibu anyị na-egbupụ onwe anyị n'ala. Mana ndị Igbo na-egbuli onwe ha n'ala ebe a na-azọ ana, somebody abịazịa ịbịa were ana anyị. Anyị ga-eji anya kwuo okwu mara ka a ga-esi memi na ndị anyị nọ n'ime ọfịa be anyị. Kedu ihe nọ n'ime ọfịa be anyị eme? Ọ nwere ụdị ihe a dị ekwe m nghọta. Ndị na-achị anyị, gọvanọ, local gọọmenti chairman, town union executives agba nkịtị. Kedu ihe nọ n'ime ọfịa be anyị eme? Ebe ahụ ọbịa ha emechasịwa anyị ndo. Mbanụ, anyị ga-eji anya gbuo onwe anyị okwu mgbe anyị chọkwara eje memi na ndị ahụ. Mgbe anyị si ndị mmadụ ịbụọ ezite ịbụọ ịtọ ụzọ ịnọ ise enwezi ndị afọ ha ma abịazi. Maka na nwere atụmatụ ha bụ n'obi, ha nwere nnukwu atụmatụ. Ana nnukwu atụmatụ ahụ gadara aka n'etu esi ahọpụta ndị na-achị. Mgbe m ji wee sị gị ndị na-achị obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa bụrụ ndị mmadụ chọrọ, ịma na atụmatụ ọjọọ ahụ abịago na ngwụcha.
Ọ dị mma, kedu oke n'ọrụ ndị ndu ọdịnala onwego kishirụtụ aka nwere n'ịkwalite udo na ezigbo nchekwa? Maka na ọtụtụ oge ka a na-ebo ebubo na ọ na-abụ ndị a si esi bịa, ndị igwe maọbụ ndị iwe nterisi na-achị obodo ụfọdụ anara ihe n'aka ha, haziere ha ọnọdụ ha nọdụ. Ndị ndu, ndị igwe ya ndị eze ọdịnala, ndị ndu ụka nakwa ndị ndu obodo dị iche iche, kedu oke na ọrụ ha n'ịkwalite udo na ezigbo nchekwa n'obodo?
Daalụ n'ime na ajụjụ eju m kịta. O nwere ebe uche m bịa jebe. Ndị abụrụ ndị igwe na-ekwu ka ha si bụrụ igwe. Ọ bụrụ na ihe niile ọ na-eme eme isu Igbo mana mma nsu ya. Because na ọ bụrụ ebe niile ka a na-eji demokrasi eje. Kedu ka esi abụ igwe? Mgbe gboo onwe ka esi arọpụta ndị bụ igwe. A na-enwe etu obodo si ama onye Igbo ru. Ndị Igbo ruo gị ma na oru gị. Mana nke kịta abụzi ndọrọ ndọrọ onye bụrụ igwe ọ na-etinye ego etinye ka o wee zọọ igwe na ya na-eji ịzọ igwe n'obodo ị na-anụbi ya mgbe gboo mmadụ pụta sị na ya na-eji ịzọ igwe igwe na-ama mmadụ ama ịnọdụ obodo oyibo asị m na ọ bụrụ ka igwe dị na onye ga-abụrụ anyị igwe nọ ana ọ bụ na ịnatarọ arụsị obodo eme onye ahụ ọnata kwugheri iwe ekwugheri ọtụrụ ekweta ịbụ igwe a na-enwe ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ ọrakụl eji arọpụta onye ada azọ igwe azọ nọọnyị nọdụ ọbịa ọ na-eje eje ada na ngwuru mmadụ asị na onye abụ igwe onye ahụ pụtazịa ifu nọọ onye ndu agwanyị na onye bụ onye ndu bụ onye na-ekpe azụ eri nri etu a nne na nna anyị si wee zụọ anyị ọ na-abịa eweta nri debe mama rie nri papa ya nsogbu adịrọ ribegodin ọ ga-echi ụmụaka richie nri onwe nke fọ ọnụ orizie etu ahụ ka esi eme ya amara ọnụ ka igwe ga-esi je narụ ndị Hausa ego nabata ha ka a nọrọ gburu iwu ndị bịa ụdị ya ahụ ekpere ọ dị ekwe maka na mbọsị ọbụla ifuru emerụrụ aka n'etu esi eseleti etu esi arọpụta ndị na-achị ndị niile tinyere aka na ya ma ndị nọ owee mee ma ndị a na-achị ataramahụhụ ọ dị mma na Baịbụl mbọsị ọbụla ifuru ajọ onye ọchịchị batara ataramahụhụ ya adịghị abụ obere ihe onye mere ndị be anyị ga-eji wee hie aka n'anya marụ na etu esi gbasata ọnọdụ ọchịchị na a ga-efi aka n'anya rọpụta ndị ga-edu obodo.
Ọ dị mma Dr. Ima oge anyị ezugo mana achọrọ m ka iwe tinkom iri atọ Naijiria ọ dị gị ka ọ ga-adị mma ọ bụrụ na ọ ga-adị mma ikwugo ka ndị mmadụ jee gbata akwụkwọ eji atụ vootu kedu ihe ọzọ enwere ike ime tinkom iri atọ ka anyị chịkọta
Naijiria ga-adị mma ma anyị gbata akwụkwọ rọpụta ndị ga-achị anyị ọkwa na ọma ndị mma onye ọbụla jebere onwe ya maka na ndị Igbo nọ ndị Hausa nọbụ ndị Yoruba nọbụ ọ bụrụ iwu bụ na anyị ncha ga-abụ ndị Naijiria ọ bụ na anyị ga-anọdụ na-egbu onwe anyị ka anyị gbasaa mana ọ bụ na anyị ga-anọkọ nwee ike jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ nweta elele dị n'ibu ibu anyị anọkọ buru ibu gaba mana ọ bụ na ama nnọnwụ n'udo nwoke nụta nwaanyị na-eti nwunye ya ihe nwaanyị na nwoke na ọrụ onwe nwaanyị na ọrụ onwe
ọ dị mma daalụrị nne Dr. Emmanuel Agụ onye na-etinye ọnụ n'ihe na-eme n'obodo ichizuru echizu maka na ọ na-adị mma amụọ nwoke ya bụrụ nwoke daalụrị nne maka isonyere anyị n'otogbo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọkwa gị na ị ga-abịa ka anyị na-etinye ọnụ na-ekwu ya maka na ekwu mere ọnụ ma ekwu anụghị mere ntị daalụrị nne maka isonyere anyị onye masonyere anyị na nketa atọ etu a ka anyị si tie ọkpọ ma saa ka anyị nụgị ya enwere ọtụtụ aka mgba chere Naijiria n'iru mana dịka Dr. Ima Agụ si kwuo Naijiria ga-adịnwu mma mee oke nke gị ma onye nọ n'ọchịchị ma ndị a na-achị anyị gbakọta aka ọnụ kwete na ọ ga-adị mma ọ dị anyị n'aka ọ dị mma obodo a dị m n'aka dị gị nwa n'aka daalụ maka isonyere na nketa chebiri anyị na mania izuụka ọzọ ka anyị wetara gị Otobo na Aneke TV abụ m Joshua Ozioko daalụ maka isonyere anyị
daalụ nne
Aneke telivishọn heu agịrịgbo m dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa Aneke telivishọn na-emerụ ogbenye emere amadi ihe ị na-agba nkwụ ị na-eme nkepụta nwa ị na-akwa ozu ị na-agba akwụkwọ bịawa na Aneke telivishọn bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma bịawa na Aneke telivishọn idume na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịrị tụkwamọgwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agụ nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu site
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forests and the vast northern savanna belts stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.